Kim Wu Jin was a cynical outcast who never dared to trust a soul. From his youth, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for this world and its cold-hearted inhabitants. Society treated him like disposable trash, casting him aside the moment his usefulness expired. These bitter betrayals forged a wall of paranoia, driving him into a life of complete isolation. He trusted no one, and ruthlessly eliminated any who dared to exploit him, a cycle that persisted until the apocalypse arrived. Ominous gates suddenly tore through reality, flooding the earth with nightmare creatures. Cities crumbled into ruins as humanity was slaughtered like cattle. Just as the flicker of hope was about to be extinguished, divine entities, known as the Hollow, descended, bestowing mortals with the strength to fight back. They granted a mystical game system, transforming those chosen into elite players. The masses believed these champions would purge the beasts and restore peace to the planet. Instead, these heroes prioritized profit over peace, as the monster hunting industry proved to be an absolute goldmine. Even amidst this global upheaval, life remained unchanged for the solitary Kim Wu Jin. He was already intimately familiar with the rot festering within the human heart. It came as no shock when the players revealed themselves as hypocrites, obsessed only with wealth and maintaining their iron grip on global power. Wu Jin intended to avoid this hero farce forever, but his path shifted the moment he encountered Lee Se-jun. To Wu Jin, Se-jun was a beacon of light, the only player willing to fight for humanity without a shred of greed. Se-jun's charismatic presence was so overwhelming that a league of like-minded warriors gathered under his banner to save civilization. Even the cynical Wu Jin felt a stirring sense of duty, realizing his own place in the fight for mankind's survival. He joined the prestigious Messiah Guild, dedicating his life to Se-jun's noble quest to eradicate the monsters once and for all. Throughout their journey, he forged deep bonds with comrades he finally felt safe enough to trust. Gradually, Wu Jin began to transform, though he couldn't tell if he was becoming a better man or something else entirely. In the present, Wu Jin stands before a colossal gate, resembling the terrifying entrance to a high-level boss room. With hope in his voice, Wu Jin asks Se-jun if slaying the final boss behind this door would truly bring them their long-awaited freedom. Se-jun coldly replies that this will indeed be the final battle, at least for one of them. Stunned and confused, Wu Jin turns to seek clarification, but before a single word can escape his lips, Se-jun unsheathes his blade and brutally impales Wu Jin through the chest. He offers a mocking word of thanks, praising his comrade for being the stepping stone to his absolute peak. Wu Jin collapses as a crimson warning flares on his system screen. He has been afflicted with the devastating curse of Balmog. The malicious hex instantly strips away 90% of his defenses and resistances. Trembling with agony, Wu Jin gasps out a question, asking if this betrayal was orchestrated from the very beginning. It isn't Se-jun who answers, but his loyal shadow, Park Shin-hye. She sneers at Wu Jin's staggering naivety, explaining that if the players actually finish the game, the world will return to its former state. In a normal world, governments would regain control. Without their godlike status, how could they continue to rule with an iron fist and live like emperors? Wu Jin howls Se-jun's name in anguish as the lethal heavenly viper poison begins to incinerate his veins. Witnessing Wu Jin still clinging to life, Shin-hye can't help but feel a twisted sense of admiration for his tenacity. He wasn't just crippled by the curse of Balmog, he was also subjected to the world's most potent toxin. This special treatment was reserved for Wu Jin alone, as their other comrades were too weak to require anything more than a simple dose of poison. The horrifying truth finally dawns on him. This is how every one of his fallen brothers in arms truly perished. The realization shatters his soul. He cannot fathom that Se-jun and Shin-hye could butcher the very allies who had entrusted them with their lives. Pure, unadulterated fury erupts within him as the faces of his betrayed friends flash through his mind. He trembles, demanding to know if they felt even a shred of remorse for slaughtering those who merely stood in the way of their ambition. Watching their cold indifference toward their dead friends, Wu Jin's entire frame convulses with a murderous rage. Yet, he is too broken to strike back, left only to scream at their retreating silhouettes as his vision begins to darken. In his final moments, Wu Jin realizes that allowing himself to trust again was the most fatal mistake of his entire life. He makes a silent vow. If he is granted another life, he will never be foolish enough to repeat this tragedy. With a final, rattling breath, he collapses into the abyss of death. But as his life fades, a sudden system prompt flickers to life, signaling the true start of the game. Miles away, a heavy military transport hurtles down a desolate highway, packed with grim-faced soldiers. They speak in hushed, tense tones about the unprecedented surge of monsters erupting from the local dungeons. Anxiety and greed clash among the crowd. Some fear for their lives, while others only see a golden chance to get rich. In the middle of the chaos, one man jolts awake, his eyes wide with disbelief as he frantically scans his surroundings. This is Kim Wu Jin. He has defied death, regressing back to the exact moment he first awakened his hidden potential. Confusion swirls just moments ago. He was betrayed by Lee Se-jun and left to rot like trash in a desolate, freezing dungeon. Yet, the impossible has happened. He is alive, thrust back to the very dawn when this twisted world game first began. Before he can steady his racing heart, the transport screeches to a halt as the driver is paralyzed by sheer, primal terror. The highway has become a graveyard of steel, blocked by a wall of massive, bloodthirsty orcs glaring with murderous intent. Panic erupts as the crew grabs their gear, desperate to cut a path through the towering green horde to survive. The captain's voice cracks over the chaos, warning everyone that ammo is low and every single shot must find its mark. But as the briefing ends, the captain freezes. Kim Wu Jin is already gone, diving headfirst into the slaughter all alone. With a submachine gun spitting fire, Wu Jin moves like a reaper, tearing through the orc ranks with surgical precision. One shot, one kill. Every bullet finds a skull until the asphalt is painted green with the blood of the fallen. Wu Jin stands alone amidst the carnage, his cold gaze radiating the overwhelming aura of an absolute predator. The other soldiers stand speechless, wondering what kind of monster could single-handedly annihilate an entire orc battalion. Wu Jin ignores them, focused only on his trembling hands as he recalibrates his body to the system's familiar power. The trance breaks as the captain storms over, screaming at Wu Jin for acting alone and stealing all the kills for himself. Wu Jin remains silent. This man's ego is nothing compared to the burning memory of the blades in his back from his comrades. Suddenly, a familiar chime echoes in his mind, and a glowing interface flickers into existence right before his eyes. The system welcomes the new player, presenting him with a fateful choice of classes that will define his new existence. Wu Jin remembers this day perfectly from his past life, but this time, the options have fundamentally shifted. Instead of his old path, Kim Wu Jin now has 3 legendary hidden classes shimmering in the interface, waiting for his command. His eyes lock onto one, the Dark World Surrogate, a master of lethal curses and soul-withering poisons. This class allows the user to summon an undead army as a lone necromancer, a power once held by the infamous Johann Georg. Known as the Immortal King, Johann was an omnipotent force who ruled the battlefield with a legion of thousands of undead. With such terrifying authority, Johann Georg was hailed as the undisputed strongest player in the entire world. Even Lee Se-jun was no match for him. If Se-jun was the hero, Johann was the ultimate king of evil. In his previous life, Wu Jin spent years researching Johann's every weakness just to hunt him down for Lee Se-jun's sake. But now, armed with that very same dark power, he will become the one to hunt Lee Se-jun down. As players emerged globally, they began forming powerful factions known as guilds. At the beginning, these organizations were nothing more than greedy entities looking to profit from the bloodshed of the monster war. Then came the Messiah Guild, promising hope and causing corrupt groups like the Phoenix Guild to collapse in their wake. That was the lie the world believed. Wu Jin knows the truth. The Messiah Guild is just a den of treacherous snakes. To destroy them, he will join the corrupt Phoenix Guild. After all, corruption is only a problem when you aren't the one in control. Inside the towering headquarters of the Phoenix Guild, a recruiter slides a thick contract across the table, officially inviting Wu Jin into their ranks. He drones on about various dungeon fees and profit splits, the usual predatory terms found in this cutthroat industry. Wu Jin scans the rewards and realizes that even with these gains, he still won't have enough money for decent gear. For now, he has to play the long game. There is no shortcut to the top of the food chain. He shifts focus, asking the manager how they plan to verify his status, since only he can see his own system panel. The manager smirks with arrogance, claiming the guild has its own foolproof way to separate the weak from the awakened. He fans out 5 skill cards, stating that if a card burns upon touch, it proves the applicant is a true player. Wu Jin's gaze falls on a specific skill named Hemotoxin, a core ability of his Dark World Surrogate class that weaponizes his own blood into a lethal, scaling poison. Kim Wu Jin never expected to stumble upon such a legendary class skill this early in the game. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately crushes the skill card between his fingertips. His entire body erupts in a purple radiance. Pushing up his glasses like a romance lead, the manager welcomes Wu Jin to the guild. Late that night, Wu Jin dreams of his past life, where his own comrades feared his cold and cynical personality. Despite their fear, he cherished those bonds as the only souls he could truly trust. Returning to the present, he knows his old allies must still be alive in this timeline. Though unsure how to approach them, he yearns for the chance to meet them again soon. Meanwhile, at Guanan Sports Park, a group of players waits in a parking lot for their leader. A bald man approaches with a boisterous greeting, surprised they all arrived so far ahead of schedule. A female player begins fawning over him, her nerves high for her very first dungeon raid. Josup basks in the attention, boasting of his expertise and promising to keep her safe. Relieved, she offers a scandalous reward if they both make it out of the dungeon alive. With the leader present, the squad is only missing one last member, our supposedly broke protagonist. Wu Jin arrives in a rusted car from the 1950s, drawing both mockery and rage from the team. One player scoffs, doubting if a man this poor can survive without a car or weapons. Tired of the bickering, Joseph orders them to focus on the tactical plan for the hunt. Their target is an E-rank dungeon crawling with nothing but low-tier goblins. However, these low-level gates enforce strict rules. Only hunters level 10 or below may enter. The party limit is also capped at 5, exactly the number in Wu Jin's makeshift squad. Inside the meeting room, the Phoenix Guild manager orders them to slaughter every goblin and survive. When told to check their gear, one player freezes in shock as mysterious new items appear. Wu Jin smirks like a true villain, thrilled that no one from his past life is here. This means he can act freely, without a shred of concern for their survival. The group enters the gate, stunned by the alien world hidden within the dungeon. Outside was a suffocating concrete jungle. Here, the skies are azure and forests lush. Wu Jin immediately scans the area for hidden threats. Noticing this, Joseph orders Wu Jin to scout the perimeter while the others build the camp. Wu Jin agrees instantly, shocking Joseph, who expected the rookie to beg for protection. He knows he's being used as bait, but Wu Jin is a one-man army. At Messiah Guild headquarters, Park Shin-hee addresses a round table of elite higher-ups. She announces a new member who will join them on their high-stakes mission. As she speaks, a mysterious man steps into the light, sending shockwaves through the room. Yong immediately sneers, calling the newcomer an arrogant prick. The man identifies himself as Suzuki Ichi, but before he can elaborate, he catches their venomous glares. Realizing these faces are all too familiar, he skips the pleasantries. Guildmaster Lee Se-jun acknowledges Suzuki's raw ambition with a rare compliment. Suzuki ignores the praise, focusing solely on the task and infuriating Yong with his disrespect. Yang burns with an urge to smash the newcomer's skull against the table. Suzuki asks if it's his tone or a lingering past grudge that's causing the friction. Losing control, Yong explodes in rage and demands a duel to reclaim his honor. A single word from Lee Se-jun stops him, forcing him back like a disciplined hound. Yong swallows his fury, vowing to crush Suzuki's pride the moment he gets the chance. Once the tension settles, Park Shin-hee questions the guild regarding their previous assignment. A subordinate confirms that extracting the minerals will only take 3 days. Lee Se-jun finds the deadline acceptable and approves the operation. Back with Kim Wu Jin, he continues prowling the dungeon, hunting for the hidden secrets he remembers from his past life. After searching the shadows, he finally locates a tree marked with distinct scratches, a sight that reminds him of his mentor's warning. Every scrap of information is a lifeline for survival. That mentor was Suzuki Ichi, who only trained Kim Wu Jin because of his status within the Messiah Guild. Wu Jin knew the truth. Suzuki Ichi was nothing more than a loyal hunting dog for the Messiah Guild's cause. Still, he cherishes those lessons, knowing they will help him systematically dismantle the Messiah Guild in this new life. Suddenly, a stone whistles past his face, slamming into the tree trunk right behind him. Wu Jin glares toward the source and finds a goblin pack ready to strike. In his past life, he could only hide. But now, these goblins are nothing more than living target dummies to test his lethal hemotoxin skill. Wu Jin slices his palm open, coating his blade in his own poisonous, cursed blood. He swings the venomous edge, hacking through the goblins to measure the poison's true efficiency. Though the toxin is still weak, Wu Jin remains calm. These monsters are predictable, and their attack patterns are child's play. However, he knows that even with poisonous blood, a massive swarm of goblins could still prove fatal. To tip the scales, he summons his trump card, the Goblin Lord's Whip, designed to instill pure primal terror. It's a chilling sight, much like a slave seeing their master approach with a whip in hand. While the goblins stand frozen in absolute fear of Kim Wu Jin, his teammates aren't as lucky. Elsewhere, they are quickly surrounded by a ravenous goblin horde. The bald fighter, Juice Up, shows no fear, as he easily cleaves through one of the monsters. He boasts to his terrified allies, telling them to stop shaking and attack these pathetic, weak creatures. In truth, Juice Up is just relieved he bought a longsword, knowing how deadly goblins become at close range. But as he tries to pull his blade from a corpse, the dying goblin refuses to let go. The opening is fatal. Goblins swarm him instantly, leaving the rest of the team screaming in sheer panic. Meanwhile, Wu Jin terrorizes the fleeing goblins, ruthlessly lashing them with the Goblin Lord's Whip as they struggle to escape. The whip deals 30% bonus damage, allowing Wu Jin to efficiently farm the monsters for massive experience points. A level-up notification appears as he reaches level 2, earning him the prestigious Striving Higher achievement. After the slaughter, Wu Jin feels underwhelmed. These weaklings failed to provide the high-stakes thrill of a real battle. He decides to wrap things up quickly so he can head home for a well-deserved nap. Elsewhere, the 4 remaining players huddle under a tree, battered and paralyzed by their fear of the green monsters. One survivor wonders if Kim Wu Jin is already dead, since he was the first to separate from the group. This sparks a heated argument between the bald man and another arrogant survivor as they trade blame for their situation. Their bickering is silenced by distant goblin screams, a sound that triggers their trauma from the previous fight. They assume the monsters are howling in triumph, but they couldn't be more wrong. The goblins are the ones being hunted. Having finished his harvest, Wu Jin finally unlocks a new skill: skeleton disease. Wu Jin is shocked. This was the legendary skill that once transformed Johann Georg into a terrifying one-man army. There is one major drawback. The caster can only resurrect creatures they have personally slain with their own hands. Wu Jin isn't bothered by the limitation. This skill is the perfect catalyst to skyrocket his power at this stage. Without a moment's delay, he invokes the skill on a nearby corpse, and a goblin skeleton rises with eyes burning for battle. Having essentially become a rookie version of Sung Jin Woo, Wu Jin tests his new minion against a level 1 goblin. The skeleton struggles significantly before finally securing the kill. Wu Jin feels a wave of disappointment, even though he didn't expect much from such a basic summon. He realizes his low magic stats are the problem, as the skill's strength scales directly with his intelligence. Ultimately, he brushes off the setback. He never planned to rely on a single skeleton for his main offensive. Instead, his gaze turns toward the rotting human corpses, nearby remnants of those who failed this dungeon long ago. Witnessing the goblins' sheer brutality, Kim Wu Jin's resolve hardens. He vows to wipe every last one of them from existence. Deep within a shadowed cave, the rest of the team trembles in terror. Broken in body and spirit, the previous slaughter has left them paralyzed. Juice Up seethes with self-loathing, cursing his own cowardice. He couldn't protect anyone, let alone conquer this hellish dungeon. Driven by pure desperation, he prepares for a final, suicidal charge against the goblin horde. Suddenly, his teammates hold him back, pointing frantically above his head. A golden light glows, his player level is skyrocketing. He freezes in disbelief. In this world, level-ups while idling only happen if your allies are out there drenching the earth in enemy blood. The realization hits like a lightning bolt. The pawn he abandoned is still alive, and he is tearing through the goblins like a god of death. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Kim Wu Jin couldn't care less about his teammates' levels. He is far too busy making these monsters regret the day they were ever spawned. Efficiency is key. To purge the swarm, Wu Jin deploys a ruthless tactical maneuver. He seals the exit of the goblin nest with timber, igniting a massive pyre that sends thick, choking smoke billowing inside. The toxic haze floods the tunnels, stealing the breath from the lungs of every screaming goblin trapped within. Wu Jin's lips curl into a cold smirk. This is poetic justice, a smoky, suffocating revenge for every hunter these beasts previously butchered. Once the screams die down, Wu Jin stands amidst the silence, waiting for the true monster, the goblin champion, to emerge. But the boss is a no-show. Disappointed, Wu Jin turns to leave, ready to hunt for the next nest. Suddenly, the cavern floor trembles under a massive, heavy weight. A gargantuan, hideous goblin erupts from the earth. Seeing his kin reduced to charred remains, he lets out a blood-curdling roar of pure fury. Wu Jin's eyes ignite with excitement. The prey has delivered itself. In his past life, this very beast was a nightmare. This monster had slaughtered countless rookies before the Messiah Guild finally stepped in to put it down. To a low-level player, this elite monster is nothing short of a walking Grim Reaper. But in this life, Wu Jin will be the predator. He will strike first to ensure no more innocent blood is spilled by this beast. Steel rings out as Kim Wu Jin draws his blade, ready to dance with death. Before he can lunge, his skeletal minion leaps forward, challenging the titan all on its own. Noticing a strange new light in the skeleton's hollow sockets, Wu Jin pauses. Let us see if this undead servant is truly worth keeping. Gripping its sword tight, the skeleton locks eyes with the towering champion. Sensing the lethal intent, the boss strikes, but the skeleton slides low, carving deep gashes into the monster's massive legs. Wu Jin watches in shock. That movement. It is the exact technique he used against a similar titan years ago. In that distant memory, his team was failing, so Wu Jin took charge. He crippled the beast's legs, forcing it to its knees so his allies could finish the job. Now, in this second chance, the skeleton is not just fighting, it is mimicking Wu Jin's entire combat style with terrifying precision. He never imagined his undead summons would mirror his own lethal instincts. Then he remembers. The skill description stated that his minions are directly influenced by the user's own essence and soul. As Wu Jin processes this, the skeleton delivers the final blow, standing over the fallen champion, while awaiting its master's command. Wu Jin murmurs to his servant about his past life, a time when he mastered every weapon and ruled supreme in one-to-one combat. But seeing this evolution, it is time to rewrite the strategy. With the boss dead, a legendary skill page manifests a divine reward for single-handedly purging the entire dungeon. A legendary grade skill this early? It is unexpected, but he will gladly take the power boost. Outside, the Phoenix Guild manager is paralyzed with shock. The dungeon has already been conquered? Clearing a gate of this caliber in just one day is unheard of for a group of rookies. He races to the portal, only to see 4 battered members limping out of the rift. As he begins to mourn the certain death of Kim Wu Jin, a final shadow emerges from the swirling gate. It is Wu Jin, looking entirely unscathed. Nearby, Juice Up collapses in terror, watching Wu Jin walk out radiating a crushing, dominant aura. The truth is staggering. Wu Jin did not just survive, he annihilated the entire dungeon alone. Just who, or what, is the man known as Kim Wu Jin? A man of his caliber isn't meant to be a nobody, yet Kim Wu Jin remains a nameless pawn in the world's grand design. Meanwhile, the Messiah Guild's popularity explodes as the public grows weary of players' ever-increasing demands. While other guilds bleed the government and people dry just to clear dungeons, the Messiah Guild performs these miracles for free. To solidify their legend, they conquered the highest floor in Korean history, a feat no other guild dared to achieve. But in this world, even heroes aren't exempt from the laws of reality. Capitalism maintains a suffocating grip on players and dungeon raids alike, and backed by massive corporations, the Messiah Guild is no different. Following their monumental victory, their market share skyrockets, fueling the rage of rival guilds and investors who bet their fortunes on other players. Among the losers is a player named Juice Up, who's currently drowning his bitterness in booze while slandering the Messiah Guild. His friend notices a nasty gash on his forehead, but Juice Up is too humiliated to admit a mere goblin caused it. Instead, he spins a lie, claiming he was wounded because of Kim Wu Jun's treachery. He paints a picture of a man who abandoned his comrades' lives just to snatch a rare item for himself. The lie spreads like wildfire, branding Kim Wu Jin as a heartless, greedy predator who views teammates as disposable tools. Unaware of the character assassination, Wu Jin focuses on finding a way to contact Lee Jun without raising any red flags. After identifying a lead, he heads to the guild to secure funding, knowing he must conquer more dungeons to get it. Upon arrival, he's met with a cold reality. No player is willing to party with him after hearing the toxic rumors. Yet, deep down, Kim Wu Jin is actually relieved, as this infamy gives him the perfect excuse to hunt entirely alone. Elsewhere, a guild manager and an executive discuss the orc dungeon request Wu Jin submitted. The executive notes that this is the same cursed dungeon where the rising star, John Yong and his party recently suffered a crushing defeat. The manager worries that Wu Jin is blinded by arrogance and overestimating his own limits. However, the executive shrugs it off, suggesting they let him play his hand, as the man might just deliver a stunning surprise. Ignorant of their talk, Wu Jun's mind is fixed on his singular goal, absolute revenge against Lee Jun, and he knows exactly how to reach him. That night, still dead broke, Wu Jin rattles toward the dungeon gate in a battered car from the 1950s. A guild official meets him at the entrance, briefing him on the deadly mission ahead. The target is the Orc Hunter Dungeon, a treacherous 3-floor trial ranked as a class. The recommended level is 13, a massive gap compared to Kim Wu Jun's current standing. Even though he's fully aware that this dungeon pushes him to the brink of his current capabilities, Wu Jin has one lethal trump card that makes a solo clear possible. His plan requires slaying a single orc to summon a skeletal minion, though taking down such a beast at his level is a suicidal gamble. But Wu Jun's decades of raw combat experience act as the ultimate equalizer. Employing the same brutal tactics his skeleton used against the goblin champion, he turns his sights on the massive orc. Moving with predatory speed and surgical precision, he shreds the beast's legs, forcing the giant to its knees as a legless predator is nothing more than meat on the chopping block. He delivers the killing blow and immediately triggers his skeleton disease skill, raising a fresh undead soldier from the orc's cooling corpse. While Kim Wu Jin crafts his path to victory inside the dungeon, back in the civilized world, a bald man named Oh Se-chan meets with Lee Jin, tossing a player's file onto the table for review. The profile belongs to Kim Wu Jin, detailing his impossible feat of clearing a dungeon solo immediately after awakening. The data is unlike anything Lee Jin has ever witnessed. Skeptical, he asks if this is a genuine report or just a fantasy written by some obsessed Manhwa recap fan. His remark draws the icy gaze of Secretary Lee, who had just returned with coffee for the pair. She demands to know if he's questioning her professional integrity, causing poor Lee Jin to sweat like a sinner under a spotlight. Terrified, he immediately pivots to showering her with desperate praise, calling her reports a work of pure genius. Oh Se-chan quickly joins the flattery, assuring Lee Jin that if Secretary Lee wrote it, the intel is 100% absolute truth. He is mid-compliment when the sharp, bitter tang of cheap coffee suddenly hits his tongue. Nearly gagging, he barks at Secretary Lee, demanding to know if she served instant swill instead of the premium roast. She calmly reveals the coffee was a freebie from the Phoenix Guild, adding that she even printed his reports on recycled paper. Oh Se-chan's attitude flips instantly. He begins savoring the brew as if it were liquid gold, moved by the beauty of free. Lee Jina watches with pure disdain, reminded once again of just how pathologically stingy her boss can be. In his mind, he even blames the man's receding hairline on his obsessive, penny-pinching lifestyle. If Oh Se-chan could hear the savage insults echoing inside his subordinate's head, gloves would definitely come off. Shifting gears, Se-chan drops the bickering to ask if they've secured the rights to any new dungeons. The secretary reports that while she's scouted several prospects, the current market prices are astronomically high. This brings to mind the dungeon that Kim Wu Jin recently conquered, but Oh Se-chan shuts that down, claiming he's already lined up several more grueling clears for the young hunter. Lee Jina's soul nearly leaves his body as he begs for mercy, having just survived a dungeon crawl only yesterday. Unfortunately, Oh Se-chan has clearly spent too much time listening to toxic productivity podcasts. He tells Jina to man up and keep grinding, or risk becoming a lazy failure. Meanwhile, back to our protagonist, Kim Wu Jin. He watches his fresh orc skeleton get obliterated by a massive brute, questioning if his skill level is simply too low. However, he isn't worried. The previous master of this skill left a golden rule. As long as corpses litter the field, he can endlessly summon an undead army to fight and die in his place. Backed by a new skeletal recruit, Kim Wu Jin begins systematically carving through the orc horde. After a full day of relentless slaughter, he finally levels up, even boosting his hemotoxin skill to rank 2. Still, Wu Jin isn't satisfied. The experience gain in this sector is far too slow for his ambitious goals. Changing his strategy, he abandons the common grunts to focus solely on hunting the elusive orc hunters. Tracking one is no simple task, as these unique predators survive by preying on their own kind. Based on his lethal experience, Wu Jin deduces that such a creature must be the undisputed alpha of the pack. But even the sharpest hunters can miscalculate, prompting Wu Jin to shift his search toward a different part of the dungeon. While he's busy sketching out a tactical map in the dirt like a focused toddler, his skeleton soldier tries to act helpful, only to get a sharp bonk on the head before they move out. But while our hero searches elsewhere, the orc hunter has already claimed another victim, dragging the carcass and leaving a crimson trail for Wu Jin to find. Following that grisly path, Kim Wu Jin finally locks eyes with the dungeon's true boss. As a veteran hunter, he knows a direct one-on-one duel with a boss is a recipe for disaster. He chooses pragmatism over pride, drawing his bow and coating an arrow in his newly upgraded level 2 toxic blood. The plan is to cripple the beast with poison, then let his skeleton soldier close in for the kill. Strategy set. Kim Wu Jin prepares to execute his opening move with cold precision. He deploys his skeleton as bait, drawing the orc hunter's focus to create the perfect window for a shot. Since the monster's hide is practically armor-plated, Wu Jin aims for the only vulnerable spot on its massive body, the eyes. The arrow shrieks through the air, piercing the orc hunter's left eye and sending it reeling back in a spray of gore. The physical wound is agonizing, but as the poison begins to melt its insides, the creature's pain turns into murderous rage. Systems ping, confirming that the hemotoxin has successfully taken hold of the dungeon boss. With the skill now upgraded, the orc hunter's health bar begins to drain away with every passing second. To Wu Jin, this is merely a safety net. He never intended to wait for the beast to bleed out slowly. Weakened and dying, the once fearsome predator is now a sitting duck, waiting for Wu Jin to end its life. With only 1 hour left before the dungeon collapses, Wu Jin begins his true mission, searching for hidden clues. He seeks any trace of Jong Young Ho, whose party vanished here, but only finds the bleached bones of fallen comrades. Refusing to leave empty-handed, Wu Jin's persistence pays off when he stumbles upon the entrance to a hidden cave. Deep within the cave, he uncovers a skeleton bearing the name tag of Ji Yong-o. On the remains, he finds a diary containing the Phoenix Guild's blacklist, exactly what Kim Wu Jin sought. With this leverage, he is one step closer to ensnaring Park Yong-won and reaching Lee Se-jun. Just days ago, finding a cold corpse instead of a living target would have been a disappointment. However, everything changed after Kim Wu Jin obtained the legendary skill known as the Eyes of Anubis. Now able to see the memories of the dead, Wu Jin nearly weeps over his newfound streak of luck. It seems the fortune he lacked in his past life is finally catching up to him now. Inside the desolate cave, Wu Jin grabs the skull and stares intensely into its hollow, dark sockets. Through the eyes of Anubis, he peers into the victim's secrets, shattering the forbidden laws of nature. Within the memories, he witnesses Ji Yong-o ruthlessly backstabbing his own comrades for personal gain. The man hunted humans without fear, believing Park Yong-won's influence would shield him from any consequences. As the vision fades and he returns to the present, a chilling sensation washes over him. Touching the memories of the deceased is a taboo practice that leaves Wu Jin feeling deeply unsettled. The toll is heavy. This skill drains far more mana than all his other abilities combined. Yet, the price is worth it. as he now holds the ultimate trump card against Park Yong-won. Meanwhile, in a lavish office, a man grovels as Park Yong-won's subordinate beats him within an inch of his life. The victim is the manager who foolishly assigned a high-rank dungeon to Kim Wu Jin for a solo clear. Park Yong-won had secret designs for that dungeon, and his fury toward the manager is absolute. He coldly orders his secretary to take care of the man, sending him straight to the gulags. Despite the man's desperate pleas for mercy, no one in the room feels a shred of sympathy. Setting the violence aside, Park Yong-won is intrigued by Wu Jin's ability to clear a dungeon alone. However, his secretary mentions the dark rumors surrounding Wu Jin, a man known for ruthlessly betraying his allies. Park Yong-won doesn't care about a reputation as long as the person remains useful to him. Still, he agrees that Wu Jin will struggle as higher-level dungeons become far too dangerous for solo players. Before he can finish, he receives word that Kim Wu Jin is already at the doors, demanding a meeting. This piques Park's interest, viewing Wu Jin as a lone sheep wandering directly into a lion's den. Simultaneously, the Phoenix Guild's elite discuss the heated bidding for a new A+ rank dungeon. As the highest-rated gate discovered yet, every major guild is desperate to secure their entry. With 20 slots per guild, internal factions claimed 18, leaving only 2 free positions for the entire guild. This creates immense pressure on the executives who cannot decide which elite players to send in. Just then, an executive receives an unexpected call from the powerful Park Yong-won himself. He demands one of the final slots for Kim Wu Jin, leaving the executive stunned by his bizarre request. The move feels like a hidden scheme, as the cruel Park Yong-won never acts without a motive. Since it involves Park's faction and this mysterious rookie, the executive decides to stay out of it. Back in his office, Park Yong-won stares out the window while his secretary questions his strange decision. He explains that it was amusing to watch Wu Jin go to such lengths just to deliver a gift. To him, Wu Jin is merely a free card to be played and discarded whenever he sees fit. The truth of this deal was forged just 1 hour ago during their tense private meeting. Wu Jin had presented the blacklist, and Park fully expected the boy to blackmail him for money. But when Wu Jin requested a slot in the A+ rank dungeon instead, Park was genuinely taken aback. He never expected such an audacious request from a rookie, making the situation even more entertaining. Park warned him that he might regret this choice, given the lethality of the dungeon ahead. But Wu Jin remained unshaken, promising to let the past go as long as he received the slot. Park Yong-won accepted the deal, but only on one very specific, dangerous condition. Later, the scene shifts to the bustling grounds of Gongbu University as the next phase begins. A dungeon expert briefs elite hunters on the perils of the upcoming A+ rank dungeon. This territory belongs to the orcs, specifically elite champions, who far outclass any ordinary hunter. Entry is restricted to 150 players, all of whom must be below level 120. Kim Wu Jin remembers this place as a graveyard, where 70 players half the force met a gruesome end. Even then, he suspected the monsters weren't the only killers. Some players were hunted by their own kind. But without evidence, justice was impossible. He couldn't act then, but now he'll enter this hell to rewrite history and prevent the tragedy. Beyond survival, he's after the dungeon's ultimate hidden reward. The Messiah Guild claimed the prize last time, making him question Lee Se-jun's supposedly kind heart. He suspects the Messiah himself orchestrated the massacre of those 70 players. Not directly, of course, but through shadows and moles planted deep within rival guilds. The briefing ends, and the hunters assemble at the gate, bracing for the teleportation sequence. They materialize inside a chaotic landscape, the sheer number of players causing immediate confusion. True to their name, the Messiah Guild moves with perfect discipline, their formation sparking battle spirit. Suddenly, the peace shatters as an orc lunges from the dark tree line. The Messiah Guild reacts instantly. Their tank draws the beast's fury, while a caster obliterates it with spells. They think the first blood marks the end. Instead, the earth trembles as hundreds of orcs charge, their eyes burning with pure slaughter. High above, Kim Wu Jin watches the carnage unfold from the safety of a nearby branch. He remains cold and detached. He never intended to cooperate with the guilds anyway. This chaotic battlefield is the perfect smokescreen for a ghost. Slipping away, he vanishes into the shadows to hunt his true target alone. His plan is simple. Let the guilds grind the 1,000 orcs while he hunts the king. He'll slay the orc champion secretly and claim the spoils before anyone realizes he's gone. The guilds will focus on the fodder to minimize risks, unaware they're playing into his hands. It's the perfect opportunity for a predator who walks the path of a loner. The thunder of battle draws the orc champion's gaze, and he sends his legions to crush the invaders. From the sidelines, Wu Jin smirks. The champion just emptied his throne room to fight. Otherwise, the mission was impossible. Taking on the king and his army at once would be suicide. Meanwhile, back at the front, the players barely catch their breath before 900 more orcs scream toward them. Sensing a death trap, The Lion Guild leader orders a tactical retreat to regroup and re-equip, but the other guilds disagreed. They sneer, calling the Lion Guild cowards for refusing to face the tide head-on. The Lion Guild ignores the insults. They'd rather lose face than lose their lives. Deep in the dungeon, Wu Jin summons 2 skeletons to bait the orc champion into the open. He sticks to his lethal, proven formula. A single arrow, coated in his own toxic blood, is all he needs. Weaken the beast, stall for time, then go for the kill, or so he thought. As his skeletons charge the monstrous champion, one is pulverized instantly, and the other barely survives the first devastating swing. Reality hits hard. This champion is far more terrifying than the legends from his past. He draws his bow, aiming for the eyes, but the beast dodges with preternatural speed. Wu Jin's heart sinks. He hadn't accounted for such overwhelming perception. Now, his remaining skeleton is pinned, its blade useless against the monster's hide. The weapon shatters against the orc champion's iron-like hide. Wu Jin grinds his teeth as his flawless strategy crumbles instantly. Facing a monster he can't yet overcome, Wu Jin pulls a pro-gamer move, a strategic retreat. But this beast won't let its prey escape so easily. Typically, dungeon monsters ignore those who flee, but this champion is a relentless hunter. Only by vanishing into the dense thicket does Wu Jin finally shake his pursuer. Nearby, the Lion Guild prowls the forest, searching for that same monster. They freeze as Wu Jin leaps through the canopy right above them. They're stunned. Who would be insane enough to hunt the champion solo? Luckily, his face remains hidden, sparing him from unwanted attention. As Wu Jin departs, the Lion Guild members begin dropping like flies. Their leader screams at the shadows, but only silence answers. Soon, he too falls, and the entire squad is annihilated. Returning to base, Wu Jin finds a heavy shroud of mourning instead of battle prep. Whispers confirm the news. The elite Lion Guild has been slaughtered. The cause of death is a mystery, but the remains tell a grisly story. Mangled beyond recognition, most players blame the orcs for the carnage. But Wu Jin knows better. His memories of the past point to a human killer. Though he feels zero sympathy for these strangers, he can't let internal murder weaken the force against the orc horde. A total wipeout would ruin his solo clear. At dawn, the survivors rally for another assault. Morale is at rock bottom, crushed by the massacre and the overwhelming orc numbers. Amidst the chaos, Wu Jin slips away to hunt the champion once more. But this time, he's coming with a new plan. He arms his skeletons with bows to suppress the beast while he moves in for the kill. The champion sneers. That annoying little ant has returned for another beating. Unleashing the orc fang's power immediately, he intends to crush Wu Jin under pure despair. Just as the beast swings his massive axe, a rain of arrows from the skeletons forces him back. Harassed from all sides, the champion falters, allowing Wu Jin to close the distance in a flash. Wu Jin vaults into the air, slashing deep into the monster's chest. The hide holds, but the orc fang necklace shatters under the impact. Wu Jin snatches the fragment, turning the monster's own buffs against it. Stripped of his divine protection, the champion weakens, unable to deflect the incoming arrow fire. Each tip is coated in Wu Jin's lethal blood toxins. The poison takes hold, draining his life force and slowing him to a crawl. Fueled by the fang, Wu Jin draws his blade. It's time for payback. Broken, poisoned, and powerless, the champion is helpless against the necromancer and his undead army. Wu Jin severs the beast's arm, forcing him to drop his massive axe. A skeleton snatches the weapon, charging to execute the monster with its own steel. Nearby, a lone scout catches the echoes of a fierce battle. He arrives to a shocking sight, one man and his skeletons dominating the boss. He needs to report this impossible feat to his master immediately, but as he turns to flee, a cold arrow pierces his arm. He suspects Kim Wu Jin is behind him, but spinning around, he's met with the cold gaze of a Skull Guild assassin. Without a moment's hesitation, the killer silences the scout forever to keep their presence on the blacklist a secret. With the scout eliminated, the rest of the Skull Guild emerges, whispering a single question: what about Kim Wu Jin? A few members suggest a cunning plan: let Wu Jin do the heavy lifting and slay the orc champion first. They'll wait for him to finish, then strike to steal the spoils. As they vanish, one remains to hide the body. His plan is cold and simple. Leave the corpse for the orcs to devour, erasing every trace of their involvement. Meanwhile, the remaining players finally crush the last orc wave, leaving only the monstrous orc champion as their final prey. The Phoenix Guild's leader rallies his forces, sweeping the battlefield as they prepare for the ultimate boss hunt. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before their eyes, informing everyone that the orc champion has already been defeated. Total chaos erupts as the guilds demand to know who dared to act alone and shatter their agreement. The Messiah Guild immediately suspects the Lion Guild, remembering how they moved independently from the very start. Yet, the realization that the entire Lion Guild was already wiped out leaves them drowning in even deeper confusion. The man behind this absolute madness is currently basking in the glorious rewards of his solo victory. Not only did the Orc champion grant Kim Wu Jin a massive experience boost, but his class also evolved. He unlocks a game-changing skill, the ability to store his summoned skeletons in a special space for instant use. No more hunting for fresh corpses just to summon an army. The greatest weakness of his skill is gone. But the power-up doesn't end there. His summon limit expands to 5, bringing him one step closer to his goal of becoming a one-man army. Kim Wu Jin is itching to put his lethal new mastery to the test. He stores his 2 skeletons with a dark smile. He's just gained another powerful trump card for his hand. Elsewhere, the Phoenix Guild is trembling, fearing the legendary wrath of Park Yong-won over the lost champion loot. They aren't alone in their shock. The Skull Guild is stunned that Wu Jin conquered the boss so effortlessly. Fear begins to take root, making them hesitate to execute their plan of stealing Wu Jin's hard-earned spoils. Suddenly, they spot their rookie, the one left behind, to clean up, sprinting toward them in a panic. 2 menacing skeletons are hot on his heels, forcing the group into a defensive stance for an impending battle. But instead of seeking protection, the rookie locks onto his comrades with a gaze full of cold intent. Their formation shatters instantly. Within seconds, the entire Skull Guild unit is annihilated. Not a single soul is left alive. After confirming that no one is left breathing, the rookie reaches up and pulls off his mask to reveal his true identity. It was Kim Wu Jin all along, having neutralized the rookie and stolen his form to catch the guild off guard. He used Eyes of Anubis on him, but the rookie was new and lacked any deep information about the guild. So, Kim Wu Jin decides to probe the memories of the unit leader instead. From those fragments, he learns the chilling truth. The Skull Guild was responsible for 70 players disappearing. Still uncertain of their link to the Messiah Guild, Wu Jin sets his sights on the Skull Guild master instead. It takes no time to track them down, thanks to the precise location data stolen from the rookie's memories. Upon arriving at their hidden location, he unleashes his skeleton horde, slaughtering the entire Skull Guild to ensure no one escapes his justice. Their master retreats not out of cowardice, but out of fear that Wu Jin will torture the secrets out of him. To protect the guild's core mysteries from being leaked, he chooses to take his own life. Dead men tell no secrets that might be true for others, but Kim Wu Jin can see into the memories of the dead. The suicide only saves him the effort of doing the deed himself and getting his hands dirty. As his skeletons clean the area, Wu Jin activates the Eye of Anubis on the master's cooling corpse. Deep within those memories, a terrifying secret emerges. Why Lee Se-jun was purging Korea's rising talents in the past. Finally, he uncovers the true name of the Skull Guild's master, the man known as Hayato. Kim Wu Jin witnesses a chilling revelation. Hayato meeting a mysterious Japanese handler, receiving orders to forge a Korean identity and infiltrate the Skull Guild. Their sinister objective is clear: strip Korea of its vital resources to fuel Japan's rising power. The handler then presents Hayato to Japan's 2 legendary celestials, the figures destined to steer his covert mission to subvert the nation he now calls home. To Wu Jin's horror, these celestials are the swordmaster and archermaster of the Messiah Guild, and with that crushing realization, the memory fades. A second vision appears. Hayato is tasked with assassinating Osai-chan, a Korean broker who has become a thorn in Japan's side during recent dungeon auctions. As the psychic visions finally dissipate, Kim Wu Jin's knuckles turn white with rage. The heroes he once revered were nothing more than snakes selling out their own country. In the timeline of his previous life, those 2 masters weren't just mentors, they were brothers in arms who held his absolute trust. Now, they are no better than the treacherous Lee Se-jun and Park. Yet one detail haunts him: the name Osai-chan, a man who never existed in his past memory. The conclusion is grim. In the original history, Osai-chan was successfully eliminated. But this time, Wu Jin will change fate and save the broker, securing a powerful ally for his own dungeon conquests. Back in the physical world, dungeon managers wait tensely in their vehicle, watching the gate for any sign of life. The rookie manager trembles with anxiety, fearing a catastrophic dungeon break, but the veteran coldly silences him, explaining that the real slaughter isn't caused by monsters. It's the players themselves, who will tear each other apart for the slightest scrap of loot, and right on cue, the gate flickers. A lone, bloodied figure staggers out of the portal. It's Kim Wu Jin, looking like he's walked straight through hell. Medical teams scramble to stabilize him as he collapses from his wounds. And shortly after, the remaining survivors limp out with hollow eyes, confirming that a bloodbath has occurred within the shadows. By the break of dawn, the nation is in shock as news goes viral. 31 players are dead, and the infamous Skull Guild has been wiped from existence. Park Yong-won slams the morning paper down in a fit of fury, his massive investment crumbling into dust. With the Orc champion's loot missing, every cent spent on this hunt has been a total disaster. He calls his survivors into a room, his aura suffocating as they fail to provide a single excuse for their incompetence. His ultimatum is terrifying: repay 5 times his investment immediately, or they will never live to see another sunrise. Pale and trembling, the players look as if they've seen their own ghosts, knowing that a single word of defiance against Park Young-won would be their final breath. Once the failures are dismissed, Park's secretary whispers a curious detail. Kim Wu Jin's wounds weren't inflicted by orcs, but by human blades. Park's eyes narrow with suspicion. If Wu Jin survived a player ambush, he must be holding the key to this mystery. He races to the hospital, desperate to secure Wu Jin's silence before anyone else can extract the truth. Finding our protagonist resting in a private room. A Phoenix Guild manager tries to pry for answers, but Wu Jin plays the role of a traumatized victim, offering nothing but silence. When Park Young-won finally enters, demanding the truth of the slaughter, Wu Jin weaves a masterful web of lies, describing a desperate struggle between the Skull Guild and the Orc Champion. He claims he was forced to flee when a mysterious assassin struck him from the shadows, nearly ending his life. He vividly recounts his narrow escape, using his deadly blood toxins to poison the attacker before dragging himself out. Park buys the story hook, line, and sinker, finding the details plausible enough to fit his suspicions. He already suspected the Skull Guild's shady dealings, but just as he turns to leave, he pauses with one final thought. He asks Wu Jin directly, "What is the price for his absolute silence?" Beneath the hospital sheets, Wu Jin smirks. The predator has finally walked into the trap. He looks Park in the eye and demands only one thing: everything there is to know about a man named Osai Chan. Intrigued, Park agrees to the trade, provided that Wu Jin continues to serve as his eyes and ears in the dark. As the door clicks shut, Kim Wu Jin rises, a cold fire in his eyes as he prepares for the next phase of his revenge. He's thrilled to pit Park Young-won against Lee Se-jun. This chaos buys him vital time to evolve and eventually crush those two monsters of the new era. Meanwhile, Park Young-won is reaching out to his inner circle, desperate for intel on the mysterious Skull Guild. He discovers a shocking anomaly. Despite being a top-tier Korean guild, the Skull Guild operates with zero external sponsors. This raises a massive red flag. He suspects they're funding their operations through illegal black market trade with foreign powers. To confirm his theory, he dives into the dark web's black market, the only place where such massive, illicit transactions can hide. Switching back to our protagonist, Kim Wu Jin, he finally tracks down Oh Se-chan to strike a deal. Knowing the man's reputation, Se-chan decides to test Wu Jin's mettle before committing to any partnership. The challenge? Kim Wu Jin must solo a notorious C-rank dungeon. This place is a death trap crawling with cobalt monsters. Even veteran hunters tremble at the thought of facing these relentless beasts in combat. When Lee Jin-ah hears about the suicidal mission assigned to Wu Jin, his blood runs cold. He can't help but panic for the guy, knowing all too well how many lives that terrifying dungeon has claimed. But Oh Se-chan remains calm, telling him to trust Wu Jin. He believes this man might be the savior destined to clear every dungeon and liberate humanity. Lee Jin-ah scoffs, bragging that the legendary hero they need is already sitting right in front of him. Why look elsewhere? Oh Se-chan tells him to check a mirror. Jin-ah can barely handle an F-rank solo, let alone a C-rank nightmare. Jin-ah isn't even offended. His concern for Kim Wu Jin is too great. Meanwhile, the man, the myth, and the legend finally arrives at the portal. As usual, he rolls up in that same beat-up, 1950s classic car. Without a second of preparation or hesitation, Kim Wu Jin marches straight into the belly of the beast. Secretary Lee watches from the shadows, reporting to Oh Se-chan. She asks if they should start the timer to see if he can break a record. Even the legendary Oh Se-chan is taken aback by such blatant recklessness from Kim Wu Jin. Lee Jin-ah agrees, but Oh Se-chan doubles down on his gut feeling that Kim Wu Jin is truly something special. Elsewhere, Kim Jae-hoon of the Messiah Guild is locked in a high-stakes meeting with the legendary sword and archer masters. They're debating the total annihilation of the Skull Guild members inside that fateful orc dungeon. Jae-hoon reminds them that dungeons are unpredictable. Since no one survived, a formal investigation is nearly impossible. This only fuels the master's rage. They coldly remind Jae-hoon exactly where he stands in the hierarchy of power. Sweating profusely, Jae-hoon backpedals immediately, apologizing for his perceived disrespect. He tries to reason with them, explaining that even the Messiah Guild can't control every chaotic variable within a dungeon, but his excuses fall on deaf ears. The two masters blame him and the Messiah Guild for this massive blunder and the staggering loss of elite resources. They remind him that the fallen Skull Guild members were top-tier elites, making their defeat even more suspicious. To claim mere orcs wiped them out is an insult. Jae-hoon quickly assures them that a deep investigation is already underway. The masters dismiss his claims, stating they've already launched their own private investigation into the matter. However, their disappointment in the Messiah Guild is palpable. Their cold disapproval leaves Jae-hoon trembling, terrified of offending these two titans of the industry. Once outside, the masters are equally baffled, unable to fathom who could wipe out an entire guild without leaving a single trace. They refuse to believe a single individual is responsible for such a slaughter. They begin hunting for a rival faction with a grudge. Meanwhile, back at the Cobalt Dungeon portal, two scouts watch the entrance like hawks, fully expecting Kim Wu Jin to fail this impossible hunt. As they're relaxing, the portal suddenly collapses, a signal that the dungeon has been successfully cleared. By the time the two scouts react, Kim Wu Jin has already vanished into the distance in his old, rattling car. Oh Se-chan receives the update and explodes in anger, cursing the scouts for failing such a simple task while on his payroll. Secretary Lee interjects, reminding him that those men were working for free as a favor to their hometown. Guilt-stricken, Oh Se-chan immediately softens his tone and lets the matter slide without further abuse. Secretary Lee reassures him that Kim Wu Jin will be back. He has the look of a man seeking a serious, long-term partnership. With that, she departs on a mysterious errand, leaving Oh Se-chan completely in the dark. As she exits, Lee Jin-ah bursts in, only for Oh Se-chan to drop a bombshell. Kim Wu Jin cleared that hellish dungeon solo in just 12 hours. Lee Jin-ah acts nonchalant while desperately hiding a mountain of snacks purchased with the company's credit card. Oh Se-chan explodes, ordering him to return the goods immediately or he'll turn Jin-ah into a snack himself. Meanwhile, Kim Wu Jin finally emerges from the dungeon portal, stepping back into the real world. He finds a walkie-talkie and a note on his car, detailing exactly when the device will be active. Elsewhere, Kim Jun is spiraling, struggling to save his reputation while dreading his master's reaction to their last meeting. Desperate to fix his mistakes but lost for answers, he considers letting other guild members handle the mess. Suddenly, he receives a cryptic call from an informant claiming to hold leverage over the Skull Guild. This intel changes everything, forcing Kim Jun to pivot and head straight for a clandestine meeting. Inside a dimly lit bar, Park Yong-won meets with Young-hoon Young, a ruthless mercenary who answers to no guild. Park tasks him with protecting a vital target, intending to use this person as bait for some legendary prey. Little does Park know, a shadow is watching his every move from above, and that shadow is Kim Jun. Kim Jun watches intently, questioning Park's true endgame and how deep his knowledge of the Skull Guild goes. As he ponders the mystery, a bearded figure suddenly manifests behind him like a ghost. Startled, Kim Jun spins around to find the informant, who reveals shocking details from his prior talk with Park. Park sought intel on the Skull Guild, promising to trade the secrets of the members killed in the Orc Dungeon. Kim Jun is floored. He never expected a man like Park Yong-won to possess such dangerous information. A cold sweat breaks. Kim Jun realizes this situation has grown far beyond what he can handle alone. Yet, reporting this to his master is out of the question. One wrong move could spark a deadly rage. Left with no other choice, Kim Jun offers his gratitude, promising the bearded man that the Messiah Guild will reward his loyalty handsomely. The man waves it off, claiming he is already deeply indebted to the prestigious Messiah Guild. Once the others depart, Kim Jun approaches Jung-hoon Young with a business proposal tied to Park's hidden agenda. He offers a fortune, enticing Jung-hoon Young to betray his current contract and become his secret partner. Driven by greed, Young accepts the dirty work without hesitation, but another move is already in play. Park Yong-won's secretary reports success. She has officially secured the public dungeon he demanded. She voices her concern, noting that such an aggressive acquisition deviates from their usual stealthy tactics. Park remains unfazed, confident that the Skull Guild will be forced to move now that the trap is set. All that remains is the final piece of the puzzle, the perfect bait, Kim Wu Jin himself. Following his meeting with Young, Kim Jun's confusion only deepens as he questions the logic. Why would Park hire 5 elite bodyguards for Kim Wu Jin? He can't believe Wu Jin eliminated the Skull Guild elites. He is blind to the truth. Kim Wu Jin was forged by the same masters who trained those very elites. In a world of monsters, experience is the ultimate weapon, and no one can match Kim Wu Jin's battle-hardened past. Meanwhile, Kim Wu Jin finally contacts Oh Se-chan, demanding to know if he passed the grueling test. Oh Se-chan beams, congratulating him for clearing the trial with flying colors and absolute dominance. With the test over, Wu Jin instructs Oh Se-chan to buy specific dungeons, sending the list via a secure locker. After the call, Lee Jin-ah asks if betting on Wu Jin is wise, fearing the man is far too dangerous. Oh Se-chan remains calm, assuring his partner that everything is proceeding exactly as planned. He reminds him that the brokerage business is always a gamble. Back with Wu Jin, he meets Park Yong-won. Wu Jin puts on a masterclass of acting, feigning deep concern over the lethality of being used as bait. Park quickly reassures him, promising that a team of veteran players will serve as his personal shield. After a moment of calculated hesitation, Wu Jin agrees, but only if the payout is significantly increased. Both men smile, each believing they have successfully lured the other into a lethal web of manipulation. The deal is struck, and Kim Wu Jin walks out of the office, gripping a high-tier skill page. Internally, Wu Jin smirks at Park's generosity. This was the exact power-up he needed for the coming storm. Elsewhere, the desperate players under Park's ultimatum are grinding in a dungeon, frantic to quintuple his investment. One hunter is on the brink of a mental collapse, fearing a lifetime of dungeon grinding just to pay off his debts. But his leader snaps, ordering them to man up and slay monsters instead of whining like pathetic cowards. Unbeknownst to them, a sinister shadow watches from the darkness, and their intentions are purely lethal. In the real world, Kim Jun seals a deal with Yong, handing over 1 billion won as an advance. The objective is simple: track down Kim Wu Jin and deliver him alive. Yong hesitates, feeling the payout is low since he is burning a long-term bridge for this job. Kim Jun promises a massive bonus once the mission is officially completed. However, Yong doesn't just want gold, he wants a seat at the Messiah Guild's table. Jun shut him down, stating the guild isn't involved, this is strictly a cash-for-service arrangement. With the deal struck, Kim Jun departs, leaving Yong's team to celebrate their newfound fortune. One teammate wonders aloud, does the prestigious Messiah Guild really harbor such shady characters? Yong scoffs, noting that every guild has rot, and not everyone is selfless like Lee Se-jun. If Kim Wu Jin were there, he'd have smashed Yong's jaw for calling Se-jun selfless, especially knowing the blood-soaked atrocities that man committed in his past life. Suddenly, Skull Guild members emerge from a portal signaling the Phoenix Guild's team was wiped out. Chillingly, only 3 Skull Guild hunters exit. Not a single soul from the Phoenix Guild follows. Panicked managers rush forward, desperate for news regarding their missing teammates. Coldly, a Skull Guild member admits they slaughtered everyone before casually driving away. They leave the managers paralyzed in shock as the reality of the massacre sinks in. Inside the getaway car, the leader receives a call from Kim Jun while keeping his men in check. Jun orders them to a new dungeon location immediately. He's finally caught the scent of the man they've been hunting all this time. It's a D-rank Lizardman dungeon, a mere warm-up for an elite squad like theirs. Meanwhile, Park Young-won grins in his office, eager to see the prey walk into his trap. He views Wu Jin as a disposable pawn, barely caring if the boy survives the night. He has plenty of other cards to play. The hunt begins now. Wu Jin arrives in his signature rags, stepping out of a rusted junker from the 1950s. If this were Sung Jin Woo, he'd be flexing a Lamborghini to show off his overwhelming aura. As Wu Jin greets Yong, the Skull Guild hunters arrive on the scene. But there's an extra, suspicious member among them. Wu Jin demands a private word with Yong. Wu Jin slips away to the restroom as a pretext, with Yong following close behind. Playing the fool, Wu Jin asks if Yong is the protector assigned by Park Yong-won. He feigns pathetic weakness, acting like a scared lamb depending on Yong to survive. Yong plays along, advising Wu Jin to stay back so the Skull Guild doesn't suspect their link. Once the plan is set, Yong flashes a predatory smirk. This kill will be far too easy. The talk ends. They enter the dungeon. As planned, Wu Jin goes solo, trailed only by Yong's pawn, Jin Wook. The purple-haired skull hunter questions his leader. Isn't it risky, letting Wu Jin wander alone? The blonde man scoffs, assuring him that his hired guns will keep Wu Jin safe. For now, the purple-haired hunter narrows his eyes, sensing a lack of trust in their elite skills. That's why I'm here. The blonde leader deflects, hiding his true, twisted agenda behind a mask of indifference. His mind is already set. Once Wu Jin is captured, he'll slaughter Yong and his entire crew. Simultaneously, Yong prepares to betray Wu Jin the moment he sees the kid's true combat power. He sent Jin Wook to shadow him, acting as a scout to measure Wu Jin's every move. Little does Jin Yong know, this delay would become his fatal error. Time ticks away, but the silence only grows more ominous. Jin Wook and Kim Wu Jin are nowhere to be found, forcing the group to launch a search. They follow a grisly trail of blood and slaughtered lizardmen. Reaching the heart of the slaughter, they find a nightmare. Both Jin Wook and Kim Wu Jin lie collapsed in a pool of their own blood. Jin Yong barks an order to the team healer. Jin Wook is still twitching, there is a flickering spark of life left to save. The healer rushes to his side, but the sight is gruesome. Jin Wook's neck is snapped, and life is rapidly draining from his mangled body. Yet, through the agony, Jin Wook desperately gestures toward Kim Wu Jin. The healer assumes his comrade is being noble. He thinks Jin Wook wants the client saved first to ensure the mission succeeds. Fury flares in the healer's eyes. He tells Jin Wook to be selfish for once. A loyal comrade matters more than a mere client. But the healer has it all wrong. Jin Wook isn't begging for his friend's life. He is trying to scream a warning. Kim Wu Jin is the monster behind this massacre, and he is far from dead. Suddenly, a skeleton soldier erupts from the shadows. With one brutal strike, the healer is sent straight to the afterlife. Jin Yong and his men are still blind to the truth. They suspect this ambush is the work of Kim Ji-hoon instead. He reasons that Kim Ji-hoon planned to wipe them out from the start. Taking out the healer first was a calculated, lethal move. While he struggles to connect the dots, massive skeletons close in. These monsters are twice their size and possess overwhelming power. Elsewhere, the Skull Guild members toy with the lizard men. They are just killing time, waiting for Jin Hunyang's signal to move. They laugh and joke, treating the dungeon like a playground. They have no idea that the shadow of death is already upon them. Meanwhile, Kim Wu Jin finally stands. He reveals his true face as the executioner of their comrades. Jin Hunyang is frozen in shock, unable to grasp this sudden betrayal. Kim Wu Jin just laughs at the confusion. He was never their ally. They were merely pawns in his game. He throws Jin Hunyang's own twisted philosophy back at him. Not all lives are equal, and every soul has a different price tag. Player killing is a far more lucrative business than hunting monsters. Why clear dungeons when you can harvest players for profit? Little did they know, Kim Wu Jin had heard every word of their schemes. He knew exactly how to handle a man as vile as Jin Hunyang. With zero hesitation, Kim Wu Jin strikes. His blade severs Jin Hunyang's head from his shoulders in one clean motion. With Jin Hunyang eliminated, the path is clear. Kim Wu Jin hunts the boss goblin required to clear the first floor. Thanks to his past life's memories, he knows exactly where it hides. Finding the beast is effortless. Within minutes, the creature is nothing more than a corpse at his feet. As the goblin falls, a system alert rings out. The gate to the second floor is now wide open for the survivors. This catches the blonde man, Kim Ji-hoon, completely off guard. He didn't expect the floor to be cleared without his signal. He assumes Jin Hunyang broke their deal to strike first. He believes he's been outplayed by a preemptive betrayal. It is now clear that this blonde schemer is indeed Kim Ji-hoon. Beside him, the mysterious purple-haired man remains masked. He calmly asks if this unexpected turn has ruined the plan. He easily deduces the trap. Jin Hunyang must be waiting to ambush them the moment they step onto the next floor. This realization only fuels Kim Ji-hoon's growing rage. With no other options, he must push forward. He heads for the second floor entrance to face whatever awaits. In the outside world, Park Young-won receives a strange report. Kim Wu Jin had purchased blood collection sockets used for high-grade monster essence. Park Young-won is baffled. Why buy expensive harvesting tools when his very life is on the line inside that hellhole? Deep within the dungeon's shadows, Kim Ji-hoon's party enters the second floor and is immediately pelted. Glass shatters, drenching them in pungent, high-grade monster blood. They spin around to find the culprit. It's Kim Wu Jin. Kim Ji-hoon demands an explanation for this bizarre assault. Kim Wu Jin calmly admits he knows everything. He knows their plan to slaughter him and Jin Hunyang on this floor. So, he chose to strike first. Kim Ji-hoon is stunned that this pawn managed to uncover his secret scheme. He signals his men to stay sharp. If Wu Jin knows, then Jin Hunyang's team must be lurking nearby for an ambush. But first, he demands to know the purpose of the blood vials. Kim Wu Jin smirks. It's high-grade goblin blood, the ultimate bait for the dungeon's apex predators. On cue, a massive lizard man lunges from the dark. One guild member is swallowed whole in a single, sickening crunch. Matsumoto, the formidable leader of the Skull Guild, suddenly lunges forward with murderous intent. Fixated on taking Kim Wu Jin's head, he is consumed by a blinding rage, unable to forgive Wu Jin for orchestrating a lethal trap that slaughtered his entire team. Kim Wu Jin doesn't even flinch. He draws his blade with cold precision, and the air screams as their steel finally clashes in a shower of sparks. But as their swords lock, Wu Jin's eyes narrow not in fear, but recognition at the unmistakable Swordmaster crest etched into Matsumoto's hilt. It is the mark of a direct disciple. Matsumoto is shaken that this stranger knows his secret, fueling a desperate resolve to eliminate Kim Wu Jin at any cost. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-hun and the sole surviving Skull member find themselves trapped in a waking nightmare. They can only struggle to breathe under the predatory gaze of the lizard man, who watches them like a beast that has already decided how they will taste. While those poor souls face the hunger of a prehistoric monster, the real duel of fates intensifies elsewhere. Wu Jin continues to masterfully bait Matsumoto's rage, leading him into a reckless frenzy. By clouding his opponent's judgment, Wu Jin simply waits for the perfect opening. After pushing the guild leader to the absolute edge of his sanity with calculated taunts, he finally forces a massive downward strike. Wu Jin leaps with supernatural grace, spraying a mouthful of lethal, toxic blood directly into Matsumoto's face. The venomous liquid seeps into his eyes, staining his vision a gruesome, burning crimson. Agony flares as the realization hits he's been poisoned. The prideful swordsman's fury boils over at this underhanded and devastating tactic. Facing an opponent who would stoop to spitting poison in a duel, Matsumoto realizes he isn't fighting a man, he's fighting a demon. All his life, he was groomed in the noble arts and the sacred, unyielding rules of the duel. But his opponent cares nothing for honor. In this moment of crisis, a memory of his master's voice echoes in Matsumoto's mind. Forcing his heart to steady, he prepares his ultimate trump card, the only technique capable of slaying a monster like Kim Wu Jin. As Matsumoto shifts his weight, Wu Jin's eyes sharpen. He recognizes that legendary stance immediately. In his past life, he had watched the Swordmaster and Lee Se-jun execute this very move 1,000 times over. It is the Holy Sword technique, a divine flash of light designed to cleave through flesh and bone as if they were nothing but soft butter. Unluckily for Matsumoto, he is trying to kill the one man in existence who possesses the most in-depth knowledge of his skill's weakness. Just as the holy light erupts, Wu Jin vanishes, reappearing behind the exhausted Matsumoto to deliver a final strike to his drained, defenseless body. As his life fades, Matsumoto's mind drifts back to the day he finally mastered that forbidden light. His master had warned him the skill was far too unstable, a double-edged blade that could only be drawn once per day. To use it meant gambling everything, leaving the body broken and too weak to fight immediately after the strike. If you ever face a monster who can survive that one hit, his master had whispered, it will be the end for you. Gazing at the shadow of Kim Wu Jin, Matsumoto finally understands. He has truly met the legendary monster his master feared. Matsumoto's collapse sends his remaining subordinate into a panic, creating a fatal opening for the lizard man to strike from behind. Left alone and desperate, Kim Jong-hun tries a pathetic pro-gamer move begging for a ceasefire and a truce. Wu Jin can only laugh at the audacity. Just moments ago, this man was thirsty for his blood, and now he wants to play nice? Jong-hun desperately bargains, claiming that if Wu Jin kills him, the dungeon will become impossible to clear. But Wu Jin simply smiles, telling him not to worry. He brought his own loyal helpers along for the ride. With a wave of his hand, skeleton soldiers rise from the earth. Jong-hun freezes in horror. He never knew Wu Jin was a necromancer. He tries to scramble back in terror, but the lizard man looming behind him has no intention of letting its prey escape. The beast lunges with a ferocious snap, and Jong-hun barely avoids losing his head by a fraction of an inch. As the monster prepares a follow-up strike, the fat guy who was previously knocked aside suddenly recovers, delivering a desperate bonk to the creature's head. However, the counterattack only serves to ignite the beast's primal fury. The lizard man's tail lashes out like a whip, coiling around the man and dragging him toward its heinous, tooth-filled maw. In a fit of pure panic, the man tries to negotiate with the beast, screaming that he'd taste terrible because of his stinking body fat. The lizard man indeed seems revulsed by the smell. It decides to simply crush the life out of him instead of eating him alive. Jong-hun is so terrified he nearly soils himself, but his survival instinct kicks in. He attempts to flee and hide until the dungeon is cleared. But the lizard man is a relentless hunter. No matter where he runs, the sound of heavy scales scraping the floor follows close behind. Jong-hun can't fathom why this monster is so fixated on him and him alone. Even as Wu Jin's skeleton soldiers tear into its back, the beast remains obsessed with its terrified target. This allows the undead to steadily chip away at the monster's health, which was already plummeting thanks to Wu Jin's devastating hemotoxin skill. His hemotoxin skill evolves once more. It now drains stats, slowing the lizard man so the skeletons can strike. Yet, the beast ignores the undead, as if they are invisible. Instead, it relentlessly hunts the desperate and doomed Kim Jun. Kim Jun is terrified. These skeletons outclass even elite players. Realizing Kim Wu Jin wiped everyone out, he begs for mercy. But Wu Jin is cold, trapping him for the monster's strike. In his final, agonizing moments, Kim Jun dies, wondering why the monster ignored the skeletons. Wu Jin reveals the secret. Lizard men hunt only by heat signatures. To the monster, the cold, dead skeletons simply don't exist. Outside, the world buzzes over a new A+ rank dungeon. With no survivors yet, everyone bets on who will conquer it. Inside Park Yongwon's office, the secretary fears the dungeon's fame will ruin their plans. Their reputation is already trash, and skipping this makes it worse. Park ignores the weaklings, staying focused on his own goals. Suddenly, the Messiah Guild joins, promising to clear it soon. Oh-chan senses a dark motive behind their suspicious delay. He knows they have the power to clear it instantly. There is only one reason for them to hold back. They want a global meat grinder to harvest player loot. Once the dungeon is full of blood, they'll seize everything. Lee Ji-na is stunned, but Oh-chan is never wrong. Back in the dark dungeon, Kim Wu Jin delivers the killing blow and levels up. A rare catalog drops along with vital intel on the world. But victory has a price. The Messiah Guild is watching. From now on, moving in the shadows will be dangerous. He begins sorting through the spoils of the massacre. He gives his skeleton a sword he cannot use publicly. Using Anubis's power, he extracts the Skull Guild's deepest secrets. With everything finished, he exits and coldly reports that he's the only survivor. He weaves a lie about a guild massacre over the phone. He reveals the Japanese Yamato faction pulling the guild's strings. After hanging up, a hidden memory flashes before his eyes. A memory of betrayal. A bugged trailer recorded every word of his secret call. The Skull Guild heard everything. His cover is blown. Now they know Park Yong-won is the man responsible. Suddenly, Park calls him, demanding the full, bloody report. Wu Jin sticks to his story of being a survivor. He then baits Park with the Skull Guild's secret headquarters. Impressed, Park orders a face-to-face meeting for the next day. Following his meeting with Park Yong-won, Kim Wu Jin heads to the locker room to retrieve the classified intel left by Oh Se-chan. His expectations for the files are high, and fortunately, the eccentric broker never fails to deliver. Within the confidential documents, Wu Jin finds familiar dungeons from his past and a few anomalies he never even knew existed. One stands out, a hidden 2-floor A-rank dungeon that remained a secret even in his previous timeline. He scans the clear conditions, his mind racing over a lizard's egg, a mystery he never unraveled before his death. Determined to solve the enigma, Wu Jin decides to conquer this dungeon before any other player can claim it. He immediately contacts Oh Se-chan, who is eager to finalize their first official high-stakes deal. The next morning, Wu Jin visits Park Yong-won's office to deliver a tactical briefing on recent events. However, this time, he strategically leaks the Skull Guild's headquarters and their dark ties to Japan's legendary swordmaster. Satisfied, Park promises a massive payout but warns Wu Jin to vanish from the radar of his growing list of enemies. He leaves Wu Jin with a final reminder. Their next meeting will happen after the upcoming hunt. Wu Jin offers a cold smile, wishing him luck while feigning gratitude for the sincere advice. Once outside, Wu Jin retreats to his car, weighing his options in the silence of the city. Disregarding the warning to avoid solo travel, he drives toward the meeting point Oh Se-chan prepared. The location is a secluded trailer, abandoned in the middle of nowhere, just as requested by the broker. There, Wu Jin finally meets the infamous Lee Jin-ah and Secretary Lee face-to-face. He recognizes Lee Jin-ah instantly, a powerhouse of the Phoenix Guild and a thorn in his side from the past. Back then, Wu Jin had hunted him twice, but the man had slipped away thanks to an infuriating immortal skill. Seeing such a legendary figure standing here now, Wu Jin can't help but feel a flicker of surprise. Old grudges die hard, and Wu Jin's distaste for the man hasn't faded one bit in this new life. The news that Lee Jin-ah will serve as his official examiner sends a wave of irritation through him. He demands an explanation from Oh Se-chan, but the broker hides behind a crackling walkie-talkie. Oh Se-chan insists that a high-rank hunt requires a trusted witness to verify Wu Jin's true capabilities. Cornered, Wu Jin chillingly asks if there will be consequences should the examiner accidentally die during the test. Lee Jin-ah catches the threat, but he remains unfazed, confident in his own inability to die. On the flip side, Lee Jin-ah cheekily asks if he'll be punished if the examinee Wu Jin doesn't make it out alive. Oh Se-chan explodes in rage, threatening to cut off the man's precious food supply if anything happens. For a man who needs 10,000 calories a day to function, losing his snacks is a fate worse than death. With no other choice, the mismatched pair heads toward the dungeon, tension thick enough to cut with a blade. Secretary Lee watches them go, terrified that Wu Jin might actually find a way to kill the unkillable man. Oh Se-chan simply watches, declaring that if Wu Jin succeeds in killing him, he'll become his greatest enemy. Once inside, Lee Jin-ah plays the spoiled brat, refusing to help slay the 111 dire wolves required. Instead of fighting, he takes a tsundere stance, demanding Wu Jin beg for his help before he lifts a single finger. Wu Jin is annoyed, knowing the man's arrogance stems from the blessing of the river Styx. It's a divine protection that heals any wound instantly. Even a decapitated head is just a minor inconvenience. But to a necromancer who commands the dead, an immortal body is just another resource to be harvested. Deciding to humble the brat, Wu Jin summons his skeletal legion to show the true meaning of power. As the skeletons emerge, Lee Jin-ah's cocky smirk vanishes, replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. These aren't mindless bones. They move with the lethal precision and speed of elite, high-level players. Finally, he understands how Wu Jin conquered dungeons alone, and he grits his teeth in frustrated envy. While Wu Jin stands idle, aura farming in peace, his bone soldiers tear through the wolves like a whirlwind of death. Witnessing his prowess, Lee Jin-ah can't help but stand and shower him with praise, vowing to hype up his skills to Oh Se-chan the moment they return. But seeing him back on his feet only draws a cold, mocking sneer from Kim Wu Jin. He reminds the warrior of their deal. Not a single finger moves unless he is down on his knees begging for it. Lee Jin-ah grits his teeth, swallowing his pride as he tries to laugh off the summoner's blatant disrespect like it is one big joke. But Kim Wu Jin keeps poking the bear until Lee Jin-ah finally snaps, launching a desperate attack to silence him. Unlike most players, Lee Jin-ah knows a summoner's greatest vulnerability is their own physical body. He bypasses the wall of bone, aiming his strike directly at the master instead of the mindless skeleton soldiers. It is a fatal miscalculation. Kim Wu Jin is the absolute opposite of a typical, fragile summoner. His personal combat power dwarfs his own summons. After a brutal beatdown, Kim Wu Jin leaves Lee Jin-ah bound and dangling from a tree for hours. Finally, the silence breaks. Lee Jin-ah's iron will finally crumbles, his stomach growling fiercely after going just a few hours without a single snack. Kim Wu Jin cuts him down on one condition. He must act as a meat shield for the skeletons so they can kill without being destroyed. It is a humiliating role, but the fear of being hung back on that tree like a Christmas ornament is far worse. He begrudgingly accepts the tank position, a role he despises just as much as any hero shooter player stuck on frontline duty. Whether he likes it or not, the results speak for themselves. A solid tank is the backbone of any squad, and Lee Jin-ah proves his worth during a brutal clash with the dire wolves. He is a shadow of his former legendary self, yet Kim Wu Jin can see the raw potential beginning to stir within him. Kim Wu Jin ruthlessly pushes him to his absolute limits, stopping only seconds before his spirit completely snaps. This calculated torture leaves Lee Jin-ah simmering with rage, yet paralyzed by a deep, growing fear of his master. Despite the agony, he can feel his power surging as his meat shield technique becomes terrifyingly refined. By combining his near-immortal durability with the skeleton's lethal strikes, the duo becomes an unstoppable force. They finally clear the dungeon's first floor, allowing a battered Lee Jin-ah to collapse and let out a long, shaky sigh of relief. He turns to the silent skeletons, asking why they do not rebel against a master who works them like mindless slaves. The undead remain silent, staring back at him with hollow eyes as if they are witnessing a complete idiot talking to himself. To celebrate their hard-won victory, Lee Jin-ah holds up a hand for a celebratory high-five. The skeletons simply turn their heads in cold rejection, leaving a fuming Lee Jin-ah to wonder if he is even worthy of a pile of bones. Watching from the sidelines, Kim Wu Jin observes the buffoonery and wonders what happened to the bloodthirsty monster he once knew. In his previous life, Lee Jin-ah was a legendary lunatic known for a self-destructive combat style that defied death itself. Since he was virtually unkillable, he would drag every enemy down to hell with him, striking terror into the hearts of everyone. Kim Wu Jin can't help but wonder what traumatic event could have neutered a predator of that caliber. He suspects the change is linked to Oh Se-chan, a man rarely mentioned before. He must have been the trigger that forged the future psycho. With this tactical insight in hand, the path forward becomes clear. As long as Oh Se-chan lives, Lee Jin-ah remains a valuable pawn, which means the fate of the Messiah Guild is about to shift drastically. But those are worries for the future. While Kim Wu Jin calculates his next move, Lee Jin-ah is busy analyzing him right back. During the heat of battle, he realized Kim Wu Jin was carefully controlling the flow of dire wolves heading his way. The numbers were always perfectly balanced, just enough to push him to the limit without causing him to crumble. This terrifying level of precision makes Lee Jin-ah shiver, realizing the monstrous gap in skill that exists between them. Kim Wu Jin leads them to the next floor, casually asking if he would like the pleasure of being hunted by a giant lizard monster. Before Lee Jin-ah can even process the threat, the trap is already sprung. Kim Wu Jin smashes several vials of monster-attracting blood directly onto his supposed ally. A colossal lizard lunges from the shadows, sending Lee Jin-ah sprinting for his life while screaming curses at Kim Wu Jin's entire bloodline. His legs move instinctively, knowing that stopping means death. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the stakes are rising. Oh Se-chan receives the bombshell news that the Korean government is officially opening the Needles dungeon to foreign powers. He knew this day would come, but the sudden timing has caught even the legendary broker off guard. Now, he and Secretary Lee can only pray that Kim Wu Jin and Lee Jin-ah emerge from that hellhole before the world descends into chaos. Back in the dungeon, Lee Jin-ah is done running. He plants his feet, ready to face the beast head-on. He's the bait, the tank. It's time to stop acting like helpless prey and fulfill his duty. This sudden stand forces the lizard to a halt, pinning it in a single spot. It's the perfect opening. The skeleton soldiers swarm the monster, tainting it with lethal, poisonous blood. The toxin take hold, shattering the beast's stats and draining its life force drop by drop. Believing the skeletons have taken the aggro, Jin-ah finally tries to let out a breath of relief. But the monster ignores the undead. It turns its burning, furious gaze solely back toward him. In that moment, Jin-ah realizes the terrifying truth of why the beast is obsessed only with him. Whatever dark sorcery Kim Wu Jin used is beyond him, so he braces himself to remain the bait. After enduring a brutal barrage of strikes from the lizard, Jin-ah holds out just long enough for the skeletons to execute the wounded, bloodied monster. With the lizard's fall, the dungeon's clear conditions are finally met. The system showers them in massive experience points as a reward, and Wu Jin even earns praise from the Underworld Lord. Along with skill level-ups, a mysterious new catalog awaits him. Meanwhile, another wretched soul with the Dark World Surrogate class struggles, left far behind Kim Wu Jin's meteoric rise. While Wu Jin commands the Underworld's favor, this soul receives nothing. Back to Wu Jin, still standing in the dungeon. A starving Jin-ah is baffled, complaining that his snack stash has completely run dry. There's still work to do. Wu Jin replies, We will return once it's finished. He carves open the monster's belly, revealing the prize, the egg of the albino lizard. This hidden path triggers a secret ending, a trick Wu Jin remembers clearly from his past life. Back then, the Messiah Guild went to extreme lengths to bury the truth of this egg. The sight jogged Jin-Ah's memory, leaving him curious about what legendary thing lies inside. But before he can even suggest hatching it, Wu Jin shatters the shell, revealing not a yolk, but a forbidden skill page. His fist tightens as he reads the title, Power of Apophis, granting absolute immunity to all poisons. This was the signature power of the King of Deadly Poisons, the most infamous villain of the past. That monster was so vile the Messiah Guild waged total war, sacrificing countless lives to take him down. In his past life, that egg belonged to the Messiah Guild. There's no way the King of Poisons could have stolen it. The truth is clear. The Messiah Guild created that villain themselves, just to play the savior later. Rage for Lee Se-jun burns hotter. Wu Jin vows to end the man with his own hands. Swearing upon his soul, Wu Jin consumes the skill, ensuring no second King of Poisons will ever rise in this life. Back on the surface, Se-chan is stunned they cleared the dungeon in just 3 days. Jin-Ah whines about snacks while Wu Jin asks if anything serious happened during their absence. Se-chan reveals Korea is opening the Needle Dungeon to foreigners, drawing in the world's top 5 guilds. On another hand, he mentions that the Dragon Hunter Guild has slain a golden dragon in a C-ranked dungeon. This sparks Wu Jin's interest. In the past, the dragon was only seen as high-grade crafting material, but later, people learned its gastric juice could be used to unseal legendary items. That's how Lee Se-jun unsealed his Balmog sword. Wu Jin intends to claim that juice first. Before hanging up, Se-chan mentions he's bought a new feature phone for Wu Jin. This ensures their communication remains untraceable and beyond the reach of any trackers. Later, Se-chan meets Jin-Ah and reveals he's been chosen for the Needle Dungeon. Alone? But Se-chan reveals he has recruited a new partner, and this person is undeniably more powerful than him. Lee Jin-Ah wonders if it's a legendary high-level ranker or perhaps even a feared dragon hunter. However, Se-chan clarifies it's someone he recently conquered a dungeon with. Upon realizing he must dive into another hellhole with Kim Wu Jin, Lee Jin-Ah begs for his miserable life to just end. Se-chan instantly shuts him down, with blackmail threatening to release those deeply embarrassing old recordings. Left with no choice, Lee Jin-Ah accepts his grim fate, joining Kim Wu Jin for yet another dangerous dungeon hunt. Outside the heart of Seoul, the city lies in absolute ruin. Amidst the debris stands a decaying building where Kim Wu Jin is silently sharpening his blade. As he works, he realizes that the steel is screaming, having sustained devastating damage from his previous battles. No matter how much he grinds the edge today, it will never regain the lethal bite of a fresh weapon. In this makeshift workshop, a full repair is impossible. He decides to set the blade aside for now, planning to find a proper solution later. For now, his cold gaze is fixed on a single object, the briefcase resting on the table before him. Opening the case, Kim Wu Jin marvels at Se-chan's terrifying reach, wondering how he managed to acquire such a rarity. The contents ignite a fire in Kim Wu Jin's eyes. He can already envision the total eradication of every single Skull Guild member. He resolves to unleash this new power the moment he crosses paths with his enemies in the future. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-Ah frantically asks Se-chan if there's even a single slot left for them to enter the Needle Snake dungeon. Se-chan tells him to stay calm as he's already deployed Secretary Lee to handle the logistics. Surprised, Lee Jin-Ah asks if the boss is finally spending his precious savings. Se-chan just laughs, asking why he'd spend a dime when he has Secretary Lee. Right at that moment, the atmosphere shifts. Secretary Lee enters with the presence of a true boss woman. She calmly informs them that she has successfully seized 2 slots from Russia's Moscow Guild. She also presents the specialized masks, which Se-chan ordered her to hunt down through the black market's secret channels. Lee Jin-Ah, who was completely in the dark, stands there utterly shocked and speechless. The entire world is currently buzzing with news of the Needle Snake Dungeon. It's the first multinational high-tier raid with billions of dollars and countless lives hanging in the balance. While the global community trembles at the thought of entering this death trap where no one has ever returned alive. On the other side of the world, Kim Wu Jin sits casually in the Russian guild office, while Lee Jin-Ah is visibly shaking from head to toe. It's not fear that's got him trembling, though. The mask on his face is so tight he can't reach the snacks hidden in his pocket. Unfortunately, the mask must stay on. They are currently deep undercover, posing as the very Russian guild members whose slots they stole. Lee Jin-Ah nervously whispers to Kim Wu Jin, asking if he's worried about entering a dungeon with the world's highest fatality rate. Kim Wu Jin admits that he is indeed concerned, but for a very different reason. He was stunned that Se-chan actually found the legendary Grim Reaper's mask. This was a relic even the King of the Dead, Johann Georg, couldn't obtain in his past life. To a common player, this mask might seem practically useless. But for a necromancer, this artifact is more seductive than any treasure on the face of the earth. The Grim Reaper's mask allows a player to link their soul with their undead minions, essentially controlling them as if they were their own limbs. And the benefits don't stop there. It grants a 10% boost to both magic power and recovery. For a high-level player, that small percentage equals a massive surge in strength. Gripping the mask, Kim Wu Jin's confidence soars. His victory over the Skull Guild is now more certain than ever. As a dark grin spreads across his face, a man enters. He informs them the raid is starting and it's time to move out. Kim Wu Jin stands up, ready to descend into the abyss. He is eager to test the mask's true power, a power beyond anything seen before. A legendary force that even the King of the Undead was never destined to wield in the previous timeline. Moments later, the players enter the gate. A system notification rings out, revealing the brutal clear conditions for the first floor. To survive the first floor, everyone must stay alive for 5 full days. Only then will the door to the next level finally manifest. This is the worst-case scenario for any player. In this place, surviving the environment is a far greater challenge than slaying the monsters. Lee Se-jun stands by Kim Wu Jin's side, cursing their luck. This condition is a nightmare for them. Unlike the major guilds, they don't have the luxury of numbers or the strength of a massive army. There's one more problem. Because they are disguised as Russians, they can't group up with other players without risking their true identities being exposed to the world. Kim Wu Jin isn't bothered by the survival conditions. He's far too consumed by the urge to test his new mask. He commands Lee Se-jun to follow him, eager to conduct a few preliminary experiments. This triggers a wave of trauma for Lee Se-jun, who vividly remembers the nightmare of his last dungeon run with Wu Jin. He recalls the sheer terror of being hunted by dire wolves and a lizard monster desperate to devour him alive. To make matters worse, Wu Jin had bullied him by hanging him from a tree, nearly starving him of his snacks for an entire hour. Noticing Jin A's drained expression, Wu Jin clarifies that he only intends to test the effects of a newly acquired item. Finally, Lee Se-jun exhales in relief, realizing he won't be subjected to another round of torture this time. Minutes later, the duo arrives at a secluded forest, far from the prying eyes of other players. There, Wu Jin summons his skeleton soldier. Jin A warmly greets the undead minion like an old comrade in arms. However, the skeleton remains cold and unresponsive, leaving Jin A looking like a fool for talking to a corpse. Meanwhile, Wu Jin dons the mask, instantly feeling a surge of magical power and enhanced recovery bonuses. Beyond the stats, he notices a faint, shimmering thread of light linking his soul to his undead soldiers. It's an ability completely absent from his memories of his past life, leaving him unsure of how to wield it. Determined to master it, he channels mana into his fingertips to establish a link. Instantly, a system notification confirms his successful connection to the skeleton. Through this mystical tether, Wu Jin can now manipulate the skeleton as if it were his own body, terrifying Jin A, who was just trying to pat its head. The skeleton suddenly speaks with Wu Jin's intent, commanding Lee Se-jun to remove his hand at once. Hearing the dead speak causes Jin A to scramble back in pure horror, utterly blindsided by the bizarre phenomenon. On the other side, Wu Jin attempts to pilot the skeleton mentally, only to find the synchronization far more taxing than expected. Under his clumsy control, the skeleton soldier stumbles and collapses with every attempt at a simple movement. Lee Se-jun mocks the dumb skeleton's incompetence, unaware he's actually insulting a very frustrated Wu Jin. While Wu Jin masters his remote control arts, the High Guild elite gather to strategize their dungeon conquest. Their formidable leader, Yong warns his subordinates to remain vigilant, as the monsters spawning over the next 5 days are unpredictable. He orders them to hold their ground. With more players congregating, a unified front will be their greatest advantage. The High Guild members realize the other guilds are likely thinking the same, hoping to merge into a massive coalition to survive the first floor. Yong is satisfied that no group other than the Messiah Guild possesses the prestige to actually lead this mob. As the various guilds cluster together, it creates a perfect opportunity for the High Guild to focus on hunting, while the others serve as a meat shield. Back in the woods, Wu Jin has perfected his synchronization, now wielding his skeletons with lethal, surgical precision. While the skeletons have evolved into killing machines, Lee Se-jun is still struggling. He watches in despair as a skeleton insta-kills a massive orc that he's been battling for ages. As the elders say, comparison is the thief of joy. In this case, the skeleton reaps the orcs while Jin A reaps only tears. He curses the pervert Wu Jin and his monstrous summons. Just then, he notices the fallen orc's corpse beginning to evaporate, rising again as a towering giant skeleton. Jin A is speechless. He can't believe Wu Jin can still cast summoning spells while remotely piloting a soldier. But the strain is immense. Wu Jin realizes that summoning in this state consumes triple the usual amount of mana. With his reserves nearly depleted, he's forced to scrap any plans of using his signature blood poison skill. Returning to Jin A, the man is still sulking when the possessed skeleton approaches him. asking if his health is holding up. This only infuriates Lee Jin, who snaps at Wu Jin that talking through a corpse is the height of bad manners. To make matters worse, holding a conversation with a literal bag of bones is beyond eerie, especially when the creature lacks vocal cords to even speak. Those sarcastic quips draw Kim Wu Jin out from the depths of the shadows. Cold eyes fixed on Lee Jin as he asks if a face-to-face chat would be more comfortable. Confronted by the real Kim Wu Jin, Lee Jin's refined etiquette instantly vanishes as a wave of pure terror leaves his entire body trembling. Spinning around, he lashes out with a string of curses, blaming Wu Jin for nearly scaring the life out of him with such a sudden appearance. However, the fear of further retaliation quickly takes hold, forcing him to swallow the harsh words before they can fully escape his lips. Kim Wu Jin completely ignores the pathetic display, his voice cold as he asks Lee Jin for their next course of action. Utterly bewildered, Lee Jin wonders if slaughtering a sea of orcs wasn't enough, only for Wu Jin to dismiss the carnage as a mere warm-up. As the mask slides back into place, a chilling dread washes over Lee Jin, prompting him to suddenly feign a life-threatening illness. His mind races at light speed, desperately searching for any medical condition that could serve as a believable excuse to retreat. Recalling some internet prank, he claims to be suffering from ligma, but Wu Jin has a lethal cure injecting raw iron directly into Jin's body. Without a second thought, he commands his skeleton soldier to prepare the iron treatment for his terrified companion. The poor man leaps back in sheer fright, stumbling away from the undead, which prompts Wu Jin to mockingly declare him miraculously cured. With no more time to waste, they move out to set the next stage of the plan in motion, Lee Jin trailing behind like a lost shadow. Yet, instead of hunting beasts, Wu Jin spends hours tirelessly felling trees, leaving a confused Lee Jin to wonder what kind of madness this is. The first day and night within the dungeon fade away as the morning sun rises in the east, ushering in the dawn of the second day. While Kim Wu Jin's group continues their mysterious labor, the atmosphere in the rest of the dungeon remains thick with tension. Other guilds are locked in a desperate struggle, clashing with monsters in a frantic bid to survive the 5-day ordeal alive. Time marches on as the second day and night vanish into history, and the sun of the third day begins to crest over the horizon. The Hayate Guild finishes another skirmish with ease, but the victory feels hollow. The monsters are far weaker than they should be. Boredom sets in among the guild members. With no significant threats attacking them, they find themselves with nothing but idle time. Their leader, Jun, watches the quiet landscape with a furrowed brow, his mind racing with unanswered questions. He is deeply unsettled, knowing this survival quest is far too simple for an A+ rank dungeon, the most dangerous tier known. Trusting his instincts that something is terribly wrong, he orders a dangerous scouting mission to patrol the perimeter and uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Kim Wu Jin stands before a massive, hand-built fortress, a masterpiece crafted from the timber of a now deforested dungeon sector. 3 days of relentless labor finally bear fruit as he hits level 20, triggering the awakening of a powerful new skill. He has unlocked Skeleton Warrior Mastery, a skill whose game-breaking effects are nothing short of legendary. This new power allows Wu Jin to expand his undead army while massively boosting the combat potential of his existing summons. A dark, satisfied smile spreads across Wu Jin's face as he instantly masters the ability, feeling his influence over the dead grow. With his power-up complete, he returns to Lee Jin with a simple, chilling command. It's time to move out. Lee Jin is floored, wondering why they would abandon a fortress they spent days sweating over just as it was finished. Wu Jin's answer is short and cryptic. The variables have shifted, and this location has officially served its purpose. When Gina asks if the monster count is the issue, Wu Jin simply smirks, standing over a fresh pile of orc corpses to summon 2 more skeletal warriors. Lee Jina's jaw drops in absolute disbelief at the sight unfolding before his very eyes. He watches in awe as Wu Jin exceeds his known limit of 5 summons, shattering every preconceived notion of the necromancer's power. Wu Jin calmly reminds him that the future is never set in stone, and he had better get used to the impossible. Elsewhere, the Hayate Guild continues their investigation, unaware of the monster growing in their midst. Jun personally leads a scouting squad, eventually stumbling upon a massive graveyard of orc corpses rotting in the sun. Tracking the trail of carnage, he eventually comes face to face with the wooden fortress, and the sight leaves him paralyzed with shock. He immediately realizes this isn't a system-generated structure. It was built by human hands within the dungeon itself. He struggles to comprehend how someone could construct such a massive fortification in a matter of days while under constant threat. Jun always believed his guild held the elite, yet he can't help but admire the terrifying strategic mind behind this construction. He signals his team to follow him into the wooden labyrinth, only to find even more orc remains piled high in the corridors. The realization hits him like a freight train. The survival quest has been easy because someone has already cleared the board. Acknowledging his fatal lack of intel, Jun decides to rally all remaining players to prepare for the unknown player lurking in the dark. Meanwhile, Oblivious to the storm they've caused, Kim Wu Jin and his party press forward into the heart of the dungeon. Lee Jina is baffled. Why abandon their perfect monster-killing setup? It was a literal slaughterhouse. Kim Wu Jin just smirks. With his growing army of skeleton soldiers, his ambitions have shifted. Farming orcs in a maze is for losers, he declares. They need real blood. Lee Jina isn't complaining, he lives for the front lines. Ready to bash heads, Jina steps up to take the lead as the party's shield. But Wu Jin stops him. Stay back, he says. I'm taking point this time. Wu Jin draws his blade, radiating a chilling intent that sends shivers down Jina's spine. Jina quickly shouts that he's already been cured and doesn't need any more iron injections from Wu Jin's sword. Jina gets fired up though. He's determined to show Wu Jin that the frontline king isn't so easily replaced, or so he thought. The clash begins, but reality hits hard once the blades start swinging. Jina is the one gasping for air first. He's stunned. How does a mage like Wu Jin have more stamina than a brawler? It makes no sense. On paper, Wu Jin's class shouldn't have this kind of physical endurance. Jina realizes there must be a secret to Wu Jin's bottomless tank of energy. He watches Wu Jin like a hawk, searching for the difference between their styles. Finally, it clicks. While Jina fights like a chaotic whirlwind, Wu Jin moves with lethal, surgical precision. Every strike is calculated. Wu Jin kills with zero wasted effort. Jina knows he can't copy it perfectly, but he has to try. If he can steal just a fraction of that efficiency, his brawler class will reach a whole new level. Little does he know, Wu Jin orchestrated this entire lesson. He noticed Jina's wasteful movements and decided to fix them. The goal was simple: force Jina to evolve his combat prowess through sheer necessity. Wu Jin kept it indirect. He knew Jina's pride wouldn't let him take a direct lesson from someone he barely tolerated. Days 3 and 4 blur into a bloody haze. Then, the sun of the final day rises in golden glory. For 48 hours straight, the duo has been an unstoppable force of nature. Jina has been refining his strikes, carving away the fat from his fighting style. He's finally mastered his internal rhythm, making the carnage feel like a breeze. Yet, one question remains. Why is Wu Jin pushing so hard? In a survival quest, this much fighting is completely unnecessary. Jina wonders if Wu Jin has some personal vendetta against these monsters. He looks truly vengeful. Still, Jina can't argue with the results. His level is skyrocketing with every kill. Wu Jin hits a new peak too, unlocking yet another powerful skill to add to his arsenal. By the 8th hour of non-stop combat, Jina is practically on the verge of tears. His body is screaming. He begs for mercy, and surprisingly, Wu Jin agrees. Fine. We've done enough for now. Break time. Jina's exhaustion vanishes, replaced by pure joy. They clear the area and finally sit down to recover. Starving, Jina digs into his hidden stash of snacks, devouring them like a man possessed. Wu Jin spots an opening for a prank. He commands a skeleton to approach Jina with pathetic, pleading eyes. As a fellow lover of food, Jina can't resist those hungry eyes staring at his treats. He sighs and hands a piece to the undead soldier. To his surprise, the skeleton looks genuinely delighted. Usually, these bone warriors are cold and indifferent. This sudden friendliness warms Jina's heart. He smiles as the skeleton takes the snack, only to watch it walk straight to Wu Jin and hand it over. Jina nearly coughs up blood in pure rage. Wu Jin is actually eating his precious rations. Wu Jin just laughs, telling Jina to chill out. He just wanted a taste of comradeship. But Jina doesn't joke about snacks. He calls Wu Jin a cheapskate, who only knows how to steal. He curses Wu Jin to go bald, just like that other legendary cheapskate, Lee Se-jun. Wu Jin's ears perk up. So, his mysterious contact, Lee Se-jun, is actually a baldy? Good to know. Their bickering is cut short when a rescue signal flares up in the distance. Jina thinks someone needs help, but Wu Jin shakes his head. Most of the monsters in this area are already dead. It's a summons, Wu Jin explains. The players are gathering to decide who gets to hunt the boss first. Jina scoffs at the idiocy. Splitting into groups to fight a dungeon boss? That's just a suicide mission. Wu Jin's eyes turn cold as he stares at the signal. You're right. They have no idea what's coming. Their effortless slaughter of the monsters misled the others. Now, the players believe this dungeon's legendary difficulty is nothing but a lie. Wasting no time, Kim Wu Jin moves to scout the gathering. But first, he checks the reward for reaching level 30. Lee Jina stares at the skill card in his hand, gasping in shock as he realizes it isn't silver or bronze. This card radiates a legendary golden glow. Kim Wu Jin grins from ear to ear. This is the same legendary power Johann Georg used to dominate the entire world. The skill, Corpse Explosion, allows him to detonate any monster by surging mana into its remains. With the skill mastered, Kim Wu Jin and Lee Jina head to the meeting. There, An Yong-jun announces that the survival quest ends in mere minutes. Therefore, the Alliance Guild, including the Hae-Tae Guild, will claim the first strike against the boss. He demands objections, but silence fills the air. He leaves them with a chilling warning: interfere. and he will personally slaughter them and their entire faction. His gaze lingers on Kim Wu Jin, currently hidden under the guise of a Russian guild member. Lee Se-jun bristles at the blatant provocation. Before he can react, a brute shoves him aside, nearly igniting a brawl. Kim Wu Jin intervenes to stop the fight, fueling Lee Se-jun's frustration. Wu Jin cools him down with a sharp question. Does he really want to fight every player here at once? Lee Se-jun is baffled. Why would offending one man turn the entire crowd against him? Kim Wu Jin isn't surprised by his partner's slow wit. He tells him to look closer at the players' arms. They're all sporting the same red bands. Realization hits Lee Se-jun like a truck. Now he knows why no one dared to speak up against An Yong-jun earlier. Time runs out. The players are warped to the second floor to face the nightmare, the needle snake. It's a colossal serpent, its body bristling with lethal, needle-like spines like a monstrous centipede. Pure terror grips the players' hearts the moment they lock eyes with the beast. Yet, they don't waver. These are veterans who have danced with death countless times. An Yong-jun, leading the charge, vows to bring the monster down in a single decisive strike. Watching the momentum, Lee Se-jun panics. He worries they'll lose the boss if they don't jump in now. But Kim Wu Jin remains calm, assuring him that such a feat is impossible. Lee Se-jun is confused. How can they fail when they have the overwhelming advantage in numbers? Wu Jin asks how he'd handle a mysterious new boss. Lee Se-jun replies he'd test it first to figure out its attack patterns. Wu Jin but then asks, would you dare test a monster as lethal as this needle snake? Lee Se-jun insists he would. To him, using their numbers to pressure the boss is the fastest way to victory. Kim Wu Jin scoffs. That logic only works in a perfect world. This boss has already slaughtered every single player who ever dared to enter this dungeon. He poses a chilling question. Why did the others fail? Was it a lack of men, or were they just incompetent? While Lee Se-jun mulls over the question, An Yong-jun screams orders, forcing his men to rain attacks on the boss. Yet, the beast remains unscathed. Suddenly, the snake turns to flee. This was exactly the opening An Yong-jun was waiting for. He triggers Rupture, summoning massive earthen spikes to seal the monster's escape route. Lee Se-jun is stunned. He didn't expect An Yong-jun to predict the monster's retreat so perfectly. But Wu Jin warns him to hold the applause. The monster hasn't even begun to fight back yet. He reminds him of the name. It's called the needle snake for a reason, its deadly thorns. Unfortunately, An Yong-jun is blissfully unaware of the danger. He keeps pushing the players to strike harder, convinced that the beast is on the verge of death. Suddenly, the snake pivots. Instead of fleeing, it maneuvers through the field, kicking up a massive dust cloud to mask its presence. Panic ensues as the Alliance's formation crumbles in the blinding dust. Still, An Yong-jun refuses to back down. He orders them to press on, certain the snake is taking its final breaths. His fierce rally ignites the players. They shake off the fatigue and surge back toward the serpent with renewed fury. But that brief pause was a fatal mistake. The needle snake readies its counter, unleashing a volley of lethal thorns from its hide. An Yong-jun spots the trap instantly. He bellows for the raid to halt, ordering every player to brace behind their strongest defense. It's too late. A rain of jagged spines erupts through the air, crashing down upon the panicked hunters like a physical storm. Despite the terrifying scale of the attack, the impact feels strangely weak, leaving the players with nothing more than shallow grazes. More suspiciously, the ejected thorns are brittle and hollow, shattering like fragile glass upon impact with their shields. Watching from the shadows, Kim Wu Jin narrows his eyes in confusion. He expected a spray of lethal venom, yet these projectiles seem completely harmless, leading An Yong-jun to believe they've survived the worst. With its natural armor now depleted, the beast is finally vulnerable. This is their golden opportunity to finish the subjugation. Seizing the moment, he rallies the troops for one final push, demanding they slaughter the snake before it can recover. The players charge like starving wolves, driven by the desperate hope of ending this nightmare once and for all. An Yong-jun adjusts his glasses with a smug grin, visualizing a legendary victory that no one else could ever achieve. Suddenly, the momentum shatters as the front line grinds to a halt. One by one, the elite tankers collapse, gasping for breath as their strength vanishes. A veteran tank realizes the horrifying truth. These are the undeniable symptoms of a fast-acting toxin. With his fading strength, he screams for the remaining survivors to fall back immediately. The formation disintegrates. More hunters fall to the ground in agony, their momentum completely crushed by the serpent's invisible trap. He frantically reports the devastation to An Yong-jun, begging for a retreat and cover fire to save what's left. Yong-jun barks the order to withdraw, but his soul burns with disbelief. He can't accept that his master plan has failed so miserably. Terror takes root in his heart. With their tanks paralyzed, they have no shield left to face the serpent's next strike. Through the eyes of his skeleton soldier, Kim Wu Jin meticulously analyzes the battlefield, searching for the exact moment the poison took hold. He breaks the grim news to Lee Se-jun. Jin reels in shock, asking if those hollow thorns from earlier were the secret delivery system. Wu Jin shakes his head. The thorns were a mere distraction. If they were toxic, the damage dealers would have fallen first. Jinna's frustration boils over as the enemy's lethal method remains a mystery. Against such a deceptive monster, clearing this dungeon has become a suicidal mission. Yet Kim Wu Jin remains unfazed. To a master of the underworld, poison is nothing more than a familiar tool. He tells Jinna to stay back, declaring that he will hunt the needle snake alone. Jinna stares at him as if he's lost his mind, asking why he would seek a certain death against such a beast. Wu Jin's gaze is cold. Since he's going solo, Jinna's opinion is irrelevant. Seeing Jinna's anger, Wu Jin lets out a sharp smirk, challenging him to step up and face the monster himself if he's so brave. Memories of the horrific deaths they've witnessed flash through Jinna's mind. His bravado vanishes instantly. He slinks back into the shadows, letting Wu Jin proceed with his reckless plan. Without a second glance, Wu Jin plunges off the cliff, diving into the forest where the guild's alliance is currently bleeding out. His analysis is finally complete. The needle snake emits a colorless, odorless mist of pure lethality. Fortunately, he possesses the ultimate counter, the forbidden power of Apophis. This divine trait grants him absolute immunity to all toxins, while evolving his own poisons into something far more sinister. The aura surges into his blood toxin skill, a power that doesn't just paralyze, it ruthlessly drains the victim's life force with every passing second. With his trump card ready, he only needs the perfect weapon to inject the venom into the serpent's core. The monster's hide is reinforced with iron-hard scales, nearly impenetrable to ordinary blades. He needs the concentrated force of a spear, a single point to pierce the armor and drive the toxins deep inside. Meanwhile, Yong spirals into despair, watching his elite expedition crumble at the most critical moment. Death looms over the Heisei Guild. The realization hits them like a physical blow. If the snake lives, no one leaves this dungeon alive. Yongjun's blood runs cold as survival becomes his only goal. In a final act of desperation, he gathers the broken remnants of his force, ordering one last suicidal charge against the beast. Looking at his face, his teammates realize he's accepted death. They brace for a final, desperate stand. Suddenly, the earth trembles violently. Is the needle snake heading straight for them? Yongjun sends a scout ahead. The man climbs a tree and freezes in shock. He reports the impossible. A lone warrior is single-handedly battling the entire swarm. Yongjun is stunned. No human should survive that lethal, swirling, toxic miasma. Everyone agrees, this is impossible. They conclude the deadly poison must have finally vanished. Seizing this sudden opening, Yongjun senses a new opportunity. He orders a full-scale charge immediately. The players are baffled. He just called this a suicide mission moments ago, but he guarantees the poison is gone. This is their final chance for victory. Meanwhile, Kim Wu Jin clashes with the needle snake. But he isn't truly alone. His skeleton soldiers rise to assist, mirroring their battle against the orc champion. Skeletons provide covering fire while Kim closes in to inject his lethal blood toxins. The distraction works flawlessly. The beast grows frustrated by the relentless rain of arrows. This gives Kim Wu Jin the opening to leap and drive his spear deep. Avoiding the tough scales, Kim targets the pores where the thorns emerge. These exposed pores are perfect targets for landing, devastating, critical hits. Kim finally realizes the truth. These pores are the actual source of the miasma. The snake releases toxins through these vents after firing its deadly thorns. The beast was faking its injuries, luring the players into a toxic trap. Now, Kim understands why every previous attempt to clear this dungeon failed. Armed with this knowledge, Kim exploits every single weakness of the beast. He ruthlessly strikes the eyes and pores, bypassing the snake's impenetrable defense. As Kim Wu Jin carves through the monster's flesh, Lee Se-jun is busy stacking corpses, following Kim's strange orders from earlier. Rage boils within him. A former elite player, now reduced to a scavenger. Suddenly, a skeleton soldier speaks. It demands a progress report immediately. Lee nearly has a heart attack. He stammers, trying to explain his work progress. The skeleton cuts him off, ordering him to work faster and stop talking. The connection breaks as Kim Wu Jin refocuses all his attention on the hunt. He possesses another skeleton, driving a spear through one of the creature's pores. He baits the monster's rage before shifting souls to attack its other eye. Riddled with holes, the needle snake slows as the poison ravages its stats. Kim exhales a sigh of relief. The lethal toxin has finally taken hold. Due to its massive size, the poison took much longer to circulate fully. But now that the beast is properly poisoned, Kim just needs to repeat the cycle until its life is drained dry. He systematically swaps between skeletons, deepening wounds and concentrating the venom. After dozens of strikes, the snake's power has plummeted by 50%. Terrified and weakened, the monster attempts a desperate pro-gamer escape. But Kim is the true master. He's already predicted this pathetic flight. Nearby, the mountain of rotting corpses, Lee Se-jun prepared waits in silence. With a cold grin, Kim Wu Jin triggers his corpse explosion skill. A massive blast erupts, devouring a huge chunk of the monster's health. Terrified and broken, the beast realizes it must turn back immediately. Unfortunately for the beast, Kim Wu Jin was 10 steps ahead. He had already ordered Lee Jina to pile monster corpses in every direction. A thunderous explosion rocks the area soon after. The needle snake's final escape route, and its hope for survival, vanishes in smoke. While the dungeon battle reaches its climax, the gears of fate begin to turn in the outside world. Oh Se-chan smirks at the latest report. Park Young-won's faction has utterly failed to conquer the 4-floor dungeon. The cost is staggering. The elite forces Park invested everything into have been completely wiped out by this failure. This defeat cripples his influence. He is now effectively barred from participating in any future 6th-floor dungeon raids. Closing the news file, Se-chan instructs Secretary Lee to rent a car and head straight to the Needle Snake dungeon. Secretary Lee is puzzled by the command. Why do they need to be there so early? Se-chan simply grins at her. He didn't drop a massive fortune on this mission for no reason. His contract with Kim Wu Jin is absolute. The player must use every ounce of power to clear the dungeon at lightning speed. Stunned by Se-chan's massive investment in Kim Wu Jin, Secretary Lee decides to step up her own game. She suggests a diplomatic vehicle instead. After all, they are currently posing as elite members of a powerful Russian guild. But Se-chan, the ultimate cheapskate, immediately feels a sharp sting in his wallet. Breaking into a cold sweat, he frantically asks if diplomats might prefer modest compact cars over luxury limousines. Secretary Lee ignores his desperate penny pinching and slams the door shut as she leaves. Inside the dungeon, the needle snake is being dismantled. Even Lee Jina feels pity. Who could have predicted Wu Jun's terrifying corpse explosion skill? Worse yet, Wu Jin predicted the creature's every move, cutting off every single escape path with cold precision. Desperate, the snake lunges in a final, suicidal strike, determined to drag Wu Jin down to hell with it. It's a futile effort. The lethal poison has already claimed its nervous system, paralyzing the beast mid-strike. As the needle snake draws its final, ragged breath, a new threat emerges. The High Tea Guild and the Alliance scramble forward, desperate to steal the killing blow and the rewards. Too late. A system notification rings out. The boss is dead. The scavengers freeze in their tracks, stunned. They face a grim choice: retreat in shame, or try to pry the legendary loot from Kim Wu Jin's hands. Greed wins the day. The mob charges toward the boss's corpse, ready to claim what isn't theirs by force. Meanwhile, Wu Jin stands over his prey, receiving a world-first achievement for slaying a needle snake solo. Massive permanent stat boosts flood his system. The dangerous hunt was worth every drop of sweat. Skills level up instantly, and he is granted a C-grade mastery stone, a treasure far beyond his current gear. But now, the final step remains. To officially clear the dungeon, he must extract the yellow dragon's magic pearl from deep within the snake's carcass. Wu Jin's eye twitches at the requirement. More messy butcher work lies ahead to claim the ultimate prize. The Alliance players are rushing in when they are suddenly brought to a grinding halt once more. Lee Jina stands before them, blocking the path like an immovable, defiant fortress. It's not her they fear, it's the 3 skeleton soldiers behind her, radiating a suffocating and murderous aura. Shaking with fear, An Yong-jun finally realizes the terrifying secret behind Kim Wu Jin's victory. Poison only works on the living. These skeletons are nothing but bone, the snake's ultimate natural counter. He is only half right, but Yong-jun feels a surge of pride for finally cracking the code. That pride quickly turns to ash. In the end, Wu Jin is the one holding all the victory cards. They lost dozens of men for absolutely nothing. As hatred consumes him, his gaze drifts past Jina. Behind her, a massive, skeletal structure begins to rise from the earth in the shape of a serpent. Horror strikes. An Yong-jun realizes Kim Wu Jin is trying to summon the needle snake itself as a skeleton soldier. Driven mad by terror, he loses all rationality and tries to charge forward to see the necromancer's face. Lee Jina slams him into the dirt instantly. She won't let him take a single step further. Staring into Gina's cold eyes, the Alliance realizes they aren't getting past her or the skeletons alive. They retreat, vowing to settle this score with blood once they return to the real world. Meanwhile, Wu Jin sighs in disappointment. The summoning failed. His skill level just isn't high enough. Yet, but he anticipated this. He unleashed his skill with one goal: strip the beast to the bone to find the legendary treasure. His target was the fabled magic pearl of the yellow dragon, hidden deep within the needle snake's remains. Fortune favors the bold. His gamble pays off as the shimmering pearl falls right into his waiting grasp. This legendary artifact is a masterpiece, boosting mana by 50 points and granting a 20% magic recovery surge. For any summoner or caster, it's the ultimate prize. Meanwhile, news agencies in the real world are already prepping obituaries for the failed dungeon. It's been an entire week since they entered. With no survivors in sight, the media is ready to call the time of death. But in a sudden, heart-pounding twist of fate, Headlines explode with the impossible news. The Needle Snake dungeon is conquered, and the players have emerged from the gates alive. However, the scene isn't one of triumph. Just like at the Orc Champion's tomb, the survivors emerge with faces twisted in bitter defeat. The air is filled with screams of rage. They demand a hunt for the Russian, who vanished with every scrap of the legendary loot. But the media blockade is impenetrable. Under Secretary Lee's protection, Lee Se-jun and Kim Wu Jin slip away in a secure diplomatic vehicle. Even the ruthless Hata Guild knows better than to ignite a political firestorm by attacking government diplomats. Gritting their teeth in frustration, they're forced to drop the matter. For now, safely inside the car, Lee Se-jun sheds his mask and begs to see the final treasure they obtained. But Kim Wu Jin doesn't even spare him a glance. His first priority is contacting Oh Se-chan to report their successful hunt. Oh Se-chan is ecstatic, congratulating Wu Jin for hijacking the world's attention and becoming the most trending player on the planet. He suggests keeping the Isaac Ivanov persona alive, as it's a golden identity that can be milked for massive future benefits. This aligns perfectly with Wu Jin's strategy. He was already planning to maintain a double identity for his hidden moves, but seeing Oh Se-chan bring it up first, Wu Jin realizes he can manipulate the situation to squeeze even more resources from his stingy boss. During the call, Oh Se-chan drops a bombshell. Park Yong-won's elite faction has suffered a catastrophic defeat in a 4-floor dungeon. The mission was led by none other than Park's personal shadow and top bodyguard, the elite Jin Hai-mai. Despite their overwhelming power, the entire squad was wiped out, a complete massacre of the world's finest players. While dungeon wipes are a reality of this world, Oh Se-chan smells a rat. Something about this failure feels orchestrated. His investigation reveals a dark truth. The notorious Skull Guild has successfully infiltrated Park Yong-won's inner circle. To make matters worse, he's tracked players within the ranks who are being secretly bankrolled by Japan's Yamato faction. Kim Wu Jin absorbs every detail, his mind working like a high-speed processor to connect the dots. But why would the secretive Oh Se-chan share this? The answer is simple. He knows Wu Jin has deep ties to Park Yong-won's faction. In his eyes, providing this intel is just a small price to pay for a much larger, more profitable partnership. Wu Jin accepts the reasoning, but his guard remains high. He knows Oh Se-chan is a dangerous man, the kind who was assassinated in his past life. Once the call ends, Wu Jin abruptly stops the diplomatic car and orders Lee Se-jun to get out. He then switches to his true pride and joy, a rickety, rusted-out car from the 1950s. The sight of this mechanical antique instantly destroys the cool, mysterious aura Wu Jin had spent the whole dungeon building. Lee Se-jun is about to talk trash until he learns it's Wu Jin's. Suddenly, he's praising it as a minimalist, eco-friendly masterpiece. Seeing Lee Se-jun act like an obedient puppy, Kim Wu Jin decides to reward him for his hard work. He tells him to grab the lunch money he left tucked away inside the car's dusty dashboard. The mere mention of food makes Lee Se-jun forget his humiliation. He dives into the glove box with eyes sparkling, only to find a measly 2,500 won. That's barely $2.50. It's then that Lee Se-jun realizes the horrifying truth. Kim Wu Jin is an even bigger cheapskate than his boss, Oh Se-chan. As days pass, the world becomes obsessed with the mysterious Isaac Ivanov, searching for any scrap of information. Their curiosity leads them straight to An Yong-jun, the only witness who saw Isaac's true power inside the dungeon. Too humiliated to admit he was outclassed, An Yong-jun begins weaving a web of lies and toxic rumors about the Russian hero. At a televised press conference, he cowardly claims Isaac stole their kill and even launched a sneak attack on the Alliance players. He stoops even lower, spewing racist insults and mocking Isaac as an ugly loser with a nose bigger than his head. He hoped to bury his failure under a mountain of slander, but his lies only make the public's rage burn brighter. Amidst this growing storm of chaos and lies, the real game was only just beginning. Disguised as Isaac Ivanov, Kim Wu Jin puts on a masterclass of deception to win over the Korean public. He publicly claims to be a devoted follower of the legendary Lee Se-jun, mirroring his every step. Since Lee Se-jun is the nation's fake idol, the people immediately embrace Isaac, welcoming him with open arms. Back at home, Wu Jin reads the glowing articles with a bitter taste in his mouth. He loathes the Messiah Guild, yet he must use their names to manipulate the masses. However, he swallows his pride for the greater goal. He's certain the Messiah Guild won't be able to ignore his rising fame and will eventually invite him to join. But before that golden opportunity arrives, Wu Jin must ensure his preparations are absolute. While plotting his next move, a notification finally flashes across his screen. Park Yong-won has successfully conquered the 6th-floor dungeon. The scene shifts to Park Yong-won. He's basking in the glory of his latest victory, his mood reaching an all-time high. But the celebration is cut short. His secretary delivers devastating news. Jin Hae-mi's elite squad was annihilated in a 4-floor dungeon. The smile vanishes instantly. Yong-won cancels his press conference and storms toward his car, fury radiating from him. En route, his secretary reveals the source. An anonymous tip, accompanied by a damning account statement. Yong questions the reliability of an unknown informant's shadow-wrapped message. His secretary argues that the evidence is too consistent with the facts to be ignored. Their internal investigation confirms a grim reality. The elite party died from precise stab wounds, proving humans not monsters were the killers. As for the involvement of a rival guild, she's certain no outsiders entered, as only Jin Hae-mi's team held the dungeon key. A chilling realization hits Yong. There's a traitor hiding within his own royal guards. He connects the dots to the infamous Skull Guild. Consumed by rage, he crushes the tablet in his hands. Meanwhile, the Messiah Guild's upper echelon debates their strategy for handling the volatile Park Yong-won. Park Shin-hai suggests letting public opinion bury him, then demands to know why the Master Swordsman is acting so recklessly. The Master Swordsman coldly admits he's been cleaning up messes for the Skull Guild. Shin-hai slams the table in a fit of rage. She can't believe he's still entangled with those criminals. She brings up the disastrous Lizardman hunt, reminding him that even Kim Wu Jin was nearly lost in their chaotic wake. She's appalled that he would risk exposing the Messiah Guild's secret ties to the underworld. The verdict is final. The Messiah Guild can no longer afford to walk alongside the Skull Guild. The Master Swordsman scoffs at the order, insisting that only the Guildmaster should make such a call. With a piercing gaze, Shin-hai informs him that the Master himself issued the command. Disappointment clouds the Master Swordsman's face as his influence crumbles. Alongside the Master Archer, he decides to sever ties with the Messiah Guild. As one alliance shatters, a new, deadlier one begins to form. Park Yong-won summons Wu Jin to his office to reveal the fate of Jin Hae-mi's squad. Wu Jin puts on his best poker face, feigning total ignorance of the slaughter. After offering hollow condolences, he boldly asks if Yong-won needs help eradicating the Skull Guild once and for all. Wu Jin remembers Yong-won from his past life, a man of immense greed who eventually lost everything. Back then, fearing the Messiah Guild's reach, he sold his legendary artifacts and fled the country in disgrace. In this timeline, Wu Jin intends to chain Yong-won to his cause and exploit his vast resources. Yong-won intended to use Wu Jin for the dirty work, but he's stunned that the young hunter volunteered first. Realizing every favor has a hidden cost, he asks Wu Jin exactly what he wants in return. Wu Jin demands a seat among the royal guards. Yong-won hesitates, knowing this makes Wu Jin nearly impossible to discard later. However, the price is worth it if the Skull Guild is finally wiped from the map. He accepts, granting Wu Jin a promotion and the absolute authority to strike as he pleases. Contract in hand, Wu Jin enters the Lion Guild headquarters. He is no longer a low-rank pawn, but an elite kingmaker. Jealousy burns through the guild's management as they watch his meteoric rise. They realize Park Yong-won is no simple pawn to be manipulated. But to Kim Wu Jin, it hardly matters, his real hunt has only just begun. Leaving the headquarters behind, Kim Wu Jin contacts Oh Se-chan with a critical request. He needs a flawless forged identity. Watching from across the desk, Lee Jin-ah can't help but wonder what kind of chaos Wu Jin is brewing this time. Oh Se-chan immediately shifts into negotiator mode, knowing that forging a ghost ID for a dungeon raid is a lethal and complex gamble. Once the deal is struck, Oh Se-chan hangs up, prompting Lee Jin-ah to ask if he's really handing over a fake ID without knowing the plan. Oh Se-chan coldly reminds her that he doesn't place his faith in any human being. He only trusts their desires. For greed never tells a lie. This is the ultimate test to see if Kim Wu Jin truly intends to walk the same path. Meanwhile, a car tears down the highway at breakneck speeds, cutting through the traffic. Inside, a report is whispered to a shadowed figure. Kim Wu Jin is targeting the Skull Guild, and their main force enters a dungeon today. The informant suspects that Wu Jin and Park Yong-won will use this window to slip into that dungeon, using a forged identity. The mysterious figure remains indifferent to the methods used, as long as Kim Wu Jin sets foot inside that dungeon. Arriving at Yeongjong Island, Kim Wu Jin prepares to register for the D-rank dungeon raid he's been tracking. Shrouded by the fake ID from Oh Se-chan, he secures his entry token and immediately begins analyzing the dungeon's specific clear conditions. No matter how he looks at it, aside from the 60-player capacity, the gate appears entirely unremarkable. It's a standard, mediocre dungeon that any hunter could clear, which is precisely why the Skull Guild chose it to set their trap. Even though he knows it's an ambush, Wu Jin walks in anyway. It's the perfect opportunity to tear the Skull Guild out by its roots. While waiting for the gate to stabilize, Kim Wu Jin watches from his car, scouting every hunter who prepares to enter the fray. Beyond the typical thugs of the Skull Guild, his eyes sharpen as he spots a familiar, dangerous presence. He recognizes Yang Ji-woo. Recalling the intelligence from Se-chan's office, he realizes this elite rookie is also joining the hunt. A flicker of concern crosses his face, as Yang Ji-woo is a terrifying talent under level 50 and a member of the Knights of the Round Table. Wu Jin hadn't anticipated that the Messiah Guild would deploy someone as formidable as Yang Ji-woo this early in the game. He stares at the knight, remembering the dark, hidden truth of what the Knights of the Round Table actually represent. They are the wielders of legendary artifacts tied to King Arthur, where even their followers are considered extensions of their absolute authority. They hold supreme power in Korea, having taken control after the government collapsed during the Great Catastrophe. Initially, the Knights of the Round Table acted as shields, vowing to protect the weak who could no longer defend themselves. But eventually, they were weakened and tethered like dogs to the will of Park Shin-hye, losing their noble purpose. This corruption transformed them into nothing more than the ruthless hunting dogs of the Messiah Guild. In his past life, Kim Wu Jin had failed to understand the rot spreading beneath their heroic facade. He didn't realize how the King of Poison was used to sabotage the Knights, leading to the tragic downfall of so many members. But in this life, he remembers everything, including the fact that Yang Ji-woo possesses the legendary Gawon's necklace. Knowing that artifact is lethal, Wu Jin doesn't hesitate to consume his only mastery stone to evolve his skeleton mastery skill. His undead minions grow 20% stronger, and his dark arsenal expands with 5 additional skeleton soldier slots. Suddenly, the dungeon manager announces that the gate is officially open, signaling the start of the raid. Kim Wu Jin steps out of his battered car and walks with calm determination straight into the swirling portal. The first floor's requirement is a bloodbath. 3,000 monsters must die, instantly demoralizing those looking for an easy, clear. While the Skull Guild members grumble about the workload, Yang Ji-woo remains cold and focused on his true objective. Flanked by 4 loyal subordinates, his orders are absolute. Kim Wu Jin must be eliminated at any cost. He glances toward the Skull Guild members, noting how their flashy traditional costumes make them laughably easy targets in a fight. Disgust boils within Yang Ji-woo. He finally understands why these idiots were so incompetent in all their previous missions. He vows to slaughter their master swordsman and archer, but only after he has successfully claimed Kim Wu Jin's head. With a final, sharp briefing, he sends his team out, his pulse quickening at the thought of hunting down the rat. But while Yang Ji-woo moves with his own hidden agenda, he isn't the only predator in the shadows. The Skull Guild is equally hungry for Kim Wu Jin's blood, and they've come prepared for a slaughter. Unlike their louder comrades, a few clever Skull Guild players have ditched their uniforms to blend into the darkness of the dungeon. A curly-haired scout scours the battlefield, desperately hunting for any trace of Kim Wu Jin's presence. Instead, he discovers a legion of skeleton soldiers slaughtering monsters, leading him to believe a necromancer is lurking nearby. As he turns to continue his search, Kim Wu Jin strikes from the shadows, carving a lethal wound across his chest. Collapsed in agony, the curly-haired man begs for mercy, gasping that there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Kim Wu Jin's gaze remains icy as he reveals the truth. He knows the man is a rat from the Skull Guild. Panic sets in as the curly-haired scout struggles to understand how his secret identity was compromised so easily. Silence follows as Wu Jin points toward the horizon, where the cold corpse of another Skull Guild member lies rotting. Previously, Kim Wu Jin had eliminated that scout and used the Eye of Anubis to extract every dark secret they held. The curly-haired man tries to lie his way out, but Wu Jin shows zero hesitation as he ends his life instantly. To Kim Wu Jin, the dead are the only ones who never lie, making their memories the ultimate source of truth. After sifting through the bloody memories of the curly-haired man, a disturbing realization begins to take root. There is still no sign of Yang Ju, making Wu Jin wonder if the Skull Guild is acting without the Messiah Guild's orders. This chilling discovery suggests that the ironclad alliance between the two powerful guilds is finally starting to crack. Soon, the first day ends as players slaughter 3,000 monsters, finally opening the gateway to the second floor. Night falls, and Yang Ju's underlings grow restless, frustrated after failing to find even a footprint of their target. Yang Ju scoffs at their worries, confidently declaring that Kim Wu Jin is nothing more than a pathetic coward in hiding. Secretly, however, he is puzzled by the total disappearance of the Skull Guild members who should have reported by now. At sunrise, the group ascends to the second floor, yet Kim Wu Jin remains an elusive ghost in the shadows. Their frustration boils over as they realize their prey might continue this game of hide-and-seek throughout the entire floor. Suddenly, a lethal dagger whistles through the air, barely being parried by one of Yang Ju's elite guards. A twisted grin spreads across Yang Ju's face after 2 days of waiting. The prey has finally decided to hunt the hunter. But the excitement fades when they realize Kim Wu Jin isn't alone. A macabre army of skeletons emerges at his side. The group scans the area for a hidden necromancer, but finding no one else, they assume the skeletons are weak summons. They laugh off the threat, preparing to crush the undead one-on-one. But the atmosphere turns heavy with impending doom. Laughter turns to pure terror as the skeletons dodge every strike with supernatural precision while systematically dismantling their formation. Seizing the chaos, Kim Wu Jin lunges forward, aiming a devastating strike directly at the heart of Yang Ju. To his surprise, the massive Yang Ju moves with the grace of an elite athlete, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. Yang Ju sneers in disappointment, having expected far more from the man who supposedly terrified the Skull Guild. He had built up a grand image of this legendary hunter, only to find the current reality quite underwhelming. Meanwhile, Kim Wu Jin feels the pressure. This is his first life-or-death struggle against a true powerhouse since his rebirth. Realizing the stakes, he prepares to unleash his full arsenal, drawing the gaze of the celestial sponsor, Undying Fighter. High above, the Undying Fighter watches with growing fascination, captivated by the raw violence unfolding in the dungeon. Not to be outdone, Kim Wu Jin's own sponsor, the emissary of the underworld, watches with intense, hungry eyes, knowing the rewards for victory will be astronomical. Both warriors sharpen their killing intent for the final exchange. Meanwhile, far away from the blood-soaked dungeon, the real world remains oblivious to the epic clash. Se-chan turns to Lee Jin-ah, questioning what kind of monster Kim Wu Jin truly is during a real fight. Lee Jin-ah remains silent, grumbling about losing his appetite despite the 5 empty pizza boxes scattered around him. Finally, Lee Jin-ah speaks, describing Kim Wu Jin not as a hero, but as a terrifyingly cunning predator. Se-chan looks on in confusion, unable to grasp the true weight behind the word cunning in this context. Lee Jin-ah explains that Wu Jin is the type who never steps into a ring unless he's already guaranteed the win. Back in the abyss, Kim Wu Jin stops holding back as a tidal wave of necro energy erupts, transforming him into a monarch. A dozen elite skeletons rise from the ground, a sight that leaves Yang Ju paralyzed with genuine shock. It finally dawns on him these aren't the summons of a comrade, but the personal army of Kim Wu Jin himself. Yang Ju braces himself, knowing that fighting a legion that moves with human intelligence is a true suicide mission. Yet, a savage joy fills his heart. The real battle, the one he's craved for years, has finally begun. Bracing for the skeletal onslaught, he suddenly realizes the soldiers aren't targeting him at all. They're swarming his subordinates, who are already being overwhelmed by the first wave Kim Wu Jin summoned. Yang Ju is livid, screaming that Kim Wu Jin is a pathetic coward for resorting to such underhanded tactics. Kim Wu Jin ignores the insults like they're mere dog barks. As Yang Ju's body erupts in a blinding golden light, he finally unleashes the power of his legendary artifact, the Necklace of Gwyn. Bathed in the sun's blessing, he warns Kim Wu Jin that he's picked a fight with the wrong man. Yet, even this divine golden radiance can't mask Yang Ju's hideous nature. He looks more monstrous than holy. With a burst of speed, Yang Ju shatters the skeletal line to reach Kim Wu Jin exactly as the protagonist planned. Kim Wu Jin immediately executes his signature pro-gamer move. He turns tail and retreats. The dim-witted Yang Ju, who clearly skipped his strategy lessons, falls for the rage bait and isolates himself from his team. As Yang Ju lunges after Kim Wu Jin, he's completely unaware of the trap closing around him. He burns through his stamina recklessly, while Kim Wu Jin mocks the man's blinding arrogance and overconfidence. Kim is secretly pleased that his opponent is this incredibly thick-headed. Yang Ju is too foolish to realize the necklace's true potential, using it only for basic stat boosts. To Kim, it's like hanging a priceless pearl on a pig. It doesn't make the swine look any better. Suddenly, Kim Wu Jin triggers corpse explosion, detonating the bodies he strategically planted along his path of retreat. The blast hits Yang Ju point blank, dealing devastating damage and charring his arrogant face. Knowing it's not over, Kim Wu Jin continues to widen the gap. In the chaos, he dons the Grim Reaper's mask, commanding his skeletons to infect Yang Ju's distracted men with lethal blood poison. With the toxin coursing through their veins, Kim Wu Jin is certain none of them will escape alive. Just then, Yang Ju crawls from the smoke, roaring with fury at Kim Wu Jin's dishonorable and dirty fighting style. In a fit of rage, he activates haste, doubling his stamina drain for a burst of godlike speed. Just as he closes in, the ground collapses beneath him, dragging him into a hidden pit. Kim Wu Jin had stacked the hole with corpses, triggering a massive chain explosion that levels the area. As the dust clears, a weakened Yang Ju screams at Kim Wu Jin to stop playing games and fight like a man. Kim Wu Jin coldly retorts that Yang Ju is just useless, failing to utilize the battlefield's resources in a real fight. Yang Ju grits his teeth in humiliation, but the verbal lashing is only beginning. Kim calls him a muscle-brained fool who charges blindly, abandoning his comrades to be slaughtered. It's why, throughout his entire career, not a single one of his teammates has ever survived a mission. He labels Yang Ju a team killer, utterly worthless whether he's fighting alone or leading a squad. These words pierce Yang Ju's heart, echoing a traumatic insult from the person he hates most in this world. That man is Suzuki Ichi, a rival who always defeated him using cunning traps rather than fair combat. Yangju finally understands why Kim Wu Jin's presence triggers him. They share the same calculating, lethal mind. Pushed to his absolute limit, he forces the sun's blessing to activate once more. The golden aura returns, boosting his stats, though he still looks like a pathetic, cornered beast. Radiant with gold, he vows to kill both Kim Wu Jin and Suzuki Ichi with his own 2 hands. But before he can move, Kim Wu Jin calmly announces that it's time to end this farce. Yangju is confused, so Kim Wu Jin decides to explain the true depth of his failure. He reveals that his skeletons don't need verbal commands. That shout to retreat was nothing but a distraction. His soldiers never left the front lines, systematically butchering Yangju's men while their leader chased a shadow. The realization hits Yangju like a physical blow. He's been played like a fool since the very start. To break him completely, Kim Wu Jin reminds him that his son's blessing is only seconds away from expiring. Yangju is frozen in shock. How could Kim Wu Jin possibly know the secret duration of his legendary necklace? Trembling with sudden terror, Yangju asks the one question that matters. Who? What are you? Kim Wu Jin prepares to respond but abruptly falls silent. Yangju is initially baffled by this sudden hesitation. As his blessing expires, Yangju nearly coughs up blood in fury. He realizes Kim Wu Jin was merely stalling for time. He bellows curses upon 9 generations of Kim Wu Jin's lineage. Unfazed, Wu Jin ignores the petty insults. By now, his skeleton soldiers have finished slaughtering all of Yangju's subordinates, and so, it is time to finish the boss. But first, Wu Jin decides to twist the knife one last time. Wu Jin coldly reveals that his men are already dead. There is no one left to wait for. Enraged, Yangju snaps. He lunges at Wu Jin, desperate to spill blood and avenge his fallen comrades. His skeletons intercept the desperate charge on their master's behalf. Outside the dungeon, Lee Jina tears down the highway. Lee Se-jun ordered him to confirm Wu Jin's survival. If Yangju emerges instead, they need intel immediately. Though Se-jun bets on Wu Jin's victory, he must ensure Wu Jin's goals still align with theirs once the dust settles. Their partnership has been based on convenience, not shared goals. However, with Wu Jin befriending Park Yong and the Skull Guild raid, everything is building toward a final confrontation to end the Messiah Guild's reign. Inside the dungeon, Yangju is drowning in despair against immortal, monstrous skeletons. He has shattered 10, but 20 more remain. Exhausted and broken, he falls to his knees. Blood poison from the skeleton's relentless strikes begins to paralyze his very soul. Still, he screams at Wu Jin, begging for a fair one-on-one duel. Wu Jin remains motionless, watching coldly as his minions finish the job. Despite his stoic mask, Wu Jin is grateful he used the Mastery Stone on his skeletons. Without that upgrade, his previous summons wouldn't have stood a chance. Yangju struggles for a final moment before his life light finally flickers out. Thus ends a legendary clash, witnessed only by the dead and their celestial sponsors. Pleased, Wu Jin's sponsor grants him massive experience, leveling up his skeleton soldier skill once again. Wu Jin retrieves Gawain's necklace from the corpse, the soul bond shattered upon Yangju's death. Across 2 lifetimes, this is Wu Jin's first legendary relic from the Knights of the Round Table. The necklace grants plus 40 to all stats, and the Sun's Blessing daily active skill. While Wu Jin values the loot, he truly craves Yangju's memories to finally glimpse Lee Se-jun in this timeline. Without hesitation, Wu Jin activates Eye of Anubis to peer into the deceased's mind. He sees Yangju's induction as the newest member of the Knights of the Round Table. He encounters the Grandmaster, Lee Se-jun, whose presence remains as cold and distant as ever. Even as a memory, his aura is suffocating. Wu Jin clenches his fists in boiling rage. Having slain a core member of the Round Table, he knows the Messiah Guild will retaliate. Wu Jin doesn't care. None of them possess an ounce of integrity. Therefore, he will personally slaughter them all to avenge himself and every victim of their false light. Elsewhere, the remaining players cower in fear, terrified of facing the second-floor dungeon boss. They wait for reinforcements to arrive. Suddenly, a notification rings out. The boss is dead. The dungeon is cleared by Kim Wu Jin. Wu Jin is the first to exit, finding Lee Jina waiting with a classified file. Inside the getaway car, Lee Jina asks how powerful Yangju truly was. Wu Jin isn't shocked. Yangju's memories revealed he used a forged ID to enter. As he wonders how Lee Se-jun tracked him down, Lee Jina won't stop pestering him about Yong Hanho's power, so he bluntly states the man was vastly superior. This ignites Lee Jina's temper, as he fumes that Kim Wu Jin hasn't even seen his true potential yet. Amused, Kim Wu Jin notes, Yangju crushed 10 of his 12 skeletons. If Lee Jina wants to prove himself, the challenge is open. Instantly, Lee Jina's bravado vanishes as he shamelessly pretends he never brought up his own strength. He pivots the conversation immediately to the mission Lee Se-jun sent him to discuss with Kim Wu Jin. He presents the file for a perilous A- rank, Fox Dungeon, consisting of 2 treacherous floors. 12 previous expeditions have attempted this dungeon, yet every single one ended in a total, bloody failure. Oh Se-chan wants him to infiltrate under the alias Isaac Ivanov. Kim Wu Jin already understands the hidden motive. Without a word, he accepts. Lee lists the remaining conditions, and Kim Wu Jin agrees to every single one. Task secured. Kim Wu Jin takes his leave, setting the next stage of his plan into motion. Lee Jin-ah calls Oh Se-chan, reporting that Kim Wu Jin accepted the terms without even a moment's hesitation. Oh Se-chan breathes a sigh of relief. Though trust is scarce, he needs a monster to topple the Messiah Guild. As he speaks these heavy words, he gazes at a newspaper detailing how the Messiah Guild keeps seizing rights to dungeons that others failed to conquer. He refuses to let them monopolize everything, fearing the day they finally decide to show their true, predatory teeth. Meanwhile, Kim Wu Jin returns to a derelict building to gear up for the looming Fox dungeon raid. This territory is hauntingly familiar. He conquered this exact dungeon during his tragic past life. This was the very place he first met Lee Se-jun, the man who once invited him into the Messiah Guild. This time, he'll dominate under the Russian guise of Isaac Ivanov. But first, he has vital business to finish. He begins crafting elite equipment using the mountain of rare materials he's meticulously gathered until now. Days blur into a countdown, until finally, it's time for Kim Wu Jin to enter the Fox dungeon and re-meet Lee Se-jun under a false identity. By his side is his old comrade Lee Jin-ah, also disguised as the same Russian operative from before. Together, they step into the frozen abyss alongside the elite members of the Messiah Guild. Upon entering, Lee Jin-ah's excitement freezes instantly as the sub-zero temperatures bite into his very bones. The cold is as brutal as a father's dry morning jokes, leaving even the Messiah Guild's fresh recruits shivering. However, their leader barks orders to gear up in Arctic suits immediately, knowing the frost will turn them into sitting ducks. Kim Wu Jin ignores the commotion, dragging a trembling Lee Jin-ah away from the main guild group. He commands his partner to man up. Under the weight of the provocation, Lee Jin-ah's rage burns away the chill. Meanwhile, Wu Jin remains perfectly warm, basking in the solar blessing emanating from Gain's necklace. Donning the Grim Reaper's mask, he prepares to exert his dominance and command his skeletal legion from the shadows. Lee Jin-ah asks if they're building another fortress for this survival quest, curious about their strategy, but Kim Wu Jin simply smiles, stating a fortress is unnecessary. As he summons skeletons fully decked out in premium armor crafted from the needle snake's reinforced hide. Shocked by the opulence, Lee Jin-ah complains that he did the heavy lifting, yet received none of that precious leather. Kim Wu Jin clarifies he didn't hoard it, having already sent Lee's share directly to their main office. Realization hits Lee Jin-ah like a truck. Oh Se-chan must have swiped his share for his own greedy pockets. He silently curses the middleman, while back in reality, Oh Se-chan sneezes, wondering who's praising his good deeds. Meanwhile, as the Messiah Guild establishes their base camp, their leader suddenly notices the two Russians are nowhere to be found. Her subordinates offer sheepish apologies, admitting they were too preoccupied with the camp to track the duo's movements. Though visibly disappointed, she knows dwelling on the mistake won't bring them back. Leaving the others to finish, she sets out to personally evaluate if these outsiders are worthy of a Messiah Guild alliance. Accompanied by a subordinate, she tracks the pair, only to find Kim Wu Jin and Lee Jin-ah decimating a wolf pack. Arriving at the scene, she's shocked as giant skeletons ruthlessly obliterate the helpless wolves. Wu Jin is leagues ahead. She must recruit him at any cost. While admiring his power, a sharp whistle pierces the air. It's a distress signal. She rushes back to find the camp raided. Her squad barely holds on until their leader takes command. Suddenly, a scout spots a massive wave of wolves approaching. Panic erupts. They were already at their absolute breaking point. Facing this endless tide, she sees why 12 teams failed. From the hilltop, Wu Jin and Jin-ah watch the impending massacre. Jin-ah mutters that the guild will be completely annihilated soon. He's shocked when Wu Jin prepares to help despite the danger. Wu Jin is ready, armed with his new skill, Aura Field. This skill allows him to truly dominate the battlefield's energy. Down in the trenches, the guild is desperate until a massive explosion breaks the formation. Wu Jin is dropping corpses and detonating them with explosive power. After dropping 7 bodies, the monster wave is finally torn to shreds. His skeletons and Jin-ah charge in to finish the job. He activates the sun's blessing, channeling divine aura through his summons. His skeletons glow golden, their stats boosted to godlike levels. Unlike the weak Yong, Jin-ah watches in pure awe. It feels like watching legendary berserkers lost in a bloodlust. He worships Wu Jin for making fragile skeletons this powerful. His view of necromancy is forever changed. To Wu Jin, this level of control is just basic. Instead of self-buffing, he empowers his entire army at once. Unfortunately, Yang was too foolish to understand this. Had he known, his team might still be alive today. Wu Jin continues raining explosive corpses like a relentless airstrike. The Messiah Guild watches his skill in total disbelief. They realize he's weakening the wolves so they can finish them. The leader orders an all-out assault to wipe them out. Outside, Oh Se-chan reveals the plan to make Wu Jin their savior. On top of that, the guild will be forced to shower them with rewards. It is the perfect plan to gain ultimate leverage. Secretary Lee warns this requires power exceeding Korea's top rankers. Se-chan bets everything on Wu Jin's insane rate of growth. They must protect his secret identity to keep the profits flowing. Inside the dungeon, the guild clears the mess and tends to their wounded. Their leader thanks him, but Wu Jin coldly walks away. Hearing his fractured Korean leaves, the team leader dazed as she watches his silhouette vanish. Meanwhile, Lee Jin questions Kim Wu Jin on why they had to depart so abruptly. Kim warns that staying near the Messiah Guild risks exposing their false Russian identities. Now that the first floor's peril has subsided, Kim focuses on grinding, triggering Lee Jin-ah's trauma of their previous 3-day endless battle. Though the duration is shorter, the biting, cold, and feral wolves make life a living hell. Pushing through the agony, Kim Wu Jin successfully reaches level 35. The envoy of the underworld rewards his progress, evolving his blood poison skill to a higher rank. With enough mana, Kim can now condense his essence into lethal dark blood. This newfound power allows him to accelerate his grand designs. He asks Lee Jin-ah if he can endure extreme pain, given his immortal nature. Lee boastfully declares himself the world's greatest masochist. Kim clarifies, can he withstand being skewered by a horned fox for hours? Lee pales as the horror sinks in while the first floor's quest finally concludes. On the second floor, the Messiah Guild is being utterly decimated by the horned fox. The guild leader watches in despair as her elite players face certain death. But in that desperate moment, Kim Wu Jin steps forward, telling her in Russian that he will handle the beast alone. However, his awkward phrasing makes it sound like he intends to breed the monster. This leaves the leader questioning if they should even allow him to join. Unaware of the blunder, Kim faces the menacing monster and its massive, singular horn. Sensing fresh prey, the horned fox immediately lunges forward to attack. Lee Jin-ah acts as the bait, recalling Kim's brutal briefing from the night before. Kim warned that while the fox is lightning fast, its raw damage is relatively low. Still, it can shatter skeletons, so Lee must pin it down for the poison strike. He only asked if Lee could stay mentally stable while being impaled for minutes. Back in the present, Lee Jin-ah desperately wants to curse Kim in Russian. Lacking the vocabulary, he stays silent to avoid revealing his true Korean heritage. The horned fox toys with its prey, fueling Lee's mounting rage. He chooses to let the horn pierce him, trapping the beast for Kim's final blow. Following the plan, the fox tears through Lee's chest, but he grips the beast, refusing to let go. Kim Wu Jin fires a dark blood-infused arrow directly into the monster's eye. Lethal poison ravages its stats, allowing the skeletons to finish the slaughter instantly. The Messiah Guild leader watches, paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of the feat. 2 men achieved what an entire guild could not even scratch. Awe turns to reverence as the spotlight shines solely on Kim Wu Jin. With the boss slain, the survivors meet the requirements to exit the cleared dungeon. Outside, the media waits hungrily for news of the Messiah Guild's victory. Instead, the world explodes with news of the mysterious Russian duo who soloed everything. Meanwhile, the man behind the chaos, Kim Wu Jin, discusses the next move with Oh Se-chan. He instructs Oh to announce that he'll donate the rare horn to the Messiah Guild. Lee Jin-ah nearly weeps at the injustice after all the pain he endured. But the masterminds ignore him, proceeding with their legendary gamble. By the time Kim Wu Jin returns home, his bombshell statement has already set the media ablaze. Using his secret identity as Isaac Ivanov, he publicly offers to help the Messiah Guild conquer their next dungeon. Furthermore, his vow to donate the legendary horn triggers a massive debate on whether the heroes of the world should accept it. While monitoring the online chaos, Wu Jin receives an urgent call from Park Yong-won, inviting him to discuss their future alliance. Early the next morning, Wu Jin arrives at the Lion Guild headquarters, where Park Yong-won showers him with praise for crushing the Skull Gang. Thanks to Wu Jin's ruthless efficiency, the Skull Guild has completely abandoned Korea and fled to Japan. Though Park regrets not wiping them out entirely, he's satisfied with seeing them driven out of his territory. Remembering his promise, Park prepares to reward Wu Jin with a prize equal to his monumental achievement. He presents Wu Jin with a rare skill book, one specifically designed to negate the deadly drawback of his blood poison skill. The skill is Blood Mist, an ability that allows the player to manifest a lethal crimson fog from their own blood. To a normal player, this might seem useless, but for Kim Wu Jin, it is the final piece of the puzzle he needs to become truly unstoppable. Just as he's absorbing the new power, the Messiah Guild officially responds to Isaac Ivanov's public statement. They start by thanking the mysterious Russian hero for his bravery in saving their elite members. While they appreciate the offer of the horn, they politely decline, claiming they cannot accept such a heavy sacrifice from a comrade. Instead, they vow to provide the Russian players with a reward worthy of their heroism. This was Wu Jin's plan all along. By using Oh Se-chan to leak the news, he backed the guild into a corner. He knew that without public pressure, the Messiah Guild would have simply used shadow tactics to steal the horn. Now, trapped by the public eye, they can't touch him, and they're even forced to pay him a handsome reward. However, the blood mist skill remains locked, requiring Wu Jin to reach level 40 before he can master it. Seeking a quick power-up, Wu Jin asks Park Yong-won for access to high-level dungeons. Park simply smiles, telling him to pick any dungeon he wants from the broker's all expenses paid. With Park Yong-won acting as his bottomless bank account, Wu Jin can now level up at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, back at Oh Se-chan's secret headquarters, Lee Jin-ah is throwing a tantrum over the Messiah Guild's reward, feeling like a husband who lost everything in a divorce. Oh Se-chan tells him to shut up, insisting the situation isn't nearly that dramatic. Besides, hasn't he been gorging himself on the hundreds of boxes of choco pies sent by Isaac's Russian fans? Lee Jin-ah grumbles, unable to argue while his mouth is full of chocolate. He then asks what reward the Messiah Guild chose for Wu Jin, only to learn it's the prestigious golem summoning skill. This revelation sends Lee Jin-ah into a new spiral of jealousy, which Oh Se-chan promptly ignores. Oh then pivots to business, revealing they've been hired for a new dungeon raid by Park Yong-won himself. Lee is baffled, knowing Oh Se-chan absolutely despises the greedy Park Yong-won with every fiber of his being. But Oh simply shrugs, business is business, especially when it involves a third party with deep pockets. When Lee asks who the other partner is, Oh Se-chan smirks, saying it's someone very familiar. Lee Jin-ah instantly realizes the partner is Kim Wu Jin, prompting Oh Se-chan to explain the current situation. He details the complex web between Wu Jin and Park Yong-won as they secretly plot against the Messiah Guild. For their next move, Park wants to secure a private dungeon where Wu Jin can test his new skills and reach level 40 instantly. Oh Se-chan hands Lee the mission briefing, ordering him to join Wu Jin in the raid to increase his own strength. Though Lee Jin-ah looks like he's lost his will to live, he's forced to follow the boss's orders. Inside the dungeon, Wu Jin greets his partner, but Lee Jin-ah is far too grumpy to even look at him. Hoping to break the ice, Wu Jin suggests a light stroll that quickly escalates into a bloody monster-slaying adventure. Meanwhile, in the corporate world, the shadow of the Hanyang Group looms large. As the nation's top financial titan, CEO Park So-hee has been the secret hand funding the Messiah Guild from the very beginning. Shocking news ripples through the shadows. Yang Jia is dead, killed in the dungeon while hunting Kim Wu Jin. Park's fury reaches a boiling point because Yang Jia went rogue, died like a dog, and lost Gawain's necklace to the enemy. The loss is devastating. Never before have the Knights of the Round Table allowed a legendary artifact to be stolen. She realizes the rot is spreading. What started as a few Skull Guild failures has now become a full-blown crisis. Their alliance is fracturing, and the vital support of the Master Swordsman and Master Archer is slipping through her fingers. Her eyes burn with cold hatred as she pins the blame entirely on Park Yong-won. If that man hadn't interfered with the Skull Guild's operations, their dominance would still be absolute. The real problem? She can't strike him down yet. She must dismantle his power piece by piece, slowly and painfully. A lethal order is issued. Retrieve Gawain's necklace at any cost and erase Kim Wu Jin from existence. To ensure the kill, the executives deploy their ace Suzuki Ichi, the ultimate predator against the cunning and deceitful. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon's silent depths, Kim Wu Jin finally hits level 40. Awakening two terrifying new powers, Blood Mist and Golem Summoning. With these skills, his previous weaknesses vanish. He has evolved into a perfectly balanced engine of destruction. Watching this explosive growth, Lee Jin-ah is paralyzed with fear. This isn't a human, it's a monster in disguise. He marvels at Kim's tactical genius, turning the natural terrain into a lethal slaughterhouse with surgical precision. He exploits every monster's weakness perfectly, making Lee Jin-ah wonder if Kim has already lived through this nightmare before. But just like a detective chasing a phantom, Lee Jin-ah has zero proof to back up his wild suspicions. Kim Wu Jin snaps him back to reality, reminding him that the hunt is far from over. Lee Jin-ah begs for a timeout, but Kim is eager to test his lethal new skills on fresh prey. He drags his partner along like a child to school, and soon, their grueling dungeon raid finally comes to an end. Kim Wu Jin exits radiating a powerful aura, while poor Lee Jin-ah looks like he's one step away from the grave. Secretary Lee rushes to help, but upon hearing Lee Jin-ah's complaints, she immediately pivots to the main character. Kim Wu Jin ignores the drama. He needs to speak with Oh Se-chan about a specific, dangerous destination. That place is Kaesong, a lawless wasteland open to the world under the guise of national protection. It's a city of sin where no laws exist and only the strongest survive the cutthroat environment. Oh, Se-chan can't fathom why anyone would willingly go to such a hellhole, but as a dealer, he delivers. He prepares a specialized mask and a fake identity, allowing Kim Wu Jin to become a ghost in the lawless city. Disguised as a tanned, bespectacled man, Kim Wu Jin steps into the heart of Kaesong's chaos. Most players here are stowages, low-level porters who exist only to carry loot in and out of dungeons. To avoid any prying eyes, Kim Wu Jin decides to hide his true power behind this lowly facade. He blends in perfectly, mingling with the other porters, as if he were just another face in the crowd. A curious traveler asks what crime brought him here, assuming he's a murderer or a predator like the rest. Betrayal, Kim replies coldly. The man offers pity, urging him to grow strong and seize his revenge one day. Cold fire ignites in Kim Wu Jin's eyes as the face of the traitor, Lee Se-jun, flickers in his mind. He silently vows to erase Lee Se-jun from this world and avenge his fallen comrades from the past. Back in Seoul, Lee Jin-ah grills Oh Se-chan about why Kim was so desperate to reach Kaesong. The dealer dodges the question with a joke, until Lee Jin-ah mentions the needle snake leather, instantly silencing him. Oh Se-chan looks as if he's swallowed a fly, his smug attitude completely crushed by the reminder. Stop shifting the topic, Lee Jin-ah demands. What is that monster actually planning to do? Oh Se-chan honestly admits he doesn't know. But the situation is becoming increasingly volatile. A storm is brewing. Another extremely dangerous player is currently stalking the streets of Kaesong. Lee Jin, can't believe a monster stronger than Kim exists. He demands to know the identity of this threat. Suzuki Ichi, Oh Se-chan whispers. The mad hunting dog of the Messiah Guild is on the prowl. In Kaesong, Suzuki Ichi receives his dark mandate. Find and eliminate Kim Wu Jin at any cost. He intentionally halts his leveling speed, ensuring he stays within range to catch his prey in the next dungeon. Briefing his subordinates on the objective, he issues a strange command: halt all leveling immediately. As Suzuki Ichi hunts for his target, Kim Wu Jin spots him first, forcing a sudden shift in his tactical approach. In his past life, Suzuki Ichi was a monster who surged past level 100, becoming bound by countless high-level restrictions. This forced the Messiah Guild to groom a new hunting dog, leading Lee Jun to personally recruit him. This truth remained hidden until it was too late, leaving him a mere puppet in Lee Jun's grand scheme. Now, he vows to execute Suzuki Ichi swiftly, cutting down the villain before his dark power can grow any further. Yet caution is vital. Suzuki likely possesses the Ring of Lancelot, a legendary relic belonging to the Knights of the Round Table. Fate aligns as both sides sense each other's presence, finally stepping into the darkness of the same dungeon. Their objective is simple yet deadly: hunt down and eliminate the ferocious Red Orc. But before the hunt begins, a storage player is struck down by a mysterious assassin who vanishes into the shadows. Inspecting the corpse, Suzuki Ichi realizes the truth. This killer is no amateur. He is a seasoned dealer of death. Coldly, he orders his men to draw their steel and slaughter every remaining storage player to bury all evidence. Despite the ruthless massacre, his invisible predator refuses to take the bait, remaining hidden in the oppressive silence. Forced to adapt, Suzuki shifts his strategy. Identifying this mysterious interloper has now become his absolute top priority. Suddenly, the earth trembles beneath them. A massive golem emerges, blocking their path like an immovable wall of stone. The golem's appearance confirms Suzuki's suspicions. Their elusive prey belongs to the rare and dangerous summoner class. He barks orders at his subordinates, demanding they mobilize and crush this stone sentinel with maximum efficiency. Responding instantly, a caster weaves imprisonment magic, summoning spectral vines to bind and strangle the golem's massive limbs. With the beast pinned, tanks and dealers unleash heavy blunt strikes, knowing blades are useless against such a rocky hide. Their flawless coordination brings the golem down in seconds, a display of teamwork that catches Kim Wu Jin off guard. He realizes these aren't ordinary foes. They move as one lethal unit, executing complex maneuvers without needing a single word. But while they celebrate their victory over the fallen golem, a lethal arrow whistles toward the healer's head, only for Suzuki to deflect it at the very last second. His pulse quickens. Their prey isn't just a powerful summoner, he's a master of long-range assassination as well. Warning his men to brace for snipers, a scout screams in terror as dark silhouettes begin emerging from the mist. As the figures draw near, the group recoils in shock. An army of skeleton soldiers is marching directly toward them. These aren't mindless undead. They move with the grace of veteran warriors, dodging strikes with terrifyingly human intelligence. Suzuki knows a summon reflects its master's soul. These skeletons prove their master is a combat genius beyond compare. With the numbers perfectly matched, the stage is set for a brutal, fair-scaled battle between men and bone. But Suzuki Ichi has no intention of being bogged down by these rattling distractions. Therefore, he commands his men to treat the undead as elite players, targeting the gaps in their reinforced leather armor with precision. Amidst the chaotic clash of steel and bone, Kim Wu Jin ghost steps through the fray, appearing right in their center. Panic surges through Suzuki as he leaps back. As the dust clears, the face of their hunter is finally revealed, but it's a mask. Kim Wu Jin stands disguised as the Russian powerhouse, Isaac Ivanov, wearing the haunting Grim Reaper's visage. The sight of the famous Russian hero leaves them paralyzed. Why would an ally of justice turn his blade on them? Based on his legendary reputation, Isaac was known as a Messiah Guild loyalist. This betrayal defies all logic. Meanwhile, Kim Wu Jin prepares his next move. He sharpens his focus, ready to execute his trademark maneuver in this deadly game of chess. The ultimate tactical feint. A calculated retreat, the very moment the enemy feels most vulnerable. Isaac's sudden flight leaves the Messiah Guild baffled, their minds spinning to grasp his incomprehensible motives. Mistaking retreat for weakness. A greedy guild member charges forward, desperate to claim the glory of the kill. It's a trap. Kim Wu Jin leads the fool directly toward the site of his very first murder in this dungeon. Suddenly, the discarded corpse erupts in a violent blast, catching the overconfident pursuer in a devastating inferno. Mangled by the explosion, he is instantly engulfed in a lethal blood mist, a toxic cocktail prepared by Kim Wu Jin himself. A healer frantically rushes forward, desperately trying to mend the fallen player's wounds. But Suzuki Ichi knows the truth. The venom has already claimed its host. He decides to grant a swift, eternal mercy. The player believed this moment would be his final breath. Suddenly, allies collapse like dominoes as invisible toxins ravage their bodies. Protected by the Ring of Lancelot, Wu Jin remains eerily unaffected by the spreading death. As confusion clouds Suzuki Ichi's focus, a lethal opening finally emerges. Kim Wu Jin seizes the chaos, commanding his skeleton soldier to strike from the shadows. He slips into the blind spot, infiltrating Suzuki Ichi's inner circle undetected, but he underestimates the veteran. Suzuki Ichi parries the blow with ease. Instantly, both warriors receive an urgent notification from their otherworldly sponsors. The stakes skyrocket as Wu Jin realizes he must unleash everything. Suzuki Ichi is a monster far more powerful than Yang Ji, the foe he previously crushed. Meanwhile, in the real world, Oh Se-chan relaxes in his office like a true mastermind. While Wu Jin risks his life against the mad dog Suzuki Ichi, Se-chan learns from Secretary Lee that Wu Jin has intentionally entered the same dungeon as his target. He wonders if Kim Wu Jin is truly the Messiah Guild's greatest nightmare. Suzuki Ichi is already the second high-ranking core member he has ruthlessly hunted. This revelation causes Se-chan to trust Kim Wu Jin just a little bit more. Consequently, he decides to grant the hunter even greater benefits and support. This includes a secret weapon hidden from the world, the ancient pharaoh's power. Back in the dungeon, Kim Wu Jin falls to his knees as the sun's blessing expires. His overwhelming stat buffs evaporate, leaving his body heavy and vulnerable. Even so, Suzuki Ichi remains standing. The monster still possesses enough stamina to deliver a final, crushing blow. To make matters worse, the brutal exchange has drained Kim Wu Jin of far too much blood. Since his blood is lethally toxic, a normal transfusion is impossible. Fortunately, he carries a hidden trump card gifted by Park Yong for this exact nightmare. It is a forbidden vampiric skill, designed to feast on an enemy's lifeblood, to heal the user's shattered body. As Suzuki Ichi closes in for the kill, Kim Wu Jin lunges like a starving predator, activating the life-draining curse. The technique ruthlessly hollows out Suzuki's life force, leaving him a shriveled mummy on the verge of death. Finally able to move, Kim Wu Jin gazes down at his foe. He demands to know why Suzuki still serves Lee Se-jun despite knowing his twisted nature. Suzuki erupts into crazed laughter, barking that players should never submit to weak governments. If this game ever ends, they will revert to pathetic, normal humans. All the godlike power they enjoy right now will be stripped away forever. Disappointment flickers in Kim Wu Jin's eyes as he delivers his cold, final judgment. He declares that Suzuki's death is deserved. Those who worship the law of the jungle must accept being crushed by a true apex predator. Wu Jin silences Suzuki Ichi forever. He then equips a second legendary relic of the Knights of the Round Table, ascending to a tier of his own. With the bloody deed finished, he activates the Eye of Anubis. He peers into the dead man's memories to unearth Lee Se-jun's darkest motives. Emerging from the dungeon, Kim Wu Jin is met by an operative sent by Oh Se-chan, who hands him a secure walkie-talkie. Over the airwaves, Se-chan applauds the elimination of another Messiah Guild executive. The mastermind finally requests a face-to-face meeting. Kim Wu Jin has anticipated this moment for ages. They agree on a secret rendezvous to forge their future alliance. Days later, Secretary Lee visits a quiet facility filled with rows of lockers. Hidden within one unit is an old photograph, a younger version of her standing beside a mysterious man. She bites her lip as memories surface, but she quickly steels herself and moves on. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks Japan's national dungeon. This is the A+ ranked Firefox dungeon. The blast sends players scrambling for their lives as the retreat siren wails in absolute terror. Amidst the panicked stampede, a lone figure strides toward the inferno with grim determination. It is Lee Se-jun, disguised as a Russian hunter. Kim Wu Jin has assigned him a suicidal task: pin down the Firefox boss for 5 critical seconds. The reward is simple. If he survives those 5 seconds, Wu Jin promises him a lifetime of unlimited food buffet tickets. For a legendary glutton like Lee Se-jun, this is an offer he physically cannot refuse. He accepts the mission, fully aware of the agonizing burns he will have to endure. To aid him, Wu Jin lends the Ring of Lancelot. It won't stop the heat, but it grants absolute immunity to any soul-chilling debuffs. Jin-ah remains skeptical. Why would a debuff ring matter against a creature that breathes pure, searing flame? However, the beast's true nature is far more terrifying than it appears. As Jin-ah grapples with the Firefox, the beast erupts with a cursed flame, instantly plunging his world into a blinding, fiery darkness. Control nearly slips through his fingers. Luckily, the Ring of Lancelot activates in the nick of time, keeping Lee Se-jun from being sent flying by the beast. While Lee Se-jun clings on for dear life, Kim Wu Jin unleashes his blade of blood, forging a lethal saber from his own venomous ichor, deadlier than a toxic breakup. Armed with this crimson catastrophe, Wu Jin lunges at the Firefox, currently pinned by the beastly Lee Se-jun. Meanwhile, in the real world, Se-chan scans the latest headlines, featuring the Messiah Guild's bold seizure of Japan's national treasure, the Firefox dungeon. Se-chan connects the dots. The Messiah Guild must hold serious leverage over Japan to be granted such exclusive raid rights. But why strike now of all times? He suspects the heat from Russian players, particularly Isaac Ivanov, is forcing their hand into this aggressive power play. His thoughts are interrupted as Secretary Lee enters, her shoes noticeably caked in mud. It clicks. She must have visited that place since today marks her birthday. Moved by the occasion, he offers to buy her a premium steak, leaving her shocked and wondering if he hit the jackpot. Se-chan takes offense, questioning her image of him. Meanwhile, Wu Jin and Jin-ah return to Korea, victorious after their grueling raid in the Firefox dungeon. Stepping out of the terminal, Lee Jin-ah is haunted by the battle, recalling how Wu Jin's uncanny foresight kept him from losing his sight to the Firefox. He realizes that despite his growth, the gap between them remains a chasm. Abruptly, Wu Jin dismisses him, ending their temporary partnership. Jin-ah protests, reminding him of the bet, an all-you-can-eat buffet for holding the Firefox for 5 minutes. Wu Jin coldly replies that he missed the mark by a single second, voiding the entire deal. The bait is taken, and Jin-ah literally begins to steam from pure, unadulterated rage. His dreams of infinite KBBQ go up in smoke. The next morning, Wu Jin arrives at Park Yong-won's office for a scheduled briefing. Park Yong-won can't stop praising Isaac Ivanov, marveling at the man's ability to solo entire dungeons with ease. Wu Jin wears a mask of indifference, hiding the fact that he is the man behind the legend. As they talk, Park's secretary enters with grim news. Johann Georg has rejected their offer, choosing the Messiah Guild instead. Yong-won seethes with fury. Losing a titan like Johann to their rivals means facing another nightmare on the battlefield. The revelation catches even Wu Jin off guard, as he never expected Johann Georg to align with the Messiah Guild so early in this timeline. He muses if this is the butterfly effect triggered by his earlier elimination of Suzuki Ichi. This variable wasn't in his calculations. With the future shifting, he must recalibrate his strategy immediately. Seizing the moment, he moves a piece early, suggesting that Yong-won should recruit Isaac Ivanov to their side. Yong-won scoffs, stating that if recruitment were possible, they would have done it already, but they lack the proper bait to lure such a big fish. But the secretary chimes in, they might just have the perfect lure after all. She reveals that Isaac Ivanov has been scouring the black market for the elusive skeleton knight skill to no avail. Watching them scramble, Wu Jin smirks inwardly. The trap is set, and the fish has finally bitten. Deep within the Messiah Guild, Park Shin-hye stands before Lee Se-jun, whose gaze burns with demonic intensity. Trembling, she delivers the catastrophic report. Suzuki Ichi is dead, and their Kaesong City base is nothing but ash. Lee Se-jun's brow twitches. He demands to know who possesses the audacity to challenge the Messiah Guild. His icy tone sends shivers down her spine as she reveals the culprit hails from Park Yong-won's faction. Before Se-jun can utter a word, she outlines a trap to neutralize the threat. Park Yong-won's hunger to topple the Messiah Guild will be the very thing that buries him. Furthermore, she confirms the successful recruitment of Europe's Johann Georg, the legendary king of the undead. Since Isaac Ivanov eluded them, Johann Georg will serve as the ultimate checkmate against that Russian nuisance. She notes that Johann's naked ambition makes him a puppet that is remarkably easy to pull the strings on. Lee Se-jun places a hand on her shoulder, a chilling smile forming. You're right. Men with grand ambitions are always the easiest to enslave. Hearing his cold declaration, A paralyzing fear strikes deep into Park Shin-ye's soul. If her subordinates saw the Ice Queen this shaken, they would be utterly horrified. But while she plots against Park Young-won, Park Young-won is busy finalizing a deal with the American Frontier Guild to keep the Messiah Guild in check. Yet, the cunning Park Young-won senses a hidden catch behind their sudden, easy cooperation. He resolves that if they betray him, he will weaponize their own elite reputation to destroy them. Still, to ensure his safety is absolute, he commands his secretary to summon Kim Wu Jin to his office first thing tomorrow. The next morning, Park Young-won reveals the Frontier Alliance and orders Kim Wu Jin to join their dungeon raid in 2 days. Kim Wu Jin accepts the mission without a second thought, but he suspects a trap. There is no way Park Shin-ye did not anticipate this predictable alliance. He contacts Oh Se-chan for classified intel, knowing that in this game, information is the ultimate weapon, unless that secret involves a cheating spouse and children who are not even your own biologically. 2 days pass in a flash, and Kim Wu Jin arrives at the meeting point with the Frontier Guild. Alongside him, Park Young-won has sent elite players who are eager to witness the legendary Frontier Guild in action. They were told Frontier would lead the charge, allowing the elites to sit back and reap the rewards. Suddenly, a man named Jaime Kim, the Frontier Guild's sharp legal expert, enters and introduces himself. Jaime is not here for small talk. He has a few cold reminders for the group, specifically regarding the restrictive contract Park Young-won signed for this joint operation. The elite players are strictly forbidden from participating and must act as mere observers inside the dungeon. Furthermore, they are legally barred from any future raids unless they are accompanied by the Frontier Guild. This blatant disrespect sends the elite squad into a blinding, furious rage. Jaime coldly dismisses them, stating they can either follow the contract or complain to their boss and cancel the alliance. That icy ultimatum instantly silences their protests and kills their heated momentum. His task complete, Jaime leaves after announcing the dungeon raid will commence in 30 minutes. Once the lawyer exits the room, Kim Wu Jin receives a call from Oh Se-chan, warning him that the Messiah Guild and Frontier are secretly collaborating. Though it is unclear if the whole guild is compromised or just a faction, caution is vital. Wu Jin simply reminds the informant of his strength and warns him not to underestimate him. He gives Oh Se-chan 2 tasks, planning to handle the violent aftermath himself. First, he needs real-time intel. Second, he needs someone to clean up the mess after he deals with Frontier. Oh Se-chan agrees, giving him the green light to unleash as much havoc as he desires. For several days, Kim Wu Jin and the elites follow the Frontier Guild through various dungeons, watching as the Americans clear every floor, without allowing the Koreans to lift a single finger. Though bored, the elites enjoy the steady experience gain and rapid level-ups. At this rate, they might soon qualify for Park Young-won's personal Floor 6 raid squad. Kim Wu Jin realizes Frontier is power leveling them, just to force Park Young-won into the Floor 6 dungeon faster, giving them the perfect opening to carry out their secret agenda behind his back. As he connects the dots in his mind, a system alert sounds, confirming the dungeon has been successfully cleared. As the elites prepare to leave, the Frontier captain sneers, threatening to cripple anyone who moves without his permission. After exiting the portal, a grim Kim Wu Jin learns from Oh Se-chan that Park Young-won has just announced his Floor 6 entry. Oh Se-chan knows Park is rushing to build a foundation against the Messiah Guild's growing power. But this is exactly what the Frontier Guild wanted. Once Park Young-won enters that dungeon, they will finally drop the act and show the world their true, villainous colors. Kim Wu Jin is already 10 steps ahead. He cuts Osakin short, demanding the high-level intel he requested without any of the useless chatter. Osakin warns him not to let his temper flare like a caged lion, promising to deliver the full report in person the following day. The next morning, Wu Jin waits at a quiet cafe, but it is Secretary Lee who arrives instead of the man himself. She offers a formal apology, explaining that Osakin's schedule was suddenly swamped, preventing him from making the meeting. She hands over the dossier instead. Within its pages, Wu Jin finds a web of guilds suspected of clandestine ties to the Messiah Guild. To his grim surprise, the list includes the world's top 5 guilds, with the notorious Frontier Guild among them. The revelation hits Wu Jin hard. He had not realized the Messiah Guild's corruption had already rooted itself this deep into the world's power structure. The report also exposes the individual players serving as Messiah's puppets, specifically those wielding legendary tier artifacts. One name stands out: Sam Oliver, an arrogant prick from Frontier who currently holds the legendary Perkal's spear. Wu Jin is stunned that a weapon as powerful as the Perkal spear ended up with a lowlife he was already planning to eliminate within days. He thanks Secretary Lee, acknowledging that this invaluable data is more than enough to settle the debt for his recent efforts. However, he has one final request, the same favor he asked for previously, but with a new target in mind. This time, his sights are locked firmly on the player, Sam Oliver. While Wu Jin sharpens his blades in the shadows, Sam is busy weaving a deadly plot of his own. The Frontier Guild has issued a direct order. Wu Jin must be permanently erased the moment they step into the next dungeon. Sam recalls the beautiful woman from the guild who gave the command, knowing he must comply since they provided him with his prized spear. Failure is not an option. If he slips up, they will reclaim the legendary weapon he has grown so obsessed with. Desperate to keep his power, Sam organizes a dungeon raid to lure Wu Jin to his doom. But the moment they cross the portal, Sam's heart sinks. It is a survival quest, the most unpredictable type of trial. Panic sets in. He knows Wu Jin could simply vanish for 4 days, making it nearly impossible to hunt him down within the time limit. Realizing time is his enemy, Sam decides to strike immediately, hoping to crush Wu Jin in a single, overwhelming blitz. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Jin is already onto the scheme and ready to show these Americans who the true apex predator is. As Frontier's members whisper their tactics, Wu Jin creates a diversion, ditching the Lion Guild and vanishing the instant he sees an opening. By the time Frontier realizes their target is gone, Wu Jin is already miles away, leaving them eating his dust. A high-stakes game of cat and mouse begins as the Frontier players scramble to track him through the wilderness. After leading them in circles, Wu Jin seemingly evaporates into thin air, forcing the frustrated hunters back to Sam to regroup exactly as he planned. Dropping silently from his treetop perch, Wu Jin retrieves a unique treasure he claimed from the Firefox dungeon. It is the legendary ring, Plus Ultra. True to its namesake, it is an artifact designed to shatter a player's perceived limitations. This ring grants a level of raw power that should be impossible for someone at Wu Jin's current stage. Its most devastating attribute? It forcefully elevates the level of every single skill the wearer possesses by 1. This was Wu Jin's true goal. With this boost, his skeleton soldier skill evolves, granting him the power to summon far more advanced undead. Just as the upgrade takes hold, the surrounding brush rustles with murderous intent. A pack of hungry wolves emerges, eyes gleaming as they size up Wu Jin like a helpless piece of meat. Little do they know, Wu Jin is looking back with the same hunger. These beasts are the perfect test subjects for his newly evolved army. Meanwhile, the exhausted Frontier members crawl back to their spawn point to face an infuriated Sam. He is livid, lashing out at his subordinates for letting a single man slip through their fingers so easily. Realizing the chase is currently futile, Sam pivots his strategy toward pure survival, hoarding their strength for the challenges ahead. To ensure no witnesses remain and to tie up loose ends, he ruthlessly executes every remaining member of the Lion Guild. His own teammates watch in chilling silence, their blood running cold at the massacre, yet none dare to defy his orders. With the bodies left behind, Sam leads his unit back into the wild, desperate for any trace of Wu Jin's trail. They eventually stumble upon several monster carcasses, leading Sam to wonder if the monsters did his job for him. But his relief is short-lived as the corpses suddenly erupt in a violent explosion, tearing through the Frontier Guild's formation. Before the smoke can clear, Sam realizes they have walked straight into a kill zone, with half his squad crippled by the blast. And the explosions were just the opening act. From the shadows, a horde of skeletal soldiers emerges to surround the survivors, leaving Sam with only one choice: fight for his life. With a masterstroke of strategy, Kim Wu Jin unleashes his skeletal minions to fracture the Frontier Guild's formation, leaving Sam utterly isolated and helpless. Seizing the chaos, a towering giant skeleton lunges from the shadows, launching a lethal ambush on the cornered Sam. But Sam isn't finished yet. With a sharp flick of his skill, he clears the debris and barely parries the crushing blow. His standard spear snaps like a twig. Desperate, he draws his ultimate trump card, the legendary Perkle Spear. This legendary relic surges with power, boosting his physical stats by 30% and granting devastating penetration buffs. Wounds from this blade never truly heal. With a roar, Sam thrusts, shattering the skeleton soldier's chest in a single explosion of force. But before he can finish the job, the undead legion vanishes into the gloom. Just as the dust settles, a monstrous silhouette emerges, a bestial wolf skeleton, the newest nightmare added to Kim Wu Jin's lethal collection. Wu Jin links his senses to the beast, blurring into a streak of white bone as he circles Sam like a predator. Sam's eyes widen in terror. This beast is leagues faster than any humanoid summon he's ever faced. Panic sets in. If this battle drags on, his stamina will bottom out, leaving him a dead man walking. Sam gambles everything on one lethal strike, but just as his spear nears the target, the impossible happens. The beast sidesteps with eerie foresight, lunging upward to sink its fangs deep into the arm, holding the legendary spear. With a sickening crunch, the wolf skeleton brings Sam to his knees, completely neutralized. Severing the connection, Wu Jin steps forward. Sam crawls desperately toward his spear, just inches from his trembling fingertips. Wu Jin snatches the relic first, coldly mocking Sam. A god-tier weapon is worthless if its master can't even land a hit. Pinned beneath the beast's rotting jaws, Sam's bravado completely shatters. He wails for mercy, offering every dark secret he knows just to see another sunrise. Wu Jin flashes a predatory grin. Why negotiate when the Eye of Anubis lets him harvest secrets from the dead? After dealing the finishing blow and extracting the truth, Wu Jin turns his cold gaze toward conquering the dungeon. But back in the outside world, the gears of a massive conspiracy are starting to turn. Jaime Kim bursts into Chief Naomi's office, the very woman who armed Sam with that legendary spear for this hit. The report is chilling. Sam Oliver has gone rogue, slaughtering their own informants. Then the surveillance footage begins to play. On screen, Naomi's hired mercenaries open fire, raining lead on a man who bears Sam's unmistakable face. The Sam clone carves through them like butter, turning to the lens to announce a mysterious deal with Kim Wu Jin. Naomi watches the screen, her blood running cold as the implications of the footage sink in. She's paralyzed by terror. If this leak goes public, the shadow organization behind her will erase her from existence. Desperation takes hold. She must eliminate both Wu Jin and Sam before her secrets are buried with her. While Naomi trembles, the fake Sam enters a getaway van. He peels off his face, revealing Wu Jin's true identity. The secret weapon Wu Jin requested from Oh Se-chan wasn't a blade, but a flawless replica of Sam's own face. With this disguise, Wu Jin can move like a ghost, committing acts that would be impossible under his own name. But he's not done yet. He'll vanish into a dungeon, leaving Naomi to rot in the hell of her own making. Wu Jin remains calm. From Sam's stolen memories, he's uncovered a truth that changes everything. Only Naomi's small faction is currently allied with the Messiah Guild, a critical piece of intelligence. This confirms his theory. The Messiah Guild is still in its infancy compared to the juggernaut he remembered. He dials Oh Se-chan to verify the intel, already knowing most of the answers thanks to his spectral interrogation. Information exchanged, Wu Jin issues his next command. Reserve a specific dungeon for my next move. Se-chan hesitates, asking where he'll hide. Wu Jin's answer is chilling: the frozen forest dungeon in Taiwan. At the mention of that cursed name, Oh Se-chan's heart nearly stops. It's a death trap, the hardest dungeon on Earth. Even the legendary Messiah Guild failed to conquer it 4 times. Wu Jin knows its reputation better than anyone. In his past life, it remained an unconquered graveyard for players. The level 60 cap locked out the world's strongest elites, leaving the frozen forest an eternal mystery. But this time, things are different. To dismantle the Messiah Guild once and for all, Wu Jin must seize every advantage he lacked before. He will do the impossible. He will conquer the unconquerable and rewrite destiny itself. Oh Se-chan asks one last time if he's truly certain about entering this dungeon. Kim Wu Jin doesn't blink, his resolve already set in stone. Lee Se-jun, sitting right there, reacts with pure horror, as if his wife just announced she's filing for divorce. He practically falls to his knees, begging Oh Se-chan to stop Kim Wu Jin from this suicidal attempt. But Oh Se-chan ignores the theatrics and gives Kim Wu Jin the green light without a second thought. Kim Wu Jin suggests using his Isaac Ivanov persona to bait the Messiah Guild, conquering a dungeon that even those heroes couldn't touch before. The trap is set, and public pressure begins to mount, until the Messiah Guild has no choice but to bite. Cornered by expectations, the guild is forced to hand over a high-tier unique item just to save face. Word of the donation hits Oh Se-chan's office while he's lounging with Lee Se-jun. Lee Se-jun scoffs, calling the Messiah Guild bigger cheapskates than his own boss, wondering why they didn't demand a legendary item instead. Before the boss can speak, Secretary Lee clarifies asking for too much now would make future exploitation much harder. Oh Se-chan showers the secretary with praise, mocking Lee Se-jun for being so dim-witted despite sharing the same last name. Once the logic sinks in, the atmosphere in the room shifts toward greed. Lee Se-jun's eyes light up as he imagines himself swimming in legendary loot taken from the Messiah Guild. The daydream is shattered instantly when Oh Se-chan barks an order: pack your bags, you're heading to Taiwan for the raid immediately. In Taipei, Taiwan, Kim Wu Jin assumes his role as the legendary Isaac Ivanov once again. He holds a massive press conference filled with elite guilds, all vying for one of the 80 spots in this high-stakes dungeon. Watching the crowd, Lee Se-jun can't fathom why these people would throw their lives away for such a risk. Kim Wu Jin's response is cold. They aren't here for honor or to avenge their fallen comrades. They're here for the thousands of corpses left behind in that frozen hell. The mountain of unclaimed treasure is worth more than any human life. Suddenly, an official enters the raid. Begins in exactly 1 hour. Kim Wu Jin gives a sharp nod, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation. But before they move, he stops the official with a request. He has one final message for the entire world. The bombshell drops. He's clearing this dungeon solo. Anyone else stepping inside is strictly forbidden from interfering with his path. He declares his singular mission to the cameras to end this game and save humanity from its inevitable extinction. As the raid nears, Chief Naomi is spiraling. Every trace of Sam Oliver and Kim Wu Jin has been wiped clean by a ghost. Desperation takes hold as she orders Jaime Kim to find them at any cost before Park emerges from the dungeon. Meanwhile, Oh Se-chan catches the broadcast of Kim Wu Jin's audacious solo declaration. He isn't surprised. He's long since grown used to Kim Wu Jin's unpredictable and bold behavior. It's a direct challenge to the world and the Messiah Guild. 1 hour later, the gate swallows them into the frozen forest. Inside the icy depths, all eyes are locked on Kim Wu Jin and Lee Se-jun, waiting to see the legend in action. Kim Wu Jin intends to put on a show, a display of power so overwhelming that no one would dare challenge him. Without missing a single beat, he makes his move to assert dominance. He summons his skeletal army, their deathly aura so thick that the surrounding players recoil in pure terror. The looters quickly scatter like rats to find corpses, leaving him alone. But after a full day of scavenging, they find nothing worthwhile. They grumble, convinced the real treasures are hidden on the second floor, since the first has been far too easy. One player whispers about a legendary artifact they are hunting. He claims the Van Gogh bracelet must be waiting on the next floor, but his partner suddenly cuts him off, sensing something. He leaps into the branches to flush out any spies, only to find a motionless skeleton perched among the leaves. Thinking it's just a leftover monster corpse from a previous fight, he carelessly tosses the bones aside. Little do they know, that skeleton is Kim Wu Jin's literal eyes and ears, linked directly through his Grim Reaper's mask. He eavesdrops on their secrets. They're members of Kunlun, China's top-ranked guild. Their target is the Van Gogh bracelet, a powerful item that Kim Wu Jin doesn't recognize yet. But if one of the world's big 5 guilds is hunting it, its power must be nothing short of legendary. He may not know its secrets yet, but one thing is certain, that bracelet is going home with him. As Kim Wu Jin plots his next move to claim the prize, a new shadow looms in the frozen mist. Li Jua is fuming. Dozens entered this dungeon, yet she and Wu Jin are the only ones actually trying to clear it. Kim Wu Jin expected this cowardice. He tells Jua to rest. The second floor will be a much deadlier challenge. The night passes in tense silence. As morning breaks, the real trial begins. Kim Wu Jin and the players teleport to the second floor. Immediately, a bone-chilling frost hits them, far worse than before. Even in heavy armor and thick furs, every hunter begins to shiver uncontrollably from the unnatural cold. Suddenly, a player realizes the truth. This isn't just low temperature, it's the physical manifestation of pure, suffocating fear. Panic grips the group. They wonder what kind of nightmare boss inhabits this floor to radiate such terrifying pressure. Kim Wu Jin is equally curious. What monster could possibly instill this level of dread into seasoned hunters? Usually, only dragons possess such an aura. But in a 2-floor dungeon, a dragon's presence is mathematically impossible. While Wu Jin calculates the possibilities, the other guilds move out, claiming they're searching for the boss. Their lie is transparent. Even a child knows they're just heading off to scavenge the corpses of fallen players. Jua fumes at their shameless greed, but Wu Jin remains cold and nonchalant, a true apex predator among sheep. He tells her to stay focused. Those hyenas won't help clear the dungeon. They only live to feast on the dead. The race for loot begins. The Kunlun Guild makes the first move, sprinting toward the scent of blood. This infuriates the one-eyed man. He wanted to be the first to pick over the fresh remains. Once the rivals leave, the one-eyed man leads his crew to search the bodies, but finds nothing of value. Desperate, he rushes to find new victims before anyone else can. Meanwhile, Wu Jin approaches the dead with a different goal. To others, he looks like another scavenger. But Wu Jin isn't looking for gold or enchanted gear. He is extracting their memories. He needs to uncover the floor's secrets and the location of Van Gogh's bracelet. After scanning several bodies, he finally finds it. The memory shows the legendary bracelet snagged on a monster's horn. Wu Jin buries the fallen player with grim respect. He then turns to Jua to finalize their battle plan. He summons a massive sawtooth skeleton soldier. Jua is instantly captivated, practically begging him for a ride. Wu Jin allows it, handing her the legendary pearl spear to complete her transformation into a dealer of death. "You want me to hunt the boss like this?" she asks, trembling. Wu Jin simply nods. She's finally catching on. As the duo departs, the Kunlun players stumble upon the stone grave Wu Jin left behind. One greedy hunter wants to dig it up, but his partner stops him. They have no time for the dead. Moving forward, Wu Jin shares his findings with Jua, carefully concealing how he actually obtained the information. He reveals the boss is an ogre one that has survived 23 raids and evolved into a seasoned hunter. Jua is confused by the concept. How can a monster learn from past human encounters? She asks Wu Jin to explain it simply, as if she were a 5-year-old child. Wu Jin obliges. When a dungeon raid fails, the system resets, spawning new monsters for the next attempt. But survivors from previous raids grow exponentially stronger. This ogre is now an elite predator, hardened by countless battles. Jua is amazed. She can't fathom how he learned all this, just by inspecting a few frozen corpses. While she gazes at Wu Jin like he's a god, a tragedy unfolds elsewhere in the valley. The one-eyed man's team discovers a massive pile of corpses stacked neatly in the center of a pass. A cold shiver runs down the leader's spine. This entire scene feels staged and profoundly wrong. He realizes the gear is still on the bodies. No one has looted them, which makes no sense in this dungeon. Upon closer inspection, he spots gruesome drag marks in the snow. The bodies were moved here on purpose. It's a trap, he screams, the terrifying truth finally clicking. But the warning comes far too late. The predator is already here. A suffocating aura of death descends upon the group, freezing them in place. Before he can even turn around, the ogre boss lunges, slaughtering his teammates in a spray of crimson. One by one, his men fall. In a fit of desperate rage, the one-eyed man strikes with his unique rank sword. The blade doesn't even dent the monster's skin. Instead, it shatters into pieces against the ogre's iron-like hide. Overwhelmed by terror, he tries to flee. But this ogre has mastered the art of killing humans over 23 cycles. It has seen every trick in the book, and today, it has no intention of letting its prey escape. Meanwhile, Kim Wu Jin and Lee Se-jun arrive on the scene. Wu Jin immediately barks orders for Se-jun to begin the operation. Mounted atop a beastly skeleton soldier, like a grim cavalryman, Lee Se-jun charges headlong toward the towering ogre. The ogre erupts, unleashing a wave of suffocating, gloomy aura that threatens to drown Se-jun in pure terror. Luckily, he wears the Ring of Lancelot, a powerful relic that shatters the mental debuff instantly. With the ogre's primary weapon neutralized, Se-jun relentlessly harasses the boss, while Wu Jin expertly maneuvers the skeletal mount. Despite the advantage, Se-jun is still trembling. He frantically asks Wu Jin when the real master will finally step in. Wu Jin's response is bone-chilling. He won't move until Se-jun has carved at least 10 holes into the beast's hide. As Se-jun struggles to comply, Wu Jin summons his skeletal legion, arming them with lethal blades forged from his own venomous blood. As the desperate battle rages, the Kunlun Guild continues their frantic search for the legendary Van Gogh's bracelet. Even from a distance, the sheer pressure of the ogre's monstrous aura makes their skin crawl with dread. They realize the truth. Those mysterious Russian players must already be engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the boss. They harbor no doubts there's no way those outsiders can actually clear this nightmare dungeon. Pressing on, they stumble upon the remains of a fallen comrade, a grisly discovery that holds a vital clue. A secret code reveals that the bracelet was held by a member whom Wu Jin had already buried in a hidden tomb. But by the time they realize it, the clock has already run out. The final phase begins. With 10 toxic spears embedded in its flesh, the ogre boss collapses as poison ravages its system. As the titan falls to its knees, Se-jun marvels at the devastating synergy between the spears and Wu Jin's blood. Even a mountain-like ogre couldn't withstand the rot. Se-jun feels untouchable, but Wu Jin grounds him, reminding him that 3-floor dungeons house horrors far beyond this beast. Beyond this, the ultimate monster Lee Se-jun remains the man he is destined to hunt. To face such a foe, Wu Jin needs more power. Upon the ogre's death, he is granted a legendary title for the world-first kill. Sensing his potential, his mysterious sponsor bestows a spectacular reward, a shimmering golden skill page. The skill is Berserker, a double-edged sword that plunges the user into a state of unstoppable, mindless fury. It boosts all stats exponentially while draining life force. Se-jun watches in envy, his own sponsor never being so generous. But the golden skill isn't the only treasure salvaged from the carnage. Wu Jin finally secures Van Gogh's bracelet. He burns with curiosity to see how this legendary artifact will change the game. Outside the dungeon gates, a massive crowd has gathered, eager to worship the heroes who conquered the impossible. Wu Jin wastes no time on fame. He and Se-jun slip into their car and vanish before the reporters can strike. Meanwhile, the Kunlun Guild is reeling. Their only hope is that the bracelet didn't fall into the hands of Isaac Ivanov. Safely tucked away in the car, Wu Jin finally examines the legendary properties of Van Gogh's bracelet. This legendary item shatters reality, allowing a player to equip 5 rings on a single hand simultaneously. The catch? Once those rings are on, they can never be removed. It's a permanent commitment with terrifying stakes. Wu Jin doesn't blink. The power to bypass the fundamental laws of the system is worth any price. Under normal rules, players are strictly limited to 5 total accessories to balance their overwhelming power. That usually means 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets, 1 for each limb. Wu Jin just broke that balance. With this massive advantage, he must choose his rings with precision, but his planning is suddenly interrupted. A call from Se-chan brings urgent news. The serpent Park Yong-won has finally returned to the board. It's time to play his next hand. Wu Jin immediately orders Se-jun to set a course straight back to South Korea. Se-jun is devastated. He can't believe they're leaving Taiwan without indulging in the local culinary delights. You can't blame him. Missing out on elite-tier xiaolongbao is truly a tragedy of its own. Once back on Korean soil, Wu Jin meets with Park Yong-won to debrief him on the Frontier Guild's movements. He weaves a masterful web of half-truths, perfectly calculated to exploit the evidence already planted in the field. When the secretary presents the physical proof, It aligns perfectly with Wu Jin's fabricated narrative. Yong seethes with rage, convinced the Frontier Guild has betrayed him. He vows to make them pay 3 times over. To exact his revenge, he turns to Wu Jin with one final, dangerous request. While Kim Wu Jin seals the deal, Oh Se-chan wears a grin that sends chills down Lee Jin-ah's spine, making him wonder who fell for the trap this time. Se-chan brushes it off, claiming they're simply collecting what's rightfully theirs, and their delivery man is already on his way back. That person is none other than Kim Wu Jin. He secured a briefcase containing the legendary Skeleton Knight skill, the ultimate bait Park Yong-won, used to buy Isaac Ivanov's loyalty. The announcement of their alliance sends shockwaves through the public, instantly flipping Park Yong-won's reputation from hated villain to national hero. Park Shin-hye grits her teeth in fury. With Yong-won's influence skyrocketing, keeping him on a leash just became nearly impossible. Before her, Chief Naomi trembles uncontrollably, paralyzed by the cold aura radiating from her superior. Shin-hye coldly reminds her of the catastrophic failure, demanding to know if she's ready to face the consequences. Elsewhere, Park Yong-won savors the headlines, clearly relishing the chaos his decision has unleashed. His secretary reports that the delivery to Isaac Ivanov was flawless, and that Wu Jin is already awaiting his next move. Intrigued by the man's relentless ambition, Yong-won orders a test, assigning Wu Jin to a dangerous 3-floor dungeon. This trial will determine if the rookie is a worthy investment or just another disposable pawn. The secretary quickly finalizes the arrangements, even assigning a veteran guide to ensure the test subject doesn't die too early. Despite it being a mere C-rank dungeon, the elite player chosen for the task is livid, insulted that she's being forced to play babysitter for a complete nobody. When she protests, the secretary coldly reminds her it's the guildmaster's direct order, fueling her rage further. She scoffs at how much the guild's prestige has decayed under Park Yong-won's leadership, claiming the political games have gone too far. In a fit of temper, she even threatens to jump ship and join the Messiah Guild if things don't change. Her teammates try to talk her down, but as Kim Wu Jin pulls up in a battered 1960s junker, her mood shifts instantly. Seeing his ancient car, she forgets her anger and immediately recognizes a kindred spirit in the legendary cheapskate standing before her. Had she known sooner, her reaction would have been far more explosive. Now, fully pacified, Jung Yun-hong finally agrees to lead the way into the abyss. Once inside, the system flashes a grim objective: clear the first floor by slaughtering 1,000 monsters. Wu Jin isn't fazed by the numbers. His eyes are on Yun-hong, knowing every move he makes is being weighed by Park Yong-won. Sensing his gaze, the guide decides to test his mettle, ordering him to take down a monster on his own. Wu Jin's barrage of technical questions about the target and timing quickly grates on her nerves, testing her patience. "Just do whatever you can," she snaps, only for him to calmly request a moment to prepare his strategy. Fed up with his meticulous nature, she leaves him to his own devices and heads off to handle her own business. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ah is lounging at the office when he hears that Wu Jin has already dived into another dungeon. This prompts Oh Se-chan to scold him, urging the slacker to start raiding solo before the gap between them becomes an ocean. Jin-ah lets the lecture go in one ear and out the other, completely unbothered. He groans that raiding with a monster like Wu Jin is exhausting enough, and he has zero desire to suffer through a dungeon alone. Their banter is cut short by a breaking news alert. A dungeon break has occurred, and the escaped monsters are wreaking havoc. The horrific images trigger a dark memory for Jin-ah, the day Korea was nearly brought to its knees by a similar catastrophe. Se-chan immediately silences him with a sharp glare, reminding him of the unspoken rule: never mention that tragedy near Secretary Lee. But the damage is done. Secretary Lee stands frozen as the ghosts of her past begin to resurface. She was just a high school student when that nightmare turned her world to ash. The Messiah Guild lost control of a gate, leading to a bloodbath that claimed countless lives, including her own father. Overwhelmed by the suffocating memories, she can no longer bear to stay in the office and rushes out for air. The atmosphere turns deathly cold as Se-chan berates Jin-ah for his thoughtless slip-up. A guilt-ridden Jin-ah apologizes, quietly asking what kind of man her father really was. Se-chan explains he was a dedicated workaholic who lived entirely for his daughter's happiness. His loss left a scar on Se-chan's heart as well, fueling their shared, burning hatred for the Messiah Guild. Back in the dungeon, the hunt is on. In this C-rank environment, the monsters are little more than fodder, and at this rate, they'll hit the second floor in a day. But just as Yun-hong prepares for the next wave, a panicked guild member comes sprinting toward her with urgent news. A guildmate alerts Yun-hong. The rookie Kim Wu Jin is pulling a bizarre stunt she simply must witness. He guides her to a clearing where Wu Jin has meticulously prepared a lethal surprise for the local monsters. The architecture is simple yet cruel. Towering wooden pillars bristling with razor-sharp miniature blades. As the beasts pursue Wu Jin, the blades slice through hide, allowing his lethal toxins to flood their veins. Perched safely atop the pillars, Wu Jin remains untouchable, while Yunhong watches his audacity with genuine amusement. Her smile fades as the monster horde swells, their numbers growing at an alarming, suffocating rate. Fearing he'll be overwhelmed, Yunhong moves to intervene, but a comrade restrains her. Wait, let him cook. Yunhong scoffs, certain the rookie is in over his head and lacks the strength to survive. Suddenly, Wu Jin unleashes blood mist. A miasma erupts, paralyzing the swarm before he harvests a spectacular multi-kill. Yunhong's eyes ignite with wonder. She has just witnessed the birth of a terrifyingly brilliant potential. She vows to recruit him at any cost. Meanwhile, Wu Jin staggers, his body drained of vital essence. The sacrifice pays off. Pleased by the carnage, an underworld emissary bestows a powerful skill evolution upon him. However, evolution matters little if he dies of anemia. Wu Jin desperately needs to refuel his blood reserves. Approaching a fresh carcass, he activates Blood Siphon, hungrily reclaiming the life force he spent in battle. From her high vantage point, Yunhong issues a decree. Inform the boy that he has officially passed her trial. Under the moonlight, Yunhong applauds his ingenuity. Never has she seen toxic blood wielded with such ruthless creativity. She offers a spot in her elite team, but Wu Jin counters with a price, 100,000 won per activation. He argues that his blood is a premium consumable, finite, potent, and requiring a costly recharge after every use. His blatant greed is the ultimate rage bait. A vein in Yunhong's forehead pulses with murderous frustration. Despite her fury, she cannot let such talent slip away. The negotiation begins in earnest through gritted teeth. They settle on 73,000 won per use, a deal that makes Yunhong feel like her heart is bleeding. At dawn, Wu Jin joins the frontline formation alongside the rest of the veteran squad. The team hunts in tight clusters, desperate to capitalize on the devastating poisonous debuffs Wu Jin provides. Wu Jin is taken aback by their machine-like efficiency. Perhaps the Lion Guild is more elite than he imagined. The illusion breaks when Yunhong shouts, "Conserve your blood. Every drop costs me 73,000 won." The truth hits him. They aren't fighting for glory, they're just trying to keep the guild's expenses down. Yet, even with the steep price tag, his poison proves to be a game-changing asset for the team. Carried by his toxic mastery, the group carves a path directly to the dungeon's third and final floor. A survival quest awaits. It's an anomaly, a rare and chilling objective for a final floor. Yunhong takes command, dispatching scouts to secure a defensive perimeter while she briefs the remaining hunters. The scouts vanish into the gloom, searching for any hint of the hidden dangers this floor might conceal. Strange news returns. The floor is unnervingly small, and the expected monster hordes are nowhere to be found. Instead, they discover massive, soul-chilling footprints etched deeply into the desolate earth. Dread sets in. This isn't a survival quest against numbers, but a desperate stand against a single, colossal boss. The scouts report back, their faces pale. Upon hearing the news, Yunhong feels a rare prickle of anxiety. Victory isn't her concern, not with Wu Jin's toxins on their side. The real nightmare lies in the potential casualties. She fears the body count, but before a strategy can be forged, the entire floor begins to tremble. A thunderous roar shatters the silence as a massive white troll charges at them from the distance. Caught off guard by the sudden intrusion, Yunhong realizes this beast is indeed the floor's final boss. "Scatter," she commands, launching arrows coated in Wu Jin's blood. The white troll roars, clearly unhappy with the reception. Horror strikes as the wounds seal instantly. The beast's regeneration renders the poison completely ineffective. Her confidence wavers. Retreating for a moment, she calls for an emergency strategy meeting, mid-battle. Wu Jin steps forward with a cold gaze. "I have a plan. But we need to talk privately." "Don't you dare haggle now," she warns. He scoffs. "Relax. I'm not a miserly cheapskate like you." Hidden from view, Wu Jin condenses his essence into a glowing crimson arrow, handing the lethal masterpiece to Yunhong. Instead of her usual arrows, he hands her a special projectile, one designed to saturate the white troll's body with lethal, concentrated toxin. After receiving the final tactical orders from Kim Wu Jin, the team prepares for the endgame. Yunhong rallies her squad, ordering the tanks to draw the white troll's aggro and fix its murderous gaze upon them. While the beast is distracted by the tanks, the casters unleash a torrent of fire spells to hammer its defenses. Though the troll is fire immune, the resulting inferno creates a perfect smokescreen, allowing the melee players to close in for the kill. Once the front line carves deep, jagged gashes into the beast, Yunhong finally reveals their secret trump card. She fires the blood poison arrow provided by Kim Wu Jin, watching as the dark toxin melts into the troll's pulsing veins. Paralysis sets in instantly, and the monster's overwhelming stats begin to plummet into the abyss. With the beast crippled, the players quickly finish the hunt, securing their historic first clear of the C-rank 3-floor dungeon. Impressed by his mastery of blood weapons, Kim Wu Jin's sponsor bestows a skill level up upon him as the dungeon gates finally open. As they prepare to exit, Kim coldly reminds Yong of his sacrifice, demanding repayment for the 217 times he shed blood for them. Hong's celebratory mood vanishes in an instant, replaced by the weight of her massive debt. She pouts at his ruthlessness, yet deep down, she knows the lives of her comrades were well worth the astronomical price. Meanwhile, in the real world, Park Yong-won tightens the noose around Chief Naomi, leaving her no choice but to surrender to his terms. Park Yong-won is a man of a different breed than the sentimental Yong Yan-hong. To him, players are merely expendable assets to be traded or sold, as long as the profit margin is high enough. He offers a cold deal. If Naomi compensates him for the players lost against the Frontier Guild, he'll consider the debt settled. Back at the post-raid conference, reporters are stunned. How did Jung's team clear a C-rank dungeon with 0 casualties against a white troll? Without hesitation, she credits their miraculous survival to the mysterious rookie, Kim Wu Jin, and his terrifying blood poison skills. The Korean media explodes in shock as they scramble to uncover the identity of this monster rookie whose foresight saved dozens of lives. While the world burns with curiosity, the man behind the chaos sits quietly in a rusted 1950s clunker. On the other end of the line, Oh Se-chan delivers the latest intelligence. The Frontier Guild has agreed to back Isaac Ivanov Kim's secret identity in his bid to clear the legendary Dead Forest dungeon in America. This opening was carved out by Park Yong-won, who ruthlessly forced Chief Naomi to pay the price for her previous failures. Still, Oh Se-chan remains skeptical. The American guilds have repeatedly failed this raid, and it currently houses the world's most elite players. Aside from a few minor gates, the American guilds are notoriously protective and rarely allow foreign players into their territory. Even with Frontier support, the Great One Guild of America isn't likely to let a foreign intruder step onto their sacred soil. But Kim Wu Jin just smirks the door will open for him, whether they consent to it or not. Across town, Park Yong-won reviews the C-rank raid report and can't help but praise Kim Wu Jin's terrifying efficiency. Realizing he's found a true master of the hunt, Park decides it's time to sharpen this blade for his own grand designs. He orders his secretary to arrange a meeting, only to find that the ever-prepared Kim Wu Jin is already standing at his doorstep. Meanwhile, across the ocean in America, a storm is brewing within the halls of power. The Great One Guild debates the Frontier Guild's insane proposal, letting a foreigner attempt the Dead Forest dungeon that even they couldn't clear. Their pride as the world's strongest empire is on the line. If an outsider succeeds where they failed, their reputation will be shattered. Guildmaster Carrie Rowana, a level 10 snow bunny, looks upon her executives and demands their final verdict on the matter. The majority of the room erupts in protest, refusing to sacrifice their national dignity for the sake of an outsider. Yet, Carrie remains calm. She sees this as a political tool to force the government into approving more high-risk manpower for future raids. She has one more card to play to silence the doubters. She announces a grand competition. Whoever contributes the most to the raid will be granted the legendary artifact King Arthur's Ring. An executive slams the table in fury, realizing the astronomical cost they paid just to acquire such a priceless treasure. Carrie's eyes turn cold as she reminds them that nothing is free. Whoever wins that ring will have to pay a price beyond imagination. Back in South Korea, the gears of fate continue to turn for the monster rookie. Kim Wu Jin receives a gift from Oh Se-chan, the power of the Pharaoh skill page, allowing him to sacrifice dead bodies for absolute power. Though he already commands a legion of skeletons, he recognizes the grim potential of this forbidden new ability. As the skill page dissolves into light, Kim's eyes glow with a chilling ambition. The American Dead Forest is about to meet its new master. Lee Se-jun warns Kim Wu Jin that the Dead Forest is a graveyard for the living. Since it's an undead-type dungeon, he'll have 0 fresh corpses to fuel his skeleton skills. Kim Wu Jin just smirks, telling her not to sweat the small stuff. After all, he doesn't plan on fighting those undead monsters anyway. Gina's voice trembles as she realizes the implication. She asks if that means she's the one who has to do all the heavy lifting. Wu Jin praises her for finally catching on, but Gina is so exhausted by his antics she'd rather swallow a handful of sleeping pills. While Wu Jin is busy trolling his teammate, a call comes through from Oh Se-chan. Se-chan reveals that the Great One Guild has placed a massive bounty on this raid. The player with the highest contribution will win a legendary prize. The reward is none other than King Arthur's Ring. As the news hits Wu Jin, the rest of the world also goes into a complete frenzy. Headlines explode across the globe. The Great One Guild is actually wagering their most precious treasure on this single dungeon descent. Driven by greed and ambition, every high-profile guild on the planet immediately scrambles to join the hunt. Even the Messiah Guild can't resist the temptation. They shamelessly toss aside their public image just to get a shot at the legendary ring. Soon after, Wu Jin and Gina touch down in San Francisco. To stay under the radar, they've assumed secret Russian identities. They analyze the Great One Guild's prize, realizing the competition has reached a fever pitch. Wu Jin knows securing the ring won't be a walk in the park, not with every world-class player in the world gunning for the same goal. Finally, the players begin their descent. Among the elite crowd is the American powerhouse, Ellis Heighton. Back in the real world, an executive questions Carrie's gamble. He doesn't doubt Ellis's skill, but the stakes are dangerously high. Carrie just smiles coldly. She promised the ring as a reward, but she never said she wouldn't use it during the raid itself. And so, the trap is set. She has already handed the artifact to Ellis. As the ring slides onto her finger, a terrifying wave of power surges through the American leader. Inside the dungeon, Ellis gathers the players to explain the contribution board. Every kill is tracked, assigning points to determine the ultimate winner. Looking at the scoreboard, Gina grumbles that the system is rigged. Other guilds have massive numbers, while they are just a duo. But Wu Jin remains unfazed. He has no intention of playing by their rules anyway. He approaches the carcass of a giant lizard and activates the power of the pharaoh. Since he didn't land the killing blow, the sacrifice fails. However, a loyal skeleton soldier rises from the bones nonetheless. Wu Jin uses his new minion to shadow Ellis, but the ring isn't the only treasure she's carrying into battle. She also wields Merlin's staff. Together, these artifacts trigger a hidden set bonus from the legendary King Arthur collection. The ring's influence amplifies every item related to the Round Table, turning her gear into weapons of mass destruction. With the set active, Ellis's magical power skyrockets, hitting her absolute level cap. She radiates a confidence that silences all doubt. In this dungeon, no one is stronger than her. Watching through the eyes of his skeleton, Wu Jin observes her every move with a calculating gaze. He severs the connection, his mind racing. He remembers that staff all too well from the dark days of his past life. He expected the ring, but seeing Merlin's staff in the Great One Guild's possession is a genuine surprise. This discovery changes everything. That staff shouldn't be in their hands yet. In his original timeline, this was the signature weapon of the Messiah Guild's queen, Park Shin-hye. If Wu Jin steals the staff now, he'll effectively erase Shin-he's future as a tyrant before she even starts. Meanwhile, Ellis unleashes hell. Her spells tear through the dungeon like a natural disaster, leaving no monster standing. The other players watch in sheer horror. Her power is so absolute that the top floors seem like a playground. Ellis is thrilled with her newfound strength. As she clears the path, her contribution points skyrocket to the top of the leaderboard. Far below her sits the Marcos Guild, led by the legendary Isaac Ivanov. The American players mock him openly. In this dungeon, a legendary reputation means nothing compared to Ellis's raw firepower. Wu Jin doesn't care about the rankings. He simply follows in their wake, raising undead skeletons from the corpses Ellis left behind. Under normal rules, he shouldn't be able to reanimate monsters he didn't kill himself. But the power of the Pharaoh acts like a bug in the system, shattering all conventional logic. His blatant theft infuriates the Great One Guild. They scream curses at Wu Jin for stealing their kill rewards. Ellis tells her team to stand down. She's convinced that no matter what he does, he'll never catch up to her score. She would be right. If Wu Jin didn't have a devastating trump card hidden up his sleeve, that secret weapon is Lee Jin-ah, who has no idea what nightmare awaits him. Unsettled by the look in Wu Jin's eyes, Jin-ah nervously asks for his role. Wu Jin coldly explains the plan. Jin-ah will act as bait for the monsters. Jin-ah is speechless, thrown to the wolves once again by his supposed partner. Wu Jin manipulates him, claiming only his near-immortal body can survive this suicidal task. Jin-ah reluctantly yields, while Wu Jin finally summons his true hidden ace. He reveals the Skeleton Knight. Meanwhile, Oh Se-chan watches the world's elite guilds. High-stakes betting stations have appeared globally, gambling on which guild will claim glory. Confident in his investment, Se-chan bets everything on Kim Wu Jin taking first place. But he freezes upon seeing Ellis's gear, a legendary ring and legendary staff. Who knows what other devastating artifacts are hidden away in her inventory. Se-chan now regrets betting everything on Kim Wu Jin. But the bets are locked, leaving Se-chan wailing in utter, world-ending despair. Deep inside the dungeon, using his new strategy, Wu Jin surges past Ellis, completely shattering her confidence. When she demands to know his secret, Wu Jin simply shrugs it off as luck. Ellis is unconvinced, but Wu Jin is already eyeing her legendary King Arthur's ring. He asks its powers, claiming the strongest items belong in the strongest hands. Ellis scoffs at his arrogance. Does he truly believe he is the best? To avoid a pointless feud, Wu Jin claims that if someone stronger existed, he'd gladly give them his gear. Ellis calls him insufferable and storms off to reclaim her lead. She's certain her prowess will soon put this arrogant upstart in his place. Jay Jackson watches from the shadows, hoping these two titans destroy each other. Ellis pushes her team, but the gap only continues to widen. No matter how they hunt, Wu Jin's score remains unreachable and keeps growing. A scout reports in terror. Wu Jin now commands 50 powerful skeleton soldiers. Even more remains. He's summoned a skeleton knight, a monster rivaling the guild's top-tier elites. It's no exaggeration, Wu Jin's mastery over the undead has reached a horrifying new level. Wu Jin downs a potion, preparing his legion for the next wave of slaughter. Suddenly, Jin Ah screams into view, leading hundreds of orcs right to them. Wu Jin doesn't flinch. His skeleton knight raises the pearl spear to strike. His entire undead legion is armed to the teeth with high-tier equipment. The battle is a massacre. The orc army is systematically and bloodily annihilated. Having secured the top rank, Wu Jin earns priority for the upcoming boss hunt. Ellis concedes defeat, warning that one failure means he is out. On the second floor, the ultimate target appears, the colossal earth turtle. While Wu Jin heads out, shadows begin to move behind him once more. Jay Jackson approaches Ellis, proposing a secret alliance against the foreigner, Wu Jin. Jackson uses every silver-tongued trick to lure Ellis into his dark scheme. Ellis rejects him instantly, disgusted by his cowardly desire to play dirty. She delivers a chilling warning, cross her with these tricks, and he'll regret it. While they argue, word arrives. Wu Jin has already cleared the entire dungeon. The earth turtle is dead, the beast's corpse falls, and beside it, Lee Jin Ah kneels while gritting his teeth in absolute agony. He frantically grabs sausages from his inventory, eating them fast to trigger his powerful blessing of the sticks. The blessing mends his flesh, yet he still curses Kim Wu Jin for being such a brutal, heartless leader. Kim tells him to rephrase, as his words sound far too suggestive. Meanwhile, Lee fumes at always being treated like a rag doll. Despite his anger, he isn't truly dissatisfied with their partnership, since his blessing leveled up 3 times, a feat impossible to achieve alone. With the second floor cleared, Kim and Lee reach the third, immediately sensing a terrifyingly ominous aura in the air. They initially suspect it might just be a psychological trick, but the system confirms the black fog is draining their vitality. Luckily, Kim Wu Jin's Apophis power grants him absolute poison immunity. Meanwhile, Lee Jin Ah uses the Ring of Lancelot to resist every negative status effect. The other players are terrified, immediately consuming their limited supply of antidotes to survive the toxic mist. Unfortunately, their supplies won't even last half a day. Ellis panics, fearing they cannot clear this dungeon before the medicine runs out. Jay Jackson seizes the chance to approach Ellis, claiming his team also has only half a day of antidotes left. This lie places them at a fake disadvantage against Kim Wu Jin. He offers her a deal, and this time she accepts, determined not to let the legendary ring fall to a foreigner. The deal is made. Jay Jackson smirks, having completely deceived Ellis about the true size of their antidote stockpile. In reality, the Frontier Guild has enough for a full day. Ahead, Kim and Lee face the boss, a massive undead lord. Unlike typical undead monsters, this commander summons an infinite army of skeletons. Lee trembles, wondering how they can possibly defeat such a massive, bony legion. Kim Wu Jin isn't worried at all. He's already prepared his most devastating trump cards. His real focus is watching the Great One and Frontier Guilds suffer until they beg him for help. Among the American players, the sounds of a fierce battle echo nearby. Yet their assigned roles prevent them from joining the fight directly. However, they still plan to use dirty tricks to sabotage Kim Wu Jin and his summoned skeleton army. As Lee Jin Ah fights the undead commander, a massive horde of orcs suddenly charges toward Kim's position. Predicting this, Kim triggers his explosive corpses, unleashing a blast that makes the entire dungeon floor shudder. Watching from afar, Jay Jackson stands frozen in shock. He can't believe Kim predicted their hidden ambush. While Jay loses his nerve, Ellis faces mounting pressure. The poison is slowly draining her guild members' very lives. She cannot comprehend why Jay Jackson is taking so long to complete his simple mission. Suddenly, Kim Wu Jin walks toward them. She sneers, asking if he has finally come to surrender. Kim coldly replies that he is only there to deliver the broken members of the Frontier Guild. Ellis is baffled until her gaze finds Jay Jackson, who lies unconscious and defeated in the dirt. She finally understands his delay. Jay had already been thoroughly crushed and left in a ditch. Refusing to lose, she claims that because he retreated from the front lines, he has officially forfeited the race. Kim just hushes her, pointing out that his teammate is still busy clashing with the undead commander. Initially, Ellis forgets the second teammate. But when her guild mentions the gorilla-like man, she realizes Kim wasn't alone. Still, she refuses to let this opportunity slip away. She mocks his lack of antidotes, certain the black gas will eventually consume him without constant medical treatment. Kim calmly reminds her that poisons cannot affect him. Ellis suddenly remembers that Kim was the legendary first person to conquer the Needle Dungeon. Its toxins had slaughtered hundreds, yet Kim had walked through them effortlessly. Exploiting her shock, Kim scolds Ellis, stating they wouldn't be failing if they had prioritized cooperation over rankings. Furious shouts erupt as the other players turn on Ellis, accusing the Great One Guild of pure treachery. They feel like sacrificial lambs, lured into a death trap by treasures the guild never intended to share. From the shadows, Kim Wu Jin watches the unfolding chaos with a cold, satisfied smirk. He deals his masterstroke, forcing Ellis to cooperate or bear the eternal shame of every player's death on her shoulders. To save the guild's crumbling reputation, Ellis is forced to surrender both the Ring of King Arthur and Merlin's staff. After equipping the legendary artifacts, a surge of raw power courses through Kim Wu Jin. He returns to the front lines where Lee Gina is barely holding on, his relief at Wu Jin's arrival palpable, yet the odds remain grim. How can one man defeat a monster commanding an infinite legion of the dead? Wu Jin remains calm, activating the ring's blessing to trigger a devastating set bonus with Merlin's staff. His magical reserves explode, but the true terror of King Arthur's ring is only just beginning to wake. The artifact resonates with his other gear, specifically the legendary necklace resting upon his chest. Activating the blessing of the sun, Wu Jin channels holy light into his aura field, imbuing his skeletons with divine energy. His army undergoes a legendary evolution, turning his skeletons into giants that dwarf even the strongest undead. But Wu Jin has no intention of dragging this out into a grueling war of attrition. A long battle would be fatal, as the remaining players likely wouldn't survive the collateral damage. As Wu Jin's divine legion clashes with the undead commander Dullahan, the very atmosphere begins to tremble. Nearby, Jay Jackson finally wakes up, only to be warned by his healer to stay down before the poison claims him again. When he realizes Wu Jin was the one who carried him to safety, Jay's pride shatters, consumed by a burning rage. Meanwhile, Ellis is seething with a quiet, desperate fury of her own. She has lost two of her guild's greatest treasures to Wu Jin's ruthless and calculated schemes. But she was powerless to refuse. Saying no would have turned the desperate survivors into a vengeful mob. In this moment, she finally realizes just how truly terrifying Kim Wu Jin is. Her fear turns into morbid curiosity. How will this man actually bring down the legendary Dullahan? Rushing to the heart of the battlefield, she sees Wu Jin's skeletons locked in a savage struggle against the monster. At first, she's baffled. Fighting an enemy with an endless army at its disposal seems like a suicide mission. But then she notices the strategy Wu Jin has used his soldiers to form a living wall, isolating the commander. He has forced the beast into a one-on-one duel, the only scenario where victory is actually possible. Amidst the epic clash, poor Lee Gina is still desperately trying to contribute by drawing the Dullahan's focus. It's a freezing hell. The commander's body emits a frost so lethal it threatens to turn the world to ice. Wu Jin recalls the only strategy that worked in his past life: overwhelming heat and absolute firepower. Back then, Lee Jun was the key. And though Wu Jin isn't at that level yet, he isn't backing down. He places his faith in his own strength and the legendary items he has seized. Gripping Percival's spear, now augmented by the ring, its penetration power reaches a godlike level. The necklace flares with intense heat, shielding his body from the commander's soul-chilling aura. Wu Jin signals Lee Gina to aggro the beast, waiting for the perfect opening to take its head. Without hesitation, Gina charges forward, his bronze knuckles gleaming as he rushes the deathly commander. The Dullahan's massive blade swings down, but Gina barely manages to block the strike with his knuckles. That split second is all Wu Jin needs to lunge, his spear shattering the Dullahan's skull with overwhelming force. As the commander's skull cracks wide open, the dark energy within begins to spiral out of control. A violent explosion of force erupts, clearing the poisonous mist from the entire third floor in an instant. A system notification rings out through the dungeon. The undead commander has been slain. The nightmare is finally over, and the notification of a successful dungeon clear appears before everyone. From the ashes, a single legendary item remains, the Ring of Hercules, which grants power based on one's achievements. But Wu Jin's eyes are on a different prize, the fallen commander's powerful, lifeless corpse. With a dark whisper, he activates his skill to summon the Dullahan's soul as his ultimate skeleton soldier. Back in the real world, the media explodes. News of the dead forest being cleared spreads like wildfire across the entire globe. Carrie is absolutely livid. She's seething with rage at Ellis, not just for failing the mission, but for failing it in such a pathetic public manner. While Carrie fumed, Park Young-won was the happiest man on earth. The headlines were screaming his name. Isaac Ivanov had publicly credited him for the dungeon clear, claiming the skill page Park provided was the ultimate key to victory. Park was beyond grateful to Kim Wu Jin. It was Wu Jin who suggested he invest in Isaac, a gamble that was now paying off tenfold. Not only was the Lions Guild's reputation restored, but it had grown so powerful that the world was now comparing them to the legendary Messiah Guild. As he basked in his newfound glory, his secretary rushed in with urgent news. The Russian guild, Isaac Ivanov's own organization, wanted a direct word with him. Recognizing the connection immediately, Park grabbed the phone. This was his chance to solidify a bond with the world's greatest hero. Meanwhile, the man the world knew as Isaac Ivanov, who was actually Kim Wu Jin in disguise, was making his own moves. On a secure call with Se-chan, he asked if the bait had been set for their prey. Se-chan confirmed everything was ready, including the special arrangement requested. However, Se-chan gave him a fair warning. This setup was delicate and definitely wasn't built to last long under real pressure. After hanging up, Wu Jin turned to Lee Jin-ah, who was busy whining. The big guy complained that Wu Jin was a total workaholic who never knew when to take a break. To his surprise, Wu Jin agreed. He told Jin-ah to pick any place he wanted today. The food was on him, and there was no limit to the feast. Jin-ah froze in shock. Did the sun rise in the west? There was no way this legendary cheapskate was offering a free, all-you-can-eat meal. While Jin-ah fantasized about his steak, the atmosphere at the Messiah Guild headquarters was turning cold and dangerous. The Swordmaster and Archer Master were in open revolt. They flatly refused to join any dungeon raids until they wiped Kim Wu Jin off the face of the earth to avenge their fallen disciples. Park Shin-hye tried to talk sense into them, but the tension was reaching a breaking point. She explained that the Messiah Guild couldn't afford to wait. Their reputation was already crumbling as Isaac Ivanov continued to conquer impossible dungeons. Every victory for Isaac was a crushing blow to the Messiah Guild's supposed invincibility. She even had the audacity to call their disciples' deaths trivial, which sent the two masters into a blinding fury. They barked back, insulted that a mere rookie like Isaac Ivanov, who barely cleared a floor 3 dungeon, was being treated with more respect than them. Park Shin-hye opened her mouth to snap back, her frustration reaching its boiling point. But Lee Se-jun silenced the room. With a cold calm, he allowed the two masters to settle their personal vendettas without any interference. Defeated, Park Shin-hye could only bow her head. No one in that room possessed the courage to stand against the absolute authority of Lee Se-jun. She informed the masters that the raid would be postponed for now. They were free to hunt their prey. Watching from the shadows, Johann Georg let out a mocking laugh. The legendary Messiah Guild was finally rotting from the inside out. He remembered when this hall was filled with elite legends. Now, it was an empty shell where respect had been replaced by desperation. Shin-hye warned him to watch his tongue, but Lee Se-jun signaled her to be quiet. He turned to Johann, asking for his plan to fix this spiraling mess. Despite his massive ego, Johann Georg felt his breath hitch. Lee Se-jun's overwhelming aura was so suffocating he could barely find the words to speak. While the giants plotted, Park Yong-won summoned Kim Wu Jin to his office. He had a brand new mission for his most trusted player. Since Wu Jin was the one who recommended Isaac Ivanov, the Russian hero had a very specific request. Isaac wanted Wu Jin as his official partner. Park then escorted him to the dungeon gate, where Isaac was waiting to put him to the test. This was Park Yong-won's first time meeting the world-renowned Isaac Ivanov in person, and he was buzzing with anticipation. But the meeting was a total letdown. Isaac's presence felt surprisingly weak, nothing like the heavy, legendary aura the media had described. Once they were safely inside the dungeon and away from prying eyes, Isaac Ivanov finally pulled off his mask. Beneath the mask stood a grinning Lee Jin-ah. He burst out laughing, savoring the memory of the confused, disappointed look on Park Yong-won's face. He started bragging about his Oscar-worthy acting skills, but Wu Jin wasn't amused. One wrong move and his entire secret identity would have been blown today. Wu Jin shook his head coldly. He vowed never to let such a risky amateur stunt happen ever again. The plan had been simple. Wu Jin had Se-chan pose as a Russian official to convince Park that Isaac wanted to test Wu Jin as a partner. But since Kim Wu Jin and Isaac Ivanov were the same person, he needed a convincing body double to pull off the meeting. That's where Lee Jin-ah came in. A massive bribe of all-you-can-eat meat was all it took to get the big man to play along. Jin-ah almost called Wu Jin an angel compared to that stingy Se-chan, but he stopped when he saw Wu Jin paying for the meal using the credit card Park Yong-won provided for the meeting. Back in the present, Kim Wu Jin began testing his new, high-grade equipment against the monsters lurking in the dungeon, but he was still unsatisfied. These monsters were way too weak to truly test his potential or the limits of his new power. His cold gaze shifted toward Lee Jin-ah. If the monsters were too weak, his partner would make the perfect punching bag for a real test. Lee trembles in terror, warning Kim Wu Jin that any touch results in instant failure. Little does he know, Kim Wu Jin never intended to pass. Exiting the dungeon, Kim Wu Jin orders Se-chan to inform Park Yong-won that Isaac Ivanov was utterly unimpressed with his performance. Se-chan agrees to the deception but quickly pivots to a much more critical piece of intelligence. The Messiah Guild has delayed their Floor 7 dungeon raid. Kim Wu Jin immediately senses the stench of internal power struggles. He suspects the two great masters are responsible, as only they possess the leverage to influence Lee Se-jun's absolute commands. Se-chan concurs but issues a grim warning. Those two masters share a lethal blood feud with Kim Wu Jin. Kim Wu Jin acknowledges the risk but remains focused on the immediate pieces, moving on his own chessboard. The following morning arrived. Kim Wu Jin faces a seething Park Yong-won, who radiates pure disappointment over the news of the failed assessment. To pacify him, Kim Wu Jin claims Isaac Ivanov admired his blood poison but found his overall skill set far too narrow. He adds a crucial rumor. Isaac is scouting players to form an independent guild after breaking away from his current group. Sensing a golden opportunity, Yongwan's eyes gleam. He asks if Kim Wu Jin could secure a spot if given another shot. With cold confidence, Kim Wu Jin guarantees success, provided he receives just a bit more generous support from his benefactor. Meanwhile, across the ocean, a man named Francis Chiaro conquers a legendary dragon dungeon, sending massive shockwaves through the entire global community. To him, it was just another Tuesday, cementing his status as the world-renowned dragon slayer. As Francis emerges, a desperate official approaches him, seeking guidance on a crisis no one else can handle. He presents a report on a new A+ rank, 3-floor dragon dungeon that has recently manifested in Japan. Though the dragons are mere hatchlings, the Japanese hunters are paralyzed by fear, refusing to step foot inside that death trap. Francis smirks, telling the man he knows the perfect monster who can tear that dungeon apart. The official is stunned. Who on earth could possibly deserve such high praise from the dragon slayer himself? The name that leaves Francis's lips is none other than the rising legend, Isaac Ivanov. This endorsement sends the media into a frenzy, plastering Isaac Ivanov's name across every front page on the planet. The world waits with bated breath until Isaac delivers his shocking answer. He will clear the dungeon entirely alone. Park Yong-wan scoffs at the news, marveling at the sheer bravery of a man facing Dragonkin without a full guild. Suddenly, his secretary arrives. Kim Wu Jin has passed Isaac's test and will join him in Japan to conquer the dragon hatchling dungeon. Park Yong-wan beams with pride, believing his expensive investments are finally paying off in spades. To empower his pawn, he gifts a legendary gold-tier skill, unaware he's literally bribing Kim Wu Jin to help Kim Wu Jin. Ultimately, Kim Wu Jin walks away with 3 powerful new skills, acquired entirely for free. Ignorant of the scam, Yong-wan orders a journalist to write a glowing piece about his unwavering support for Isaac Ivanov. His reputation skyrockets, eclipsing Lee Se-jun, who remains eerily silent while his rival steals the global spotlight. From his office, Se-chan watches the chaos with a wicked grin, seeing his greatest enemies play into their hands. Both Park Yong-wan and Lee Se-jun are being exploited. To maintain the momentum, Se-chan pours even more resources into the plan. He invests a fortune in rare materials to craft a specialized item designed to mask Kim Wu Jin's dual identity. Every single sacrifice was worth it. Kim Wu Jin deceives the world by clothing a skeleton in a rare monster skin that transforms into a perfect body double. He instructs Lee Jin-ah to handle the skin with care. Such an invaluable treasure will never appear on the market again. With the disguise safely stored, Lee Jin-ah watches in awe as Kim Wu Jin unleashes the full, terrifying might of his growing undead legion. The ranks now swell with skeleton mages and towering fire golems, the very skills he swindled from Park Yong-wan. Alongside the Dullahan and Shadow Wolves, the army forms a nightmarish battalion that would make any hunter tremble. But the evolution continues as Kim Wu Jin equips the legendary Van Gogh's bracelet. The artifact fuses into his right arm, granting him the godlike ability to equip 5 different rings simultaneously. He dons King Arthur's ring and the Ring of Hercules, causing his stats to skyrocket as divine buffs surge through him. Lee Jin-ah asks for the plan, but Kim Wu Jin's response is, cold time is a luxury they simply don't have. They're blitzing straight to the 3rd floor, and when Wu Jin says fast, he means at a breakneck, suicidal pace. The moment Wu Jin activates his buffs, he turns into a whirlwind of destruction, nearly incinerating the entire floor. Watching him, Jin-ah realizes Wu Jin isn't just a solo player. His legion functions like a fully coordinated elite guild. With mages, tanks, damage dealers, and even mounts at his command, he truly embodies a one-man army. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Wu Jin finally slows down as Jin-ah nervously asks for the strategy to slay the dragon hatchling. Wu Jin's instructions are simple. Jin-ah just needs to ground the beast by its wings, and Wu Jin will handle the rest. He warns Jin-ah not to let go of the creature's back until the word is given, leaving Jin-ah terrified of being kidnapped into the sky. I won't let it escape, Wu Jin assures him, just as the monstrous dragon hatchling finally emerges from the shadows. Even as a mere hatchling, the creature radiates an aura of pure, unadulterated terror. It effortlessly guts a monster and begins its feast, but stops abruptly, proving to Wu Jin that this beast possesses a dangerous level of intelligence. Knowing he can't wait, Wu Jin immediately triggers the corpse explosions he had meticulously hidden around the beast's location. The nearby cliffs shatter and collapse, burying the dragon hatchling under an avalanche of jagged rocks and heavy debris. Wu Jin screams for Jin-ah to mount the dragon while his legion of skeleton soldiers rushes in to draw its deadly aggro. Paralyzed by fear, Jin-ah hesitates for a split second, but he forces himself onto the dragon's back, only to find his strikes bouncing harmlessly off its impenetrable, diamond-hard scales. Wu Jin deploys the Dullahan to infect the beast with a debilitating poison, weakening its stats enough for Jin's attacks to finally bite. Rising from the shadows upon his summon, the Dullahan charges the dragon, leaping onto its massive tail and driving a cursed blade deep through its flesh. Despite the venom, the dragon violently swats away the Dullahan, a creature that was once a terrifying A+ rank floor boss itself. Sensing the tide turning, the dragon hatchling realizes that staying grounded means certain death. It beats its wings to take flight, but a reckless Jin jams his spear deep into the wing's joint at the last second. Dragged into the sky, Jin hangs on for dear life, as Wu Jin shouts for him to tear the wing apart while he still has the chance. Jin screams back a string of curses, struggling against the sheer force of the dragon's ascent. Miraculously, he uses his entire body weight to drive the spear down the wingspan, horrifyingly tearing the wing in two. Robbed of its flight, the dragon plummets back to earth like a stone, crashing into the dirt and burying Jin under the massive impact. Wu Jin isn't worried. Jin is essentially immortal. His eyes remain fixed on the grounded but still lethal dragon hatchling. Wu Jin unleashes an endless tide of skeleton soldiers, slowly grinding the dragon's stamina down through sheer numbers and attrition. Though their individual strikes are weak, they are coated in Wu Jin's corrosive toxic blood, ensuring the dragon withers away while Wu Jin remains at peak condition. Jin finally crawls out of the crater, looking battered as the healing process for that crash drained a massive amount of his energy. He gasps out to Wu Jin that he's expecting a legendary feast once they clear this hellish dungeon. In the outside world, two masters play Chinese chess as a subordinate reports that 10 days have passed since Isaac Ivanov entered the rift. While surviving for 10 days is an impressive feat in itself, the masters remain skeptical that anyone could actually clear a dungeon of this magnitude. However, the swordmaster hopes for a victory, eager to step in and seize control the moment the dust settles. The subordinate is confused until he looks at the chessboard, finally seeing the cold, calculated endgame the masters have planned. He bows deeply, swearing his loyalty. Back inside, Wu Jin delivers the killing blow to the hatchling, earning the legendary Dragon Slayer title. Jin shares the glory, beaming with pride at his newfound status as a slayer of dragons. Wu Jin, however, shows no joy. His expression remains unreadable and deeply troubled. He looks at Jin and bluntly tells him that he needs to die the moment they step back into the real world. Confused, Jin listens as Wu Jin explains that they are now qualified for 4-floor dungeons, the hunting grounds of high-level players over level 100. These elites are rare, even in the top guilds, and their hunger for absolute power knows no bounds. They've carved the world into private territories, and if a rival enters their domain, the consequences, well, Jin can imagine the bloodbath. After finalizing their scheme, Kim Wu Jin and Lee Se-jun prepare to face the waiting world. A skeleton doppelganger, perfectly mimicking the real Kim Wu Jin, emerges from the tunnel into a frenzy of flashing cameras. Hundreds of reporters swarm the group, shoving microphones toward the fake Kim Wu Jin while screaming for an exclusive. To shield the puppet's true identity, Lee Se-jun throws an arm around it and takes charge of the interview. Suddenly, a man lunges from the shadows, a blade gleaming with lethal intent as he targets the doppelganger's heart. Lee Se-jun feigns a defensive tackle but allows the assassin to slip through, letting the blade bury itself deep into the decoy. With the fake Kim Wu Jin seemingly finished, the killer pivots toward the real target, Isaac Ivanov, but a shadow intervenes. The swordmaster appears like a guardian deity, striking the man down in a flash to frame himself as Isaac's savior. Yet, the truth is far darker. This assassin is the same loyal dog who was kneeling before the masters earlier. The archer master had commanded him to throw away his life, just to stage this twisted piece of political theater. Despite the swordmaster's hollow pity, the man's final breath was a testament to his absolute loyalty to the Yamato faction. The swordmaster offers a groveling apology to Isaac, lamenting that Japan has fallen so low as to allow such a tragedy. The media cycle instantly explodes, framing the brutal attack as a senseless hate crime against a foreign hero. Japan's government issues a formal apology, granting Isaac Ivanov free, unrestricted access to all their dungeons as blood money. Across the sea, the news of the assassination reaches a trembling Park Young-won. He is utterly livid. Kim Wu Jin was his golden bridge to Isaac, and now the Japanese have burned it down. Vowing eternal vengeance, he mobilizes every intelligence asset to hunt down those responsible for the strike on his subordinate. 4 days after the tragedy, the swordmaster can no longer contain his curiosity and invites Isaac and his friend to dinner. Kim Wu Jin, hidden behind the mask of Isaac Ivanov, maintains a chilling composure, showing zero grief for his fallen comrade. He coldly remarks that death is a player's constant shadow, and mourning is a luxury they cannot afford to waste. These heartless words trigger Lee Se-jun, who is expertly playing the role of the hot-headed Spasiba. He erupts in fury, cursing Isaac for his lack of humanity before storming out of the room in a dramatic huff. Wu Jin offers a calm apology for his partner's outburst, maintaining the perfect facade of a weary, logical leader. He thanks the Swordmaster for the meal and promises to conquer the 4-floor dungeon they so generously recommended. But before he departs, he subtly reminds the Swordmaster that a grand gift might be necessary to soothe Spasiba's righteous anger. Once outside, a cold smirk plays on Wu Jin's lips. Every piece on the board has fallen exactly into place. Meanwhile, the Swordmaster consults Sakura, an elite Yamato spy, about the possibility of recruiting this hot potato Isaac. She warns that Isaac is inseparable from Spasiba, who now harbors a deep, public grudge against their faction. Furthermore, snatching him from Park Yong-won's grip could ignite a diplomatic war they aren't prepared to fight. The Swordmaster's gaze darkens. If he cannot possess Isaac's power, he will ensure no one else can either. He orders Sakura to deliver the legendary Nemean lion leather to Isaac as a high-priced peace offering. Sakura is stunned by the value of the bribe, but her master views it as a necessary investment for Isaac's downfall. Later, in the safety of their car, Kim Wu Jin and Lee Jin-ah finally shed their masks and breathe a sigh of relief. Wu Jin commends Lee Jin-ah's explosive performance, which successfully squeezed even more legendary loot out of the Swordmaster. Jin-ah admits he wasn't entirely acting. The Swordmaster's blatant hypocrisy genuinely made his blood boil. His only real regret is storming out before he could finish that world-class sushi, a truly tragic waste of high-tier food. Kim Wu Jin can only stare in silence, once again baffled by his partner's legendary, bottomless appetite. This man is a gluttonous force of nature, making even the most hardened monsters look like picky eaters. By dawn, the media reports a reconciliation between the two heroes as they prepare to raid Mount Fuji's 4-floor dungeon. Oh Se-chan calls to congratulate Wu Jin on successfully swindling the entire nation of Japan with a single puppet show. However, he warns that the promised reward for clearing Mount Fuji isn't even in the Yamato faction's possession. The item is the legendary Aegis shield, which intelligence suggests was lost deep within the dungeon years ago. It lies somewhere in the darkness, a relic from a previous expedition that ended in total, bloody disaster. Kim Wu Jin and Lee Jin-ah stand before the looming mouth of their next nightmare. This is the Hellhound dungeon, and the moment they step inside, a massive explosion seals the gate behind them. News of the blast spreads like wildfire, igniting fury across the globe. The Japanese government is under fire for failing their guests. This marks the second assassination attempt on foreign soil. As international condemnation rains down on Japan, the Swordmaster wears a cold smile. Isolating his targets was the plan all along. Though he critiques Sakura for not sending backup, Sakura dismisses his concerns, sneering that 2 greenhorns stand no chance against a 4-floor dungeon. It is an A+ rank death trap, and she predicts they will lose the will to fight before the first day ends. She admits she didn't expect the Swordmaster to bait them with the legendary Aegis shield as a reward. But the Swordmaster clarifies it is no trick. He fully intends to hand over the divine artifact to anyone who survives. Public fascination with the Aegis shield is reaching a fever pitch. Every legendary item holds a fragment of the world's primal power. If these heroes fail even with such power, no one will dare challenge this dungeon again. With the shield as bait, countless fools will rush to their doom, turning the dungeon into a massive graveyard. Inside the darkness, we return to Kim Wu Jin and Lee Jin-ah. Despite being trapped, Wu Jin remains eerily calm. He had already foreseen this betrayal from his previous life. He knows these dirty tactics well, having learned every underhanded method from the Swordmaster himself. Lee Jin-ah is baffled, demanding to know how he could have anticipated such a trap. Wu Jin ignores the question, coldly ordering her to follow as he prepares to catch 20,000 birds. Elsewhere, Johann Georg clears a B+ rank, 5-floor dungeon entirely alone. Upon slaying the boss, he claims the Book of the Undead, expanding his dark army to 30 skeleton soldiers. Back with Wu Jin, the duo tears through the first 2 floors with effortless precision. However, the 3rd floor brings a massive difficulty spike in the form of a towering ogre boss. Under normal circumstances, the 2 of them could crush such a beast in minutes. But Wu Jin abruptly leaves Jin-ah to fight alone while he searches for the remains of the fallen Yamato team. Lee Jin-ah takes a brutal beating from the ogre, a monster capable of warping the very gravitational waves around its body. She screams curses at Wu Jin for abandoning her in the heat of battle. Suddenly, Wu Jin's skeleton snake whispers the truth. Most challengers fail here because they foolishly try to conserve their strength. And so, he commands Lee Jin-ah to unleash her full power, confident she has the strength to tear the ogre apart. He reminds her she wears the Nemean lion's hide, granting her near invulnerability and devastating physical might. Only then does Lee Jin-ah remember her gear, realizing why her blessing of the sticks ability hadn't even been triggered yet. Her confidence surges back instantly as she tells Wu Jin to go. She'll handle this monster single-handedly. With the boss occupied, Wu Jin begins his grim search among the scattered bones. Before long, he finds the Yamato team's remains and activates the Eye of Anubis to devour their lingering memories. He sees the final moments of the Yamato captain, who doomed his team by hiding their true strength until it was too late. By the time they realized their fatal error, the abyss had already swallowed them whole. In a final act of desperation, the captain sacrificed himself so his subordinates could reach the fourth floor. With his dying breath, he entrusted the legendary Aegis shield to his fleeing comrades. Wu Jin now knows the truth. The world's greatest defense is waiting on the final floor. Yet, he wonders why a team carrying the legendary Aegis shield could possibly fail. Their defeat suggests there are unstable, hidden variables lurking within these walls. But Wu Jin isn't deterred. He's already imagining the Swordmaster's face when he walks out alive with the shield in hand. Meanwhile, Park Shin-hye reads the grim headlines. Isaac Ivanov has been missing for 13 days and hope is fading fast. As the world mourns the presumed death of Isaac Ivanov, a new star rises, the necromancer Yong Garage. Online forums erupt into chaos as rival fandoms clash over who truly deserves the crown. Monitoring the digital storm, Park Se-hye immediately reports these shifting tides to Lee Se-jun. She believes Ivanov's disappearance and Kim Wu Jin's supposed end have finally restored their guild's glory. But Lee Se-jun cuts her off, reminding her that Isaac is enduring the same hell he faced 3 years ago. Back then, the world stood still. A gate tore open in the heart of Seoul, trapping him in a nightmare he was never meant to survive. It was Secretary Lee's own father who locked him in a betrayal that remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, Lee Se-jun harbors no resentment, crediting that ordeal for forging the man he is today. If Isaac Ivanov makes it out alive, he muses, I'll need to meet him personally. Deep within the dungeon, Kim Wu Jin finds Lee Jin-ah standing over the carcass of an ogre boss. He dryly remarks that his skeleton army isn't needed, since the big guy actually did some work. Despite falling for it countless times, Lee Jin-ah's temper flares instantly at the blatant provocation. He dives headfirst into the rage bait, drawn to the conflict like a moth to a lethal flame. Deciding to spare him further teasing, Kim Wu Jin signals the start of their descent to the fourth floor. Above ground, Oh Sai-chan scans the grim headlines while Secretary Lee trembles for Lee Jin-ah's safety. Oh Sai-chan admits that hellhounds are a tier of terror unlike anything they've faced before. But when the stakes are life and death, he grins. Nobody performs quite like Lee Jin-ah. Besides, they have Kim Wu Jin, a monster in human skin trailing right beside him. They'll return, he assures. They always do. Meanwhile, Wu Jin scours the shadows for fallen players. Through a gruesome communion with their memories, he discovers the Yamato faction discarded a legendary shield into the abyss to hide their tracks. With the Aegis shield reclaimed, victory is certain, though a clueless Jin-ah continues his endless whining. He curses his luck, complaining about the relentless mutt harassment that puts video game monsters to shame. Tanks have human rights too, he bellows, tired of being treated like a common pack animal. Suddenly, a massive hellhound lunges from the dark, unleashing a torrent of hellfire at Jin-ah's back. Just in time, Kim Wu Jin intercedes, deploying the Aegis shield's absolute defense to shatter the flames. Overcome with relief, Jin-ah's insults vanish instantly as he blubbers his gratitude for the save. Wu Jin tosses him the shield, commanding him to lead the charge like a true vanguard should. Shocked by the free legendary gear, Jin-ah feels like a superhero straight out of a blockbuster movie. But his joy is short-lived when a second inferno erupts, turning the corridor into a furnace. They narrowly evade the blast, only to realize they are facing not one, but 2 hellhounds. Wu Jin isn't surprised. The dead player's memories warned him of this lethal 2-for-1 trap. What kind of perverted dungeon is this? Jin-ah screams, horrified by the sudden double boss encounter. Kim Wu Jin knows this dungeon is a rigged scam, but he remains unfazed, telling Jin-ah to tank one while he hunts down the other. Even with a legendary shield, Jin-ah is caught in the crossfire as searing heat engulfs him. He rips off his melting armor, barely escaping the flames before they can cook him alive. To make matters worse, a tide of hundreds of lesser helldogs begins to hem them in. The scene triggers a memory from Wu Jin's past life, the legendary Cerberus on the 8th floor. Back then, he slaughtered 23 hellhounds single-handedly amidst a sea of monsters. He knows he can win. He just needs Jin-ah to survive long enough for him to strike. Outside, Park Yong-won receives a secret letter. Kim Wu Jin is alive and faking death to evade Japan. Rage boils within him at the deception, yet a smirk plays on his lips. His investment is safe, but he vows to make Wu Jin pay dearly for making him worry. Deep in the dungeon, Kim Wu Jin dances through a storm of hellfire, dodging the hellhound's lethal strikes with effortless grace. Watching from the sidelines, Lee Jin is certain that Wu Jin has never encountered such a beast in his life. Yet, the way he dismantles the monster suggests a lifetime of experience in hunting the creatures of hell. The first hound eventually falls, but victory comes at a cost. Wu Jin is forced to expend a massive horde of dragon hatchling bones. Even these legendary remains prove fragile, melting away under the intense heat of the beast's infernal flames. It is a calculated loss, however, as Wu Jin possesses an endless supply of materials to replace them. As Wu Jin prepares to finish the job, Lee Jina intervenes, demanding the final kill to reclaim his battered pride as a man. Beyond mere ego, Jina hungers for the strength necessary to protect those who rely on his power. He is haunted by the memory of Secretary Lee, who returned to the office broken and weeping after her father's death. While Jina fights for honor, a dark scene unfolds in the Amazon jungle, where armed mercenaries hold dozens of innocent lives captive. Upon receiving a cold order from the shadows, the gunmen ruthlessly eliminate every player present without hesitation. Inside the command center, the fiery Shakira lounges as an executive delivers payment for clearing out the local natives. This dangerous woman is a high-ranking member of the notorious Thunderbird Guild, known for their ruthless efficiency. She dismisses the money with contempt, stating she only has eyes for rare items and powerful skill pages. When the man attempts to negotiate, Shakira seizes him by the throat, threatening to tear out his tongue for his insolence. Before she can act, a bolt of divine lightning strikes the man, reducing him to a pile of smoldering ash instantly. The Guildmaster of Thunderbird, Hugh Fry, famously feared as the Lightning King steps into the room with an imposing presence. He admonishes Shakira for wasting time on such pathetic insects and demands her focus remain on their true goals. Before departing, he hands her a rare prize, the forbidden skill page for summoning a powerful lich. Back in the abyss, the second Hellhound finally collapses, its skull crushed after taking a relentless beating from Lee Jina. Drained of every drop of energy, Jina falls unconscious until his blessing of the stick skill eventually mends his broken body. He awakens in a frantic combat stance, only to find Kim Wu Jin standing calmly over the battlefield. Wu Jin reveals the beast is dead, clarifying that Jina's own brutal strikes were what finally ended the monster's life. With both hellish guardians neutralized, Wu Jin and Jina are finally free to emerge from the dungeon's depths. Once back in the real world, Wu Jin prepares to navigate the political minefield he left behind. He must now confront Park Yong-won and answer for the chaos caused by faking his own death. Wu Jin knows Park will be absolutely livid, but he arrives fully prepared to manipulate the situation to his advantage. He begins spouting philosophical riddles about deceiving friends to fool enemies, sounding like a legendary strategist to mask his motives. Park Yong-won is completely stunned, forced to nod in agreement to avoid looking uncultured in the face of such wisdom. Park begrudgingly forgives the deception to save face, but warns Wu Jin that a second betrayal will result in a gruesome end. The man's murderous aura doesn't faze Wu Jin in the slightest. He simply offers a silent, stoic nod of acknowledgement. Park agrees to overlook the past on one condition, setting the stage for a grander scheme. Wu Jin must ensure that Isaac Ivanov completely outshines the rising star Johann Georg in the ultimate battle of necromancers. In Park's eyes, the world only needs one legendary summoner in the spotlight, and that man must be Isaac Ivanov. Wu Jin agrees to the terms, provided Park supports him in hunting down the Lightning King of the Thunderbird Guild. Park is confused by the request, unable to see how the Lightning King connects to Isaac's rise to power. Wu Jin reveals his hand. The Lightning King possesses the Lich summoning skill that Isaac Ivanov desperately craves. In reality, Wu Jin is the man behind the mask, and he needs that power to survive the coming war against his enemies. Meanwhile, in Japan, the Swordmaster's training is interrupted by Sakura, who reveals Isaac's shocking demand for Solomon's ring. The Swordmaster remains calm, acknowledging that Isaac deserves significant compensation for his recent achievements. However, his blood boils at the realization that Isaac somehow knew about their most closely guarded secret treasure. He realizes, with grim certainty, that a high-level traitor must be operating within their inner circle. Though forced to yield the ring for now, he vows to reclaim everything once Isaac has served his purpose. Sakura stands puzzled, unable to fathom why her master would give up such a priceless artifact so easily. The Swordmaster explains that Isaac's terrifying growth will soon force him into the high-level dungeons where they truly rule. When the moment arrives, he'll personally claim his head with that very blade. Meanwhile, the Swordmaster is already calculating the coldest ways to erase Isaac Ivanov from existence. Halfway across the globe, Kim Wu Jin arrives at the Thunderbird Guild. He's here for one thing, the forbidden Lich summoning skill. But before facing the Lightning King, he must pass through a deadly gatekeeper. The fierce Amazonian warrior, Shakira, blocks his path. Like every lethal beauty from the south, she's a formidable force and a total nightmare to negotiate with. Kim Wu Jin isn't empty-handed though. He plays his trump card, offering to hand over Isaac Ivanov if they grant his request. Shakira laughs, threatening to end him right there. After all, to the rest of the world, he's already a walking ghost. Suddenly, the air changes as a heavy pressure fills the room. The Lightning King himself steps out, his overwhelming presence silencing them both. He's intrigued by this bold gamble. He stares Wu Jin down, asking if he's truly prepared to sell Isaac Ivanov to their guild. Wu Jin doesn't flinch. He jokes that they wouldn't want a man without his limbs anyway, so why even ask? The king appreciates that sharp tongue and demands the full details. Days later, Wu Jin and Li Jina are huddled by a fire, disguised as Russians. Li tries to focus on the meat in his hands, but his nerves are completely shot. The upcoming dungeon raid is weighing heavy on him. They barely survived a 4-floor dungeon, and now Wu Jin wants to conquer 5? Wu Jin just smirks at his partner's hesitation. He asks the man if he's finally developed a fear of the afterlife. Usually, Li is easy to bait, but the stakes are too high this time. He stands his ground and sternly refuses to enter that hellhole. Their argument is cut short when a player from the Messiah Guild approaches. She introduces herself as Michelle. She calmly informs the duo that she'll be joining their dungeon raid tomorrow morning. Wu Jin is stunned to see her face again. In his past life, this was the exact dungeon where she met her tragic end. The memory of her death is still a jagged scar in Wu Jin's mind. He clenches his fists as old ghosts return to haunt him. Michelle, oblivious to his thoughts, shyly approaches the two and admits she's a massive fan. Li's fear vanishes instantly as his ego takes over. He offers his signature, but what happens next absolutely crushes his soul. Michelle brushes past him without a second glance. She isn't a fan of Li. She only has eyes for Isaac Ivanov, Wu Jin's alter ego. Wu Jin calmly signs her book, leaving Li fuming in the background. The man is so livid he snaps his pen in two. Darkness fades, and soon the various guilds are all assembled deep inside the dungeon. The Messiah Guild has sent their elite, including a masked shadow and a bald warrior Wu Jin remembers from his previous life. Alongside them are the Thunderbird Guild members, a group that looks more like street-hardened thugs than heroes. As they prepare, we look back at the secret meeting. The Lightning King had realized Wu Jin was the puppet master, pulling Isaac's strings. Shakira calls him a delusional freak, but the king is a businessman. He wants to hear the terms of Wu Jin's deal. Wu Jin knows the king's weakness, an insatiable hunger for rare items and god-tier skills. But at the king's current high level, finding anything new has become nearly impossible. That's where Isaac Ivanov comes in. He can enter the restricted dungeons the king is barred from accessing. The king finds the pitch entertaining, but he isn't completely sold yet. In his calculated opinion, the potential reward doesn't quite justify the risk. Seeing the boredom in her leader's eyes, Shakira asks for permission to eliminate the trash. The king gives her the green light. But before she can strike, Wu Jin drops a bombshell that stops them cold. He mentions the Cyclops dungeon in the Amazon, the one the king has been desperately struggling to clear. Wu Jin offers to send Isaac in, making the king burst into laughter. It's an A+ rank, 5-floor nightmare after all. He doesn't believe Isaac is strong enough for such a leap after his last narrow victory. Yet, the sheer audacity of the offer keeps him listening. He decides to give Wu Jin one chance to prove himself. However, the king doesn't want to buy Isaac. He wants the man controlling him, Kim Wu Jin himself. To seal his loyalty, the king offers a legendary vampire skill, one that could change Wu Jin's very nature. Wu Jin accepts the deal, which is why Isaac Ivanov is standing before a 5-floor dungeon so early in the game. Day 1 in the Cyclops dungeon begins. Li Jina is already swamped by giants, with only a skeleton soldier for backup. Wu Jin controls the summon from the shadows, casually explaining the details of their alliance with the Thunderbird Guild. Li is horrified. He thinks Wu Jin has lost his mind for cooperating with them, while still working for Park Young-won. But Wu Jin knows something Li doesn't, and this alliance is only the beginning of a much larger nightmare. Kim Wu Jin drops a bombshell, declaring he'll walk right up to Park Young-won and reveal the truth. He's officially joined the Thunderbird Guild. Li Jina's jaw drops. He genuinely wonders if the man's brain has fried from clearing one too many dungeons in a row. Right at that moment, Kim Wu Jin severs the spiritual link with his skeleton soldier and manifests physically right in front of the stunned Jina. He asks with a smirk if Park Young-won would actually feel betrayed upon learning about his new ties with Thunderbird. Li starts to nod, then stops. He realizes that by confessing, Wu Jin would actually look like a mole snitching on Thunderbird instead. 23 days pass as the players finally claw their way onto the dungeon's 4th floor. This floor is a twisted minotaur labyrinth, teeming with vicious, ravenous blood goblins. Unlike common cousins, these blood goblins are lethal predators that push even the Messiah Guild elites to their limits. The hulking Jordan spearheads the assault, but his heavy swings are far too sluggish for the frenetic speed of the Crimson Pests. Frustrated, he wheels around and barks at his masked comrade, Kyle, demanding an immediate status report. Kyle grits his teeth, reporting things are dire because Michelle is taking far too long to channel her massive fire spell. At long last, the air begins to sizzle as Michelle finally completes her high-level incantation. Sensing impending doom, the blood goblins screech in panic, swarming her in a desperate attempt to disrupt the casting. Jordan roars for Kyle to form a perimeter around Michelle, knowing her spell is their only ticket out of this hell. But protection isn't necessary. Michelle unleashes a devastating inferno that erupts into a massive, bone-shattering explosion. As the dust settles, Jordan breathes a heavy sigh, still reeling that blood goblins appeared this early in the climb. He knows they can't linger. They must reach the labyrinth's main hall before the monsters overwhelm them. But just as they turn their backs on the scorched corpses of the fallen goblins, a single survivor lunges from the shadows, its eyes burning with murderous intent as it rockets toward an unsuspecting Michelle. Jordan reaches out in desperation, but he's far too slow to close the distance in time. Kim Wu Jin suddenly appears, cleaving the goblin in two to save Michelle's life. Before they can even say thanks, Wu Jin ruthlessly stabs every corpse, knowing these monsters love to play dead. He turns to the elite trio with cold eyes, admitting he's utterly disappointed by the lackluster performance of Korea's top guild. As the captain, Jordan feels a wave of burning humiliation wash over him at Wu Jin's scathing, direct insult. But Wu Jin doesn't stop. He continues to expertly poke at Jordan's pride, baiting the warrior into a blind fury. Kyle finally intervenes, urging Wu Jin to show some restraint, despite the debt they now owe him for the rescue. Michelle also steps forward, demanding that the mysterious hunter cease his provocation immediately. She narrows her eyes, questioning why he's even here when his own mission should have taken him elsewhere. Wu Jin calmly explains that their mission went south, resulting in a severe leg injury for his partner. Right on cue, Lee Se-jun hobbles into view with a mangled leg, prompting a concerned Michelle to rush over to heal him. Watching her genuine worry, Wu Jin breathes a quiet sigh of relief. His test has finally yielded the answer he needed. These three are still pure, untainted by Lee Se-jun's dark ambitions, and truly dedicated to saving this crumbling world. While Wu Jin assesses their souls, Jordan sees a chance to strike back, sneering at the man who just saved them. He mocks Wu Jin as a pathetic leader, laughing at his inability to even keep his own teammates safe. Jordan waits for an explosion, but Wu Jin remains a silent lion, completely unbothered by the barking of a common dog. After all, Wu Jin knows the truth. Jinna's injury is a complete fabrication designed to infiltrate the Messiah Guild, to maintain his cold persona and keep the clever ruse alive. Wu Jin harshly blames Jinna for the accident, accusing him of reckless insubordination that led to the ambush. Jinna is seething internally, but he wears a sheepish grin and takes the fall, perfectly playing his role in their drama. Jordan scoffs, asking if the great Kim Wu Jin is now shamelessly begging for a spot on their team. He assumes Wu Jin can't clear the dungeon alone anymore since his primary tank is out of commission. Wu Jin's eyes flash with cold amusement as he clarifies that he isn't the one doing the begging. Instead, he declares they should be the ones joining his team because clearly, he's the strongest player here. Infuriated, Jordan issues a challenge. If Wu Jin wants to lead, he'll have to survive a duel first. Meanwhile, back in the real world, every major news outlet is buzzing with the Messiah Guild's bold declaration. They're set to conquer the world's first ever 7-floor C-rank dungeon. And speaking of the legendary Messiah Guild, Johann Georg and Isaac Ivanov have become global icons as the fierce rivalry between these two necromancers splits the world into two warring factions. Across every social media platform, die-hard fans of both Isaac Ivanov and Johann Georg are locked in a never-ending digital war. Park Shin-hye spends her days obsessively reading the headlines, biting her lip in frustration until Johann Georg, sitting nearby, begins to mock her anxiety. Before Park Shin-hye can even snap back, her loyal guardian Cho Sung-woo steps from the shadows to remind Johann that in Lee Se-jun's absence, Shin-hye holds absolute authority over them all. Johann Georg isn't the type to take orders from a subordinate, so he coldly challenges Cho Sung-woo to do something about his blatant disrespect. Watching the internal friction spiral, Park Shin-hye finally intervenes, commanding both of them to maintain their composure and behave. She admits that Johann is right about one thing: without their master, their collective confidence is wavering. Suddenly, a swordmaster speaks up from the back, demanding to know if the rumors are true. Does Lee Se-jun actually want to meet with Isaac Ivanov? Park Shin-hye doesn't bother denying the accusation, prompting the swordmaster to remind her that Isaac is a sworn enemy of the Yamato faction and will be eliminated regardless of Se-jun's personal feelings. Shin-hye tells the swordmaster to relax, as Isaac is already rushing toward his own demise without them even having to lift a finger. She reveals a classified clip they obtained, showing Isaac recklessly entering a lethal 5-floor A+ ranked dungeon. She assures the swordmaster the intel is solid, as they've strategically embedded 3 Messiah Guild members into his party. She feels zero remorse about those members dying, viewing them as suspicious liabilities who weren't aligned with their true goals anyway. However, uncertainty lingers, as Isaac Ivanov has repeatedly displayed a miraculous ability to survive even the most catastrophic dungeon scenarios. That's precisely why they've laid the ultimate bait, the 6th-floor A+ ranked Sphinx dungeon in Egypt, which is destined to become his final resting place. Back in the dungeon, Jordan lies defeated on the cold ground, while Kim Wu Jin towers over him with a smirk, telling him to just go flip burgers. Watching from the sidelines, Young Lee Juha is hit with a wave of PTSD, remembering when he challenged Wu Jin and ended up hanging from a tree all day. Once Jordan finally swallows his pride and admits defeat, Kim Wu Jin steps up as the new party leader, and the team resumes their relentless dungeon crawl. After carving a path through a massive horde of blood goblins, they finally stand before the fourth-floor boss, the terrifying Minotaur. The massive Minotaur is a vision of nightmares, wielding 2 jagged horns and a colossal axe capable of cleaving solid steel like parchment. As the party's main tank, Jordan feels the crushing weight of the Minotaur's bloodlust as the beast focuses all its fury on him. But he doesn't falter. He knows if he slips up, his fragile glass cannon teammates won't live to see the next floor. With total disregard for his own safety, he charges into the beast's range to ensure it never turns its eyes toward his allies. While he draws the beast's ire, Kyle and Michelle unleash everything they have to whittle down the tanky monster's massive health pool. However, a sudden, devastating swing from the Minotaur forces Jordan to perform an emergency leap to avoid being crushed. His landing is clumsy, and his left leg buckles with a sickening crack. The Minotaur seizes the opening, launching a follow-up strike before he can recover. Jordan desperately tries to dodge, but his injured leg refuses to move, leaving him wide open for the killing blow. To everyone watching, it looks like the end for him. The Minotaur's axe connects, kicking up a massive cloud of debris that blinds the entire party. But as the thick dust begins to settle, a collective sigh of relief echoes through the chamber. Jordan is unharmed, safely tucked in the arms of Kim Wu Jin, who is carrying him like a princess. Overcome with embarrassment, Jordan immediately begins shouting at Kim Wu Jin to put him back down on the ground. Without a second thought, Wu Jin obeys the order and simply drops him, sending Jordan crashing to the floor in a fit of pained groans. Despite the throbbing pain, Jordan looks up and demands to know why Wu Jin is charging back into the thick of battle all by himself. Kim Wu Jin simply replies that since their only tank is currently out of commission, he'll just have to step up and take the hits himself. Jordan calls him a lunatic, reminding him that he's a damage dealer, not a tank. Wu Jin just smirks, mocking Jordan for his narrow-minded thinking. Jordan insists he's still got some fight left in him, but Wu Jin bluntly tells him to stop lying to himself and stay down. He acknowledges that self-sacrifice looks cool for a leader, but staying alive is far more practical than dying for no reason. He tells Jordan to sit back and watch how a real tank controls the battlefield to create the perfect opening for an assault. Spoken like a true veteran of the front lines. Meanwhile, back in the safety of the real world, Oh Sachin is having lunch with the dragon hunter Francois, utterly baffled that such a notorious cheapskate would treat him to such a luxurious restaurant. Francois just grins, playing dumb to brush off Awashin's sharp words. Ignoring the man's odd antics, Awashin cuts to the chase, demanding to know his true purpose. Francois scoffs, noting he's far too busy to travel this distance just for lunch with a bald guy. After that jab, his tone shifts. He asks if the oath to save the world still stands. Awashin replies that since Lee's death, his only mission is to fulfill his final wishes. His creed is simple: repay kindness twice over, but return every grudge 4 times as hard. Deep in the dungeon, Jordan watches in awe as Kim Wu Jin faces the Minotaur with effortless grace. It's unbelievable. A pure damage dealer is outperforming a professional tank at his own job. As he studies Wu Jin's movements, he panics. The Minotaur is charging, and Wu Jin seems completely distracted. He moves to scream a warning, but stops. A cold, cunning smirk plays on Wu Jin's lips. At the very last second, just as the beast lunges, Kim Wu Jin calmly sidesteps the impact. The massive Minotaur loses its footing, crashing headfirst into the labyrinth's reinforced stone wall. Jordan questions his own existence. Even with Wu Jin's stats, he could never manipulate a boss monster this perfectly. Seizing the opening, Wu Jin commands his skeleton soldiers to swarm the stunned beast with ruthless efficiency. He plunges his blood-soaked blade into the monster, injecting a lethal poison while it's still trapped. Racked by toxin and rage, the Minotaur roars, entering its most dangerous, blood-red berserk state. This was the plan all along. Normally, Minotaurs are tactical, but rage changes the game entirely. Once berserk, they lose all reason. Their movements become predictable, nothing more than a mindless wrecking ball. Wu Jin prepares his finishing move, standing his ground as the mountain of meat charges toward him. The beast aims to kill in one hit. Instead, Wu Jin has a skeleton pelt its face with a stone. That tiny annoyance is enough to snap the monster's focus, turning its mindless fury toward the skeleton. In that split second of distraction, Wu Jin gathers every corpse on the battlefield into a single pile. Propelled by his skeleton mages, he glides through the air, closing the distance in an instant. He triggers Corpse Explosion. A tactical nuke of flesh and bone erupts, but the beast still barely clings to life. Finish it, Wu Jin commands. His undead army descends like a swarm, unleashing every skill to end the fight. As the carnage unfolds, Wu Jin simply turns his back, walking away with the cold aura of a true king. At Messiah Guild HQ, Johann Georg asks Park Shin-hye why he was singled out to stay behind. Park's gaze is icy. She demands an update on the artifact he was supposed to secure. Johann shrugs. The sword, Balmog, was snatched away. He was just a second too late. Park is stunned. Who could possibly possess the speed to steal from right under their noses? Enraged by Johann's casual attitude, Choi Sung-woo lunges forward, ready to beat some respect into him. A cold blade is pressed against his throat in a flash of steel. Unfazed, Johann reminds Park that he is the ultimate lure to finally trap the elusive Isaac Ivanov. "Don't touch me yet," he warns. Choi fumes, desperate to kill him and take his mission to Egypt. Park intercedes. She knows Johann is the only piece on the board capable of bringing Isaac down. Back inside the dungeon, the massive corpse of the Minotaur lies defeated at last. The gate to the 5th floor creaks open. Against all odds, the Thunderbird Guild members are still breathing. They cautiously approach Wu Jin, asking if his promise to hand over all the dungeon loot still stands. Nearby, Jordan stands in a daze, his pride as a leader shattered by Wu Jin's overwhelming display of power. To make matters worse, even his teammate Michelle can't stop praising Wu Jin's godlike combat prowess. Kyle's casual comments cut deeper than any blade, leaving Jordan to swallow his bitter humiliation in silence. Ignoring the chatter, Wu Jin recalls the tragic deaths from his past life. This time, he won't let history repeat itself. As he mentally prepares the next phase of his strategy, a shift in the air occurs. A faint sound echoes from the shadows. "Stay sharp," he warns. The real monster is finally here. Back at the hideout, Oh-se-chan loses patience. "Enough riddles, Francois. Show me what you've got." Francois finally shifts into high gear, setting aside his coffee to pull a legendary artifact from his inventory. This isn't just any blade. It's a weapon that radiates an aura of pure destruction. Before them lies Balmog, the mythical sword that the Messiah Guild has desperately hunted for years. Handing the steel to Oh-chan, he declares it the only tool capable of executing the world's savior. Oh-chan knows the target all too well and accepts the blade, though he certainly isn't paying a cent for it. As the secret meeting dissolves, Francois vanishes into the shadows, while Secretary Lee drives Oh-chan back. During the tense ride, she warns Osai-chen to stop overprotecting her. She is no longer a fragile soul. It clicks in Osai-chen's mind. She has finally uncovered the dark truth behind her father's death. He looks at her with concern, asking if she truly has the strength to carry this burden. She admits she's broken, but that pain has forged a lethal determination to dismantle the Messiah Guild forever. Back in the abyss of the dungeon, Jordan questions if abandoning the Thunderbird Guild was the right choice. Kim Wu Jin offers a cold assurance, but his true intentions are revealed in the moments leading up to this. The Thunderbird members had grown arrogant, resentful of standing in the shadows while Wu Jin took the lead. Their ego convinced them they could solo the Cyclops boss, a fatal delusion that would lead to their ruin. The captain was desperate to slay the beast alone, hoping to prove his worth to the Lightning King. He dreamt of standing as a peer to the legendary Shakira, blinded by his own thirst for status. Shifting back to the heart of the crisis, Wu Jin activates the Solomon Ring stolen from the Yamato faction, allowing Lee Jin-ah to dominate the surrounding monsters. Meanwhile, the Thunderbird captain is losing his mind, trapped in a waking nightmare of his own making. Hallucinating demons, he turns his blade on his own men, slaughtering his comrades with his own hands. When the blood mist finally clears, he finds himself standing in a graveyard of his subordinates' corpses. Before he can even scream, the twin-headed Cyclops appears, crushing him into a pulp with one seismic punch. After ending the captain's pathetic life, the monstrosity drags the bodies back to its lair to enjoy a gruesome feast in the dark. While the beast is occupied, Wu Jin explains a plan so reckless that Jordan's confidence begins to waver. He worries that the monsters under Lee Jin-ah's spell will eventually turn their hunger back toward them. Wu Jin remains unfazed, promising that the slaughter will be over before the charm even fades. Once their utility ends, the controlled swarm will be annihilated. There is no time to waste. On Wu Jin's signal, Lee Jin-ah triggers the Solomon Ring's blessing, unleashing a swarm toward the beast's lair. Acting as a dark commander, she orders a massive army of ants to march upon the twin-headed titan. The Cyclops roars in fury, its massive body soon infested by thousands of biting, stinging monster ants. Realizing brute force is useless against the swarm, it unleashes a hidden skill, forcing the ants into a state of confusion where they tear each other apart. Watching from the ridge, Jordan and the others are stunned to see the once unified army self-destruct. Wu Jin satisfies their curiosity, identifying the terrifying confusion skill emitted by the Cyclops' left eye. As Jordan trembles, Wu Jin reveals the opening. That devastating skill is now locked behind a cooldown. Seizing this narrow window, Wu Jin draws his sword and charges the giant like a bolt of lightning. The twin-headed Cyclops locks its gaze on the approaching hunter, preparing its second trump card. Its right eye flares with power, unleashing a petrification ray that turns Wu Jin into a solid stone statue. But it's a trap. Wu Jin counters with Lancelot's ring, granting him total immunity to the petrification curse. The stone shell shatters instantly, revealing the hunter's lethal form underneath. He blinds the right eye while the left is still recharging, expertly blocking a retaliatory strike with the Aegis shield. From the shadows of the backline, Michelle provides devastating fire support, while Jordan and the squad rush in to finish what Wu Jin started. Wu Jin claims the right eye for himself, ordering Lee Jin-ah and the team to gouge out the final eye. He urges the team to move fast, knowing they must execute the twin-headed Cyclops before its confusion skill cooldown resets. To bolster their front lines, Kim Wu Jin calls forth a skeletal soldier from the depths of the underworld. While these summons lack his overwhelming destructive power, they provide the tactical support necessary to secure a flawless victory. With the party unleashing their full might, the beast falls within minutes, granting Kim Wu Jin a legendary tier item, the Cyclops' Eye. This artifact is a game-changer, granting any player the ability to wield the twin-headed Cyclops' dual powers. By channeling mana, the user can cast Mass Confusion or Petrification, effectively rendering any enemy completely helpless. Loot in hand, Kim Wu Jin and the Messiah Guild exit the dungeon, only to find a deadly ambush waiting outside. The Thunderbird Guild stands ready with weapons drawn as their leader, the Lightning King, demands all dungeon rewards. Jordan and his teammates roar in protest, arguing that the Thunderbird Guild did nothing to earn such precious spoils. Unmoved by their anger, the Lightning King fixes his cold gaze on Kim Wu Jin, who remains hidden behind Isaac Ivanov's mask. Lee Jina questions if he is truly handing over a legendary treasure, but Wu Jin cryptically notes they will receive something far better. Without wasting another second on pointless negotiation, Kim Wu Jin retrieves the legendary eye from his inventory and tosses it to the greedy Thunderbird Guild. Following the tense exchange, the Thunderbird members retreat, and Kim Wu Jin offers a parting hand to the Messiah trio. Still fuming from the confrontation, Jordan refuses to even acknowledge the gesture of peace. However, after Wu Jin reminds him to survive for his comrades' sake, Jordan drops his guard and offers a firm, respectful handshake. Once the trio departs, Lee Jina wonders aloud why Wu Jin is suddenly showing such kindness toward the Messiah Guild. A sharp smile plays on Kim Wu Jin's lips as he explains that he never truly despised the guild itself, but rather the false Messiah who dares to trample upon the noble will of the world's real heroes. Soon, the shocking news of Isaac Ivanov successfully clearing the Cyclops dungeon sends massive shockwaves across the globe. Every major power sends their praise, and the prestigious Messiah Guild is no exception to the worldwide hype. Johann Georg even releases an official statement, inviting Kim Wu Jin to conquer the rank A+ Sphinx dungeon on the 6th floor. The internet explodes as fans debate what will happen when these two legendary-level necromancers finally join forces. While the masses cheer, Isaac Ivanov's loyal followers worry that a 6th floor A+ dungeon might be too much, too soon. One viral comment jokingly suggests that Johann Georg and Isaac Ivanov are secret lovers who plan to be entombed together, using ancient Egyptian magic to achieve eternal life. It is the ultimate tale of doomed romance between two masters of the undead. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Park Shin-hye summons the Swordmaster, arming him with two legendary items to ensure Isaac Ivanov's certain death. These artifacts are none other than the Helm of Hades and the mythical Boots of Hermes. As the Messiah Guild prepares for the Sphinx raid, Park Yong-won of the Lion Guild also moves to empower Isaac, hoping to erase Johann Georg's influence once and for all. Unable to meet the necromancer personally, Park Yong-won contacts Kim Wu Jin, who continues to act as his trusted intermediary. Wu Jin reports the encounter with the Lightning King, strategically painting a picture of total loyalty to Park Yong-won. This calculated move pays off, as Park begins to appreciate Wu Jin for his unwavering honesty and lack of deceit. Their alliance deepens, forged in the fires of mutual ambition and high-stakes power plays. Park orders Wu Jin to coerce Isaac into eliminating Johann Georg mid-dungeon, offering the Ring of Osiris as a lethal advance payment. Kim Wu Jin is stunned to receive such a relic, named after the Egyptian god who rules over the silent underworld. For a necromancer attuned to the frequency of death, this artifact provides an unparalleled surge of unholy power. After receiving final instructions, Kim Wu Jin dons his disguise as Isaac Ivanov and departs for the scorching sands of Egypt. Days later in Cairo, Kim Wu Jin and Johann Georg meet, shaking hands to mark the start of their historic collaboration. Johann senses a hint of disdain from the man before him, but silently swallows his pride, planning his own lethal betrayal. They enter the Sphinx dungeon, a brutal realm where endless dunes and scorching heat dominate the horizon. In this wasteland, even the most savage monsters struggle to survive against the unforgiving environment. Yet, they face a new nightmare. Two world-class necromancers whose combined skeleton armies leave absolutely no survivors in their wake. Sensing an opportunity, Johann Georg approaches Kim Wu Jin to discuss the terrifying strength of his individual skeletal warriors. Kim Wu Jin grimly notes that Johann Georg's overwhelming numbers will be a massive headache. Johann Georg scoffs, mocking Wu Jin by revealing these skeletons actually belong to his entire party. However, with the Ring of Hades, he can seize control of any summoned soldier instantly. Wu Jin is stunned. A legendary item like that never appeared in his past life. He wonders if this was another secret treasure buried by the treacherous Messiah Guild. Knowing Johann Georg can hijack any undead army, Wu Jin feels a rare sting of concern. Initially, he hoped to finish this without revealing his most devastating trump cards. But since the stakes have escalated, it is time to unleash his true, terrifying power. That night, while his team rests, Johann Georg begins whispering to an invisible, ghostly presence. He mocks this underworld agent, teasing the entity for its inability to taste food or drink. He taunts the starving spirit while greedily devouring a juicy piece of meat himself. He fumes, frustrated that he cannot eliminate Isaac Ivanov until the final boss is dead. Just as those words leave his lips, the unseen entity flares with a chilling presence for a brief, terrifying moment. 21 days pass, and the group reaches the 6th floor entrance with 0 casualties. Johann Georg mutters that the 6th floor will be hell, given their suspiciously easy journey. Wu Jin agrees. An A+ rank dungeon should never be this simple. He scans the shadows, certain that Park Shin-hye sent more than just Johann Georg to kill him. The thought of an unknown assassin lurking in the darkness keeps his senses on high alert. Pushing doubt aside, he enters the 6th floor, knowing the killer must eventually reveal themselves. Stepping onto the 6th floor, the players are met by a vast desert and a sun that burns like hellfire. Spotting a distant jungle, Johann Georg suggests heading there to escape the blistering heat. Wu Jin agrees, but suddenly drops a bombshell. An assassin is already among them. He insists they eliminate this hidden threat before hunting the dungeon's final boss. Johann Georg fakes confusion, secretly ordering his skeletons to launch a lethal pincer attack. Predicting the betrayal, Wu Jin leaps back, letting his own undead clash with Johann Georg's forces. Johann Georg halts his men, focused solely on capturing Wu Jin's unique, high-tier summons instead. But Wu Jin, always 10 steps ahead of his enemies, knew his special summons were the target since they cannot be infinitely resurrected like fodder. To protect them from the Ring of Hades, he uses the Book of the Undead to unsummon them. As the summons vanish into thin air, Wu Jin vanishes into the distance, leaving a fuming Johann Georg empty-handed and humiliated. Deep within the foliage, Wu Jin and Lee Jina reach the jungle, where she anxiously asks for their next move. Wu Jin knows Johann Georg won't follow blindly. He isn't some brainless NPC like the others. Since the initial trap failed, Wu Jin prepares to initiate his secondary, more lethal plan. He slides the legendary Ring of Osiris onto his finger, merging its power with Van Gogh's bracelet to unlock the divine skill of absolute resurrection. Beyond the massive stat boosts, the ability to defy death is the ring's true terror. This was his ultimate goal. Lee Jina gapes, stunned by the sight of another legendary artifact. Wu Jin ignores her shock, coldly asking her if she is ready for a dangerous favor. Jina grumbles at his attitude but finds herself unable to turn him down. He asks if she remembers the thrill of falling from the sky during the dragon hunt. Suddenly, the sky darkens as a monstrous sphinx chases a terrified horde of wyverns toward them. The sphinx catches a wyvern mid-flight, brutally tearing its head off to feast on it like a light snack. This mangled wyvern carcass is exactly what Kim Wu Jin has been searching for from the start. Now that his prize is secured, he approaches the remains and promises Lee Jina they will soon have their very own aerial mount. Lee Jina is skeptical. He can't fathom how a mere skeleton could ever generate enough lift to fly. Ever the student of physics, Jina waits for a miracle, only to witness Wu Jin perform a complete resurrection. This isn't just another skeleton. The creature rises in its full, terrifying physical form. Wu Jin has tapped into the true power of the Osiris skill, reviving the undead with its flesh fully intact. A dark, shadowy mist replaces its missing head, making Wu Jin look like a true monarch of shadows. Under the cover of night, Wu Jin and Lee Jina soar through the sky toward the Sphinx, but the predator is alert, sensing their approach, as if it has eyes all over its body. Furious at these pests, disturbing its rest, the Sphinx unleashes a sonic roar that blasts the wyvern back. The cunning beast gives them no room to breathe, instantly lunging forward with razor-sharp claws. The undead wyvern narrowly evades the strike, pushing its speed to the limit to escape the onslaught. Clutching the beast in terror, Lee Jina curses Wu Jin for dragging him into another unexplained death trap. Wu Jin ignores the frantic rambling. His eyes are fixed on locating Johann Georg and his party. He soon spots a rising trail of smoke, the perfect beacon to find his unsuspecting targets. He steers the wyvern toward the camp, leading the relentless Sphinx straight to his enemies. Before Johann can even react, The wyvern and the enraged sphinx crash-land right into his resting camp. Wu Jin and Gina bail out mid-air, vanishing into the darkness as the battlefield erupts into chaos. Johann is suddenly trapped in a nightmare, forced to sacrifice his men and summons just to survive. Away from the carnage, Wu Jin tells a grounded Lee Gina to move out for the next phase. Gina curses Wu Jin's entire bloodline for the sudden drop without a single word of warning. Wu Jin acts as if nothing happened, having used the Aegis shield to effortlessly absorb the impact. To keep his partner from boiling over in pure rage, Wu Jin claims he simply trusted Gina's survival skills, leaving the latter screaming internally at the absurdity. Wu Jin slips away to monitor Johann's plight before the argument can escalate. From the shadows, Johann watches in horror as the Sphinx shreds his necromancers and their skeletons. Desperate, he rallies his few survivors, determined to drag Isaac Ivanov down into the dirt with them. His men protest, knowing they have zero chance of killing the boss without Isaac's help. Johann doesn't care about the boss anymore. If they die, Isaac is going to the grave with them. With the Dark Pact sealed among the survivors, Johann turns to the invisible figure that has been shadowing them since the raid began. He offers to act as bait, knowing Isaac views him as the primary threat to his skeletal army. The entity agrees, but Johann has one final request before they begin the hunt. He asks the figure to remove its helmet, noting how exhausting it must be to wear for days. The figure complies, revealing a gasping swordmaster who finally tastes fresh air after being hidden away. But before the swordmaster can even take a breath, Johann tricks him by pointing behind him, forcing the warrior to turn his back in alarm. Johann snatches the helm of Hades instantly, leaving the betrayed swordmaster roaring in absolute fury. The swordmaster summons his blade in a flash, ready to cut down the traitorous necromancer. But it's too late. He's already surrounded by a wall of Johann's elite skeleton soldiers. Meanwhile, Wu Jin and Lee Gina are intentionally leaving a blatant trail behind them. Gina is baffled. Why would they want to reveal their tracks to the enemy? Wu Jin smirks, noting their customer is right on time as the Messiah Guild's Johann Georg emerges. Upon confronting Kim Wu Jin, he instantly surrenders, offering the Helm of Hades as a desperate tribute. Ignoring the artifact, Wu Jin watches Johann Georg crumble as he begins questioning the Messiah Guild's very foundations. He suspects a mole leaked everything. How else could Wu Jin know about the hidden assassin and the helm? While Johann spins theories, Wu Jin coldly dissects the coward's true motives for kneeling. He knows Johann values survival above all else. He won't gamble his life just for revenge. Surrender was his only option. Facing the Sphinx alone would have been a certain death sentence. With Wu Jin by his side, he might just grasp a slim chance at survival. Lee Jin isn't convinced. He asks, "What about your team? Won't they talk once we're out?" Johann assures them they're handled. They're sleeping soundly alongside their own undead remains. Wu Jin isn't shocked by such cruelty. That's why he won't let the man off so easily. He raises the stakes, demanding the Ring of Hades as additional payment for his life. Johann finally understands why others failed to stop Wu Jin. Trembling, he surrenders the ring from his finger. But while the deal is struck, danger lurks elsewhere. The Swordmaster, having escaped Johann's grasp, flees for his life with two massive white apes on his heels. Even for a legendary veteran, soloing a 6th-floor A+ rank dungeon is sheer suicide. Desperate to survive, he prepares for a lethal gamble. He won't go down without a fight. That night, Lee Jin is caught off guard. The Swordmaster strikes from the shadows, butchering him into pieces. After the slaughter, the Swordmaster storms the camp where Wu Jin and Johann are planning their next move. Their conversation is shattered by the Swordmaster's sudden arrival. He's livid at Johann's cowardice. The man betrayed him and the Messiah Guild that granted him everything. Johann freezes in pure terror. The Swordmaster has actually found them, but his blood runs cold when he sees Lee Jin's mangled remains. Wu Jin remains unfazed. He knows Jinna is essentially immortal. A severed head is just a minor setback. He faces the veteran, who offers a chilling warning. Say your prayers before you join your skeletons in hell. Amused, Wu Jin draws his blade. He's eager to test his skills against a living legend. The answer is swift. The Swordmaster dominates the first exchange without breaking a sweat. Wu Jin is stunned. He had over-prepared for the veteran as a precaution. Yet, even with all his caution, he still vastly underestimated the man's true power. In a panic, Johann unleashes his skeleton soldiers to buy Wu Jin some breathing room. It's useless. The Swordmaster cleaves through bone like paper, focused solely on ending Wu Jin's life. Irritated by the ants, he strikes the earth. A massive rift tears through the ground, isolating the skeletons. Johann's jaw drops in horror. How does the Swordmaster possess such monstrous stamina after all this? From what he recalled, this shouldn't be possible. The man hasn't touched food or water for days. He should be a walking corpse by now. In response, the Swordmaster spits a glowing orb from his mouth. It's the core of a century-old human-faced turtle. It grants total immunity to the exhaustion of hunger and thirst, but it doesn't stop the pain of starvation. He is famished. even if his strength remains boundless. With his secret exposed, the veteran prepares his final strike. "Show me your trump cards," he growls, "because my next strike is going straight for your throats." Wu Jin just laughs. He calmly informs the legend that he has no plans of dying here. Confused by his arrogance, the swordmaster lunges forward. But then, it happens. An unseen force strikes from the void, severing the master's hands. Lee Jin-ah reveals himself, very much alive. The swordmaster's eyes bulge. He had decapitated the boy with his own hands. How is this possible? Jin-ah keeps his secret, merely cursing the man. Dying, after all, was incredibly painful. The swordmaster lies defeated, his hands severed and useless. Johann Georg mocks his pathetic state, sneering at the fallen master. Death is welcome, but these insults are a stain on his pride. Desperate, he grips the blade with his teeth for one final strike. Wu Jin's Aegis shield holds, but Johann is cleanly sliced in half. Shocked, the master realizes Wu Jin had the Aegis shield all along. Johann coughs blood, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. He can't fathom why he's dying while Wu Jin still stands. Lee Jin scoffs, telling him it's just his karmic debt being paid. Johann finally feels his victim's agony. The master laughs at Wu Jin's folly. Without them, defeating the Sphinx monster is an impossible suicide mission. Wu Jin calmly admits that he was indeed a fool once. He was a fool to believe the Messiah Guild actually wanted salvation. The master laughs, mocking the naive idea that peace follows the game. He warns that once players are useless, the shadows will discard them. Like hunting dogs after the season, they'll be tossed away like trash. Wu Jin silences him, refusing to hear another word of his toxicity. Before the end, Wu Jin tells him to try being a hero next time. Only Wu Jin, the one who restarted the game, has this right. He hopes any other returnee would use their knowledge for good. Watching on, Gina wonders why Wu Jin harbors such deep, dark hatred. Suddenly, Wu Jin triggers his vampire skill, transforming into a night predator. Under the moonlight, his stats double in this lethal vampire form. He'll hunt the Sphinx tonight to prove the Swordmaster's final words wrong. Flashback to Lee's school days. When her father was still alive, she prepared a massive feast before her father's scheduled business trip. Her father beamed with pride, amazed at how much she'd grown. Like any father, he constantly worried about his daughter's safety. He ranted about school safety and avoiding modern, brain-rotting social media. He told her to live freely. Unlike her stingy Uncle Oh-chan, her father departs. On her way, she encounters a young high schooler, Park Shin-hee. Shin-hee notices her distraction and asks what's on her mind. They watch the news as Hansung Group announces player-focused strategies. As a Hansung heir, Shin-hee is at the center of it all. She's thrilled to have awakened, ready to clear their company's dungeon. Lee worries if her father will be furious about the danger. Shin-hee scoffs, dismissing her father as an out-of-touch boomer. She'll prove she's a star, making Lee Se-jun look like nothing. But before tackling the dungeon solo, she has one request. She wants a selfie with her bestie before she becomes famous. Back in the present, Secretary Lee stares at her investigation wall. A torn selfie of her and Shin-hee hangs among the clues. Beside it, Lee Se-jun's photo connects the Messiah Guild's dark secrets. Meanwhile, the world watches as the guild targets the 7th floor. Lee Se-jun's legend looms so large that every child in Korea dreams of growing up to become him and crush the dungeons. While the vast majority of the public is captivated by Lee Se-jun's shadow, die-hard fans of Isaac Ivanov are buzzing about his daring conquest of the 6th floor's A+ rank dungeon, which stands as the most brutal challenge ever conquered by a player at this point in time. This news reaches the upper echelons of the Messiah Guild, where the knights demand to know why Park Shin-hee ordered the Swordmaster and Johann Georg to hunt Isaac. The Archer Master leads the interrogation, his voice heavy with concern for the Swordmaster's safety. Park Shin-hee smirks, revealing she equipped the Swordmaster with the Hermes boots and Hades helmet, ensuring Isaac Ivanov never leaves that dungeon alive. But even as the words leave her lips, Lee Se-jun strides into the meeting, laughing at Park Shin-hee for her fatal arrogance and foolishness. Her laughter is justified, for Isaac Ivanov, the man known as Kim Wu Jin, is far from dead and still dominating the dungeon. In fact, the terrifying Sphinx that once paralyzed Johann Georg with fear is now being utterly manhandled by Kim Wu Jin, who unleashes a devastating combination of vampire and blood-sucking skills, draining the beast's vitality, stamina, and very essence. Under this relentless assault, the Sphinx collapses in mere moments, fulfilling the final condition to conquer the dungeon. Meanwhile, at the site of his grisly demise, the two halves of Johann Georg's body begin to float, glowing with a divine golden light. The severed pieces knit back together, restoring him to his peak, as if death were merely a fleeting dream. This miracle was born from his unique skill, Return of the Dead, a one-time resurrection that demands a steep price, the loss of the skill itself, and all dungeon rewards for the player. Returning to the surface world, Park Young-won's secretary hurries him into his office, where the Lightning King sits with the presence of a true sovereign. The Lightning King addresses the rising fever surrounding Lee Se-jun regarding his potential conquest of a 7th-floor dungeon. Park Young-won had previously exploited Isaac Ivanov to seize control of the Korean market, so the Lightning King proposes a deal. They must clear their own 7th-floor dungeon to shatter Lee Se-jun's aura of invincibility. However, he only trusts Isaac Ivanov for the job, a demand that stings Park Young-won's immense pride. Infuriated, Park Young-won unleashes a crushing aura to remind the king that he is standing in his territory. But the Lightning King doesn't flinch, meeting him with a surging power that makes the air crackle like a localized thunderstorm. Word of this explosive meeting reaches Oh Se-chan via a report from Secretary Lee. Oh Se-chan feels things are about to get spicy as he sips instant coffee he pilfered from the Phoenix Guild last time. Used to his petty antics, Secretary Lee ignores him, announcing she's heading out to see an old acquaintance. Instantly switching to overprotective uncle mode, Oh Se-chan wonders if this friend is a man. Meanwhile, in Cairo, Kim Wu Jin and Lee Jin-ah hide in plain sight alongside the reborn Johann Georg. Johann Georg is awestruck. He never expected Kim Wu Jin to know his most guarded secret, his resurrection skill. Lee Jin-ah can't fathom Kim's logic, horrified that Johann was forced to burn such a priceless life-saving trump card. Surprisingly, Johann harbors no resentment, a reaction Kim Wu Jin expected from such an unpredictable eccentric. And as for the secret behind Kim's foresight, it's simple. In his past life, he was the one who assassinated Johann Georg, and he had to kill him twice. He warns Johann to stay sharp and keep his mouth shut. The world must believe he is still a corpse. He even hands over the Hades helmet, a perfect tool to mask his identity from the Messiah Guild's prying eyes. Moved by this gesture, Johann begins to look at Kim Wu Jin with pure reverence, desperate to serve as his loyal subordinate. On the other side of the globe, Park Shin-hye, who gambled everything on Isaac Ivanov's downfall, now bites her nails in a panic as news of Isaac's solo return shocks the world. While the masses mourn Johann Georg's supposed death, Secretary Lee enters the office of the woman who sent him to his doom. Park Shin-hye masks her inner turmoil with a cold facade, welcoming Secretary Lee and finally revealing her full name after all this time, Lee Ji-soo. But Lee Ji-soo offers no warmth in her greeting, causing Park Shin-hye's brow to twitch as she laments how cold and distant her old friend has become over the years. Lee Ji-soo cuts through the nonsense, demanding the truth. Did you or did you not murder my father? Park's face turns ghostly pale. She feigns ignorance, acting as if she can't grasp the weight of the accusation. Lee Ji-soo scoffs at her pathetic lies. She presents forensic reports proving her father died in a staged explosion at the Hanung Group. The evidence triggers a dark memory. Park sees herself kneeling before the lifeless body of Lee Ji-soo's father. Behind her stands Lee Jun, his presence as cold and detached as a block of ice. Back in the present, Park suppresses the past, asking if papers matter more than their friendship. Lee Ji-soo sneers. What kind of friend murders a father? The raw venom in Lee Ji-soo's voice rattles Park, causing her mind to spiral into a panicked fog. She flips into CEO mode, incinerating the papers with her powers. You have no idea who you're dealing with, she threatens. Lee Ji-soo remains unfazed. I know exactly who you are, the Vice Guild Master of the Messiah Guild, and a killer. As for the consequences, only time will tell your fate. Inside the Phoenix Guild headquarters, Park Young-won and the Lightning King retract their auras. The king proposes a radical solution to their problem. He knows Park Young-won will betray him on the 7th floor. To prevent this, he demands a binding final will. Whoever survives the dungeon will merge both guilds. It's the only way to match the Messiah Guild's overwhelming power. Park Young-won agrees completely. Entering a 7th-floor dungeon without unity is nothing but a death sentence for everyone involved. As Park weighs the offer, Kim Wu Jin suddenly appears. His terrifying aura chills Park, who never even sensed his approach. How long have you been there? Park asks. Kim Wu Jin's reply is bone-chillingly simple. I just arrived. Judging by his overwhelming pressure, Park assumes he just cleared the Sphinx dungeon with Isaac Ivanov and the Russians. Kim Wu Jin neither confirms nor denies it. He simply states he finished the task Park assigned to him. Park Young-won appreciates the effort. Eliminating Johann Georg ensures that Isaac Ivanov remains the undisputed sovereign of the undead world. However, Isaac had to do it quietly. No one can suspect him of purging a fellow player for personal gain. Kim Wu Jin reminds him that beggars can't be choosers. Besides, Isaac's reputation as the fastest player to clear a 6th-floor dungeon since Awakening is already legendary and unshakable. Park Young-won can't argue. Isaac Ivanov's fame now rivals even the savior himself, Lee Se-jun. He is beyond any public suspicion. Confident in Isaac's aura, Park Young-won moves on to a new mission and a reward for his loyal hunter. He presents a key to his private storage. Knowing Kim Woo Jin's greed, he's prepared a legendary down payment. The portal opens to a vault filled with priceless artifacts and equipment. It is a treasure trove of immense power. This time, Park Young-won is generous. "Take whatever you desire without hesitation," he declares. Meanwhile, Oh Se-chan is pacing nervously. He just learned that Lee Ji-soo confronted Park alone inside the Hanung Group's building. Lee Ji-soo admits her recklessness, but she has no regrets. "The one who should be worried is Park Shin-hye," she adds. "She's lost the Swordmaster, Johann Georg, and all their investments." On the other side, the Lightning King returns to base, demanding an update on the preparations for the upcoming 7th-floor dungeon raid. His subordinates find a suitable C+ rank dungeon, but it's located in a volatile region of Pakistan. Armed militants control the area. They are so formidable that even the Pakistani government refuses to challenge their rule. The Lightning King just smirks. Having led such camps himself, these militants are nothing but small fry to him. He is far more interested in the news that Kim Wu Jin has arrived at the Thunderbird Guild headquarters. Minutes later, he enters his office to find the silent hunter waiting for him in the shadows. Extending a hand, the Lightning King mocks Park Young-won's loyal dog. But as they touch, Kim feels a monstrous power. It is a force far eclipsing Park Young-won's. Without his elite squad, the warrior is no match for the Lightning King in a duel. Impressed by Kim Wu Jin's raw power, the Lightning King orders him to eliminate Park Young-won on the final floor. Once their lethal deal to assassinate Park Young-won is sealed, the Lightning King leads his forces to crush the militants, occupying the 7th-floor C+ rank dungeon. From miles away, Shakira uses her player skills to pick off the militants one by one, with lethal precision. With the targets neutralized, the Lightning King's tanks level the entire valley into a desolate wasteland. Within 10 minutes, the Thunderbird Guild seizes total control of the entire territory, preparing to conquer their first 7th-floor dungeon alongside the Phoenix and other Korean guilds. News of the alliance reaches Lee Se-jun, who looks down at a trembling Park Shin-hye. He asks if they should issue a statement, but she remains frozen in terrified silence. Standing up, he tells her that her fear reminds him of their very first meeting. Back then, he thought they were alike, but now, he knows better. His touch makes her shiver in terror. Lee Se-jun calms her, saying the past is dead and only the future matters now. His gaze shifts to the corpses of radicals, those who dared to oppose the players. He used that same label 3 years ago while becoming the monster he calls a savior. To the world's misfortune, these attacks only drive the public to worship Lee Se-jun and the players even more. Exploiting the chaos, Lee Se-jun pressures the government for permission to hunt these radicals himself. Hearing this news, Oh Se-chan is consumed by a burning, helpless rage. He wants to expose the Messiah Guild's hypocrisy, but the brainwashed public will never believe him. He mocks the savior to vent his anger until a call arrives from Francois, the dragon hunter. Francois confirms that the golden dragon's gastric juice has been delivered to Pakistan as requested. Curious, he asks about its purpose, but Oh Se-chan keeps his client's secrets closely guarded. He simply tells Francois that the client plans to take down a legendary player. Just as Oh Se-chan prepares to reveal the target's identity, the line cuts as Francois enters a tunnel. Meanwhile, Kim Wu Jin's team readies for the deadly dungeon. Suddenly, a courier arrives with a package for Isaac Ivanov. Kim Wu Jin steps forward to claim it, causing the courier to hesitate since company rules require delivery to the recipient only. Kim Wu Jin fixes the man with a cold, murderous glare, terrifying the courier so deeply that he drops the parcel and bolts away in fear. Inside is the golden dragon's gastric juice. Isaac Ivanov is actually Johann Georg in disguise. This ruse allows Kim Wu Jin to finally enter the dungeon in his true form. Johann Georg, still wearing the face of Isaac, recalls that the dragon's juice is a reagent used to break ancient seals on items. Lee Jin-ah is completely baffled, so Johann smugly explains the legendary fluid's true purpose. Upon hearing the truth, Lee Jin-ah burns with embarrassment for being the only one ignorant of high-tier items. To make matters worse, Johann looks down on him with blatant, cold superiority. Furious, Lee Jin-ah refuses to enter with a freak who betrays his own allies for secrets. Johann just smirks, revealing he has already bound his soul to Kim Wu Jin's service. Kim Wu Jin's mind drifts back to a tense meeting in Cairo, Egypt. Johann had begged to serve him, though Kim Wu Jin initially feared a future betrayal. Johann's true desire is simple. He wants to watch the Messiah Guild burn to ashes. To prove his conviction, Johann offered a soul contract, making Kim Wu Jin his absolute master. If Kim Wu Jin falls, Johann Georg's stamina will plummet to 0. He will become nothing more than a useless burden. Lee Jin-ah calls him insane for this gamble. One command from Wu Jin, and Johann would have to leap to his death without hesitation. But Johann stands firm in his choice. He tells Jin-ah that if Wu Jin wanted him dead, he would be a corpse by now. Even Kim Wu Jin is baffled by this self-imposed shackle. He still cannot decipher the man's true endgame. For now, he sets the mystery aside. Clearing the dungeon remains the absolute priority. As they cross the threshold into the abyss, the atmosphere shifts. Johann probes Wu Jin about the mystery item. What requires the gastric juice of a golden dragon to unseal? Lee Se-jun snaps at him to back off. Wu Jin simply tells him to be patient, the answer is coming soon. The first floor trial begins. They must slaughter 111,000 goblins to proceed. The conditions match his past life perfectly, bringing a cold sense of relief. Everything is proceeding exactly as Kim Wu Jin remembers. The next floors will be a predictable nightmare. The goblin count will double with every level they descend. Then there's the final floor, ruled by the Goblin King. With his current arsenal, Wu Jin isn't the least bit worried. His eyes are fixed on a different prize, his level. At level 176, he is nearing level 180. That milestone unlocks a legendary power. He will finally have the ability to summon an undead lich. Wu Jin tears through the first 3 floors with relentless efficiency. The massive experience gain brings his ultimate goal within reach. As the survivors transition to the 4th floor, the air grows thick with hidden agendas. Wu Jin recalls his secret meeting with the Lightning King. The plan was simple. Eliminate Park Yong-won right here on this floor. The Lightning King's orders were clear. Isaac Ivanov was to clear the goblin trash as he always does. While the stage is cleared, the king will strike. He intends to end Park Yong-won's career with his own hands. Park is oblivious to the knives at his back. Yet, his own party members are restless, fearing Wu Jin's eventual betrayal. Park dismisses their concerns with chilling indifference. If betrayal happens, he claims they will all simply die together. His shocked subordinates ask if he truly trusts Wu Jin with his life. Park smirks, declaring he has never put his fate in another's hands, and he never will. To him, everyone is just a pawn. His only objective is to crush the Lightning King. He wants the Thunderbird Guild and every resource they possess. Meanwhile, the man they fear so much is evolving. Kim Wu Jin has finally crossed the threshold to level 180. A golden skill notification flares from his sponsor. It is a reward for reaching a new pinnacle of strength. He has gained the power to summon a banshee. This spectral horror can strike pure terror into the souls of the living. Lee Se-jun eagerly asks if the skill is top tier. Wu Jin admits he doesn't know, having never witnessed it before. The admission leaves Jin stunned. Up until now, Wu Jin had acted like a god who knew every secret in existence. Johann Georg is too busy fanboying over Isaac Ivanov's growth. He is convinced Isaac is the strongest necromancer on the planet. Lee Se-jun laughs at his ignorance. She reveals Isaac is just a mask. The real monster is Kim Wu Jin. Johann's world shatters as he learns the truth. His idol is merely a fake persona created by Oh Se-chan. Savoring a rare moment of victory, Lee Se-jun doesn't hesitate to mock Johann's crushed dreams. Elsewhere, the Lightning King prepares. The hunt is taking its toll on everyone but him. As they rest, Shakira voices her doubts. She asks if he isn't worried about Wu Jin turning against them later. The Lightning King scoffs at the notion of trust. He doesn't trust Wu Jin, but he certainly isn't afraid of him. If things go south, he will just wipe them all out at once. It would save him the trouble of hunting them later. His arrogance is backed by absolute, overwhelming power. He is a titan among men. Even if the world's best players joined forces against him, he would not break a sweat. But he plans for every scenario, even his own defeat. If he falls, he will ensure no one leaves alive. He has stationed militants outside with a simple order. If the king doesn't emerge, they are to open fire on every survivor. Kim Wu Jin is oblivious to these schemes. He is far too preoccupied testing the horrific might of his new banshee. The banshee is devastating. Every goblin that hears its wail collapses to their knees in absolute, paralyzing fear. It is a total massacre for his skeleton soldiers. They carve through the terrified goblin army with great ease. But as the hours bleed into days, something starts to change. Kim Wu Jin clicks his tongue in annoyance. This skill's efficiency is absolute trash. Against soul-resistant enemies, it's nothing but a mana-eating black hole, with zero return. Lee Se-jun's face falls, but Wu Jin just smirks. He reveals his true trump card, the Lich summoning skill. It demands a mountain of sacrifices to birth an eternal sovereign of the undead. Is that the skill you traded for with the Lightning King? Gina asks, eyes wide. Wu Jin nods, ripping the skill page apart as the forbidden knowledge floods his system. He triggers the skill, and a pillar of necrotic energy erupts, piercing the dungeon's sky. Is this normal? Gina stammers, trembling under the sheer weight of the pressure. Wu Jin narrows his eyes. Even he didn't expect the skill to manifest with such world-shaking intensity. From the vortex, the ruler of death descends, demanding a price for his dark blessing. Wu Jin gestures to the heap of slaughtered monsters behind him. The deity smiles in macabre satisfaction. Miles away, the Lightning King freezes. That ominous energy, it feels hauntingly familiar. His mind flashes back to the day he forged a soul-bound pact with Indra, the lightning god. Back then, the heavens had screamed with the exact same catastrophic power. Fear prickles his skin. Isaac Ivanov has transcended, a god has descended to make a contract. He needs to eliminate Park Young-won now. Facing a god-contracted Isaac is a nightmare he can't afford. While the king charges, Park Young-won stands paralyzed, locked onto the swirling black vortex. But unlike the king, he lacks the insight to understand the horror unfolding. He assumes Isaac just hit a massive level up, oblivious that a literal deity has entered the fray. In that moment of hesitation, the Lightning King strikes a ruthless ambush with zero warning. To save his master, a subordinate throws his life away, intercepting the king's devastating blow. The Lightning King clicks his tongue, a wasted life, and a golden opportunity for a kill gone. "You bastard, we had a contract until the 7th floor." Young-won roars in betrayal. The king just laughs. Floor 4 or floor 7? What difference does it make when you're dead? As their killing intent clashes, a third presence steps onto the battlefield. A disguised ally arrives alongside the newly born Eternal Lich, radiating a chilling aura. This unique rank summon is a perfect mirror. It possesses every single ability of its master. It's an immortal engine of war, capable of raising its own legion of the dead. The army has just doubled. Even elite units like the Dullahan are now mirrored in bone. Surveying the massive horizon of white bone, Wu Jun feels a surge of absolute authority. He feels like a true monarch. Both factions are now trapped within his skeletal palm. Shakira breathes a sigh of relief. Isaac kept his word. He's here to tip the scales. But the Lightning King's instincts scream. Isaac doesn't look like an ally, he looks like a predator. A three-way hunt? He decides to crush Young-won before turning his fangs on Isaac. Even with the fear of Isaac's divine contract gnawing at him, there's no turning back. Cornered by fate, the king chooses violence, tearing through everything with raw power. Lightning arcs across his trident. With a roar, he hurls the weapon at Young-won's heart. Young-won's blood boils. Does this arrogant prick think he can end him with one throw? He readies his defense, but Gina intercepts. Behind the Aegis shield, she's an immovable fortress. Suddenly, a stray bolt vaporizes the earth, turning the ground beneath her into scorched sand. Silence falls as the dust clears. Surely, no one could survive that direct divine strike, but the blessing of the sticks flashes. Gina emerges from the crater, fully healed and ready. The Lightning King's face turns ashen. It's official, Isaac and his comrades have betrayed him. He prepares to strike again, but an invisible blade slices the air, aiming for his throat. Blood sprays like a macabre fountain. The invincible king has finally been touched by death. A heavy silence blankets the battlefield as the Lightning King's guild members scramble to reach their fallen leader. Stepping out from the shadows, the assassin casts aside his Hades helmet to reveal the cold, calculating gaze of Kim Wu Jin. While the spectators watch in horror, convinced the Lightning King's legend is finally coming to a bloody end, Kim Wu Jin remains wary. He knows his blade didn't bite deep enough, leaving the king clinging to life with just a single point of health. But that one point is all that's needed to trigger a terrifying trump card, the unique skill known as the Descent of Indra. This forbidden power allows the lightning god himself to seize control of the king's vessel and enact divine retribution. As the skill automatically ignites, the god of lightning, Indra, tears through the dungeon's veil to inhabit the king's body, transforming him into the living incarnation of the storm. Roaring bolts of celestial thunder erupt, incinerating everything in their path and turning both friend and foe into piles of ash. As the survivors retreat in absolute terror, only Kim Wu Jin stands firm before the divine manifestation, casually asking the god why he looks so serious. The Lightning King is a relic of the old era, completely unable to grasp the protagonist's modern, mocking tongue. With a cold smirk, Kim Wu Jin explains that he was merely executing the orders given to him by Isaac Ivanov. He suggests that if the god truly craves vengeance, he should direct his divine wrath toward the man who pulled the strings. He points toward the crest of the hill, where Georg stands disguised as Isaac. The poor subordinate has no idea his master just served him up as bait. Fortunately for the decoy, the divine presence of Indra has clouded the king's strategic mind with pure, unadulterated rage. Losing all sense of cunning, the Lightning King chooses to ignore the distant target and strikes at Kim Wu Jin for the initial sneak attack. Kim stands there like an unshakable titan, nonchalant as divine punishment crashes down upon him. The king doesn't even bother to verify if his prey survived. Bolt after bolt of lightning rains down, a relentless barrage of celestial fury meant to erase Kim from existence. Whether it is the divine thunder of the high heavens or a million-volt strike from the abyss, the onslaught is absolute. After burning through enough electricity to power the entire world for a year, the storm finally ceases, leaving behind an eerie stillness. As the smoke and debris clear, the king gazes at the impact zone, which now pulses with a brilliant, golden radiance. The Lightning King's confidence wavers, his divine mind struggling to comprehend what he sees. Confusion turns to pure shock as Kim Wu Jin emerges from the crater completely unharmed, holding a massive hammer crackling with power. This is Mjolnir, the legendary artifact that once belonged to Thor, the Norse god of thunder. For years, it had remained a dormant relic, gathering dust within the private armory of Park Yong-won. When Park Yong-won previously allowed Kim to choose any item from his vault, the young hunter bypassed all else to claim the sealed hammer. Kim had even coordinated with Osai-chan to source Golden Dragon's gastric juice from Francois, the only substance capable of breaking Mjolnir's seal. It was the ultimate preparation, the perfect weapon to dismantle the Lightning King's reign once and for all. The king is rattled, yet his pride remains intact, believing his raw divinity still far outclasses Kim's newly awakened thunder god power. Foregoing his elemental magic, he charges forward to pierce Kim Wu Jin with his lethal, shimmering trident. Kim initially struggles to find his rhythm, as a heavy hammer is far from the ideal defense against a swift, piercing polearm. However, it doesn't take long for him to adapt his movements. After all, he wasn't hailed as the weapon master in his past life for nothing. With both warriors operating at their absolute peak, the duel becomes a dance of death where a single heartbeat's mistake will be fatal. The Lightning King uses his superior agility to herd Kim Wu Jin, forcing him to leap into the air. He plans to strike while Kim is airborne, knowing that dodging in mid-flight is a feat impossible for most mortals. But the king is unaware that Kim is equipped with the Hermes boots, looted from the corpse of the fallen swordmaster. These divine boots grant Kim the ability to walk upon the air itself as if it were solid ground. With a swift step, Kim easily maneuvers out of harm's way, leaving the Lightning King's master plan in ruins. A veteran of countless battles, the king instantly shifts his tactics, launching a ferocious press to drive Kim backward. Kim Wu Jin soon finds his back against a massive cliff, his escape routes cut off. The king seizes the moment to unleash a relentless chain of strikes. The mountain face begins to buckle and groan under the immense pressure, eventually shattering into 1,000 pieces. As massive boulders rain down, the suffocating stench of death surrounds Kim, who barely manages to roll away from the crushing weight. That split-second distraction allows the king to land a precise hit, carving a deep, jagged wound across Kim's left side. Sensing his strength beginning to wane from the blood loss, Kim instantly triggers his hidden vampire skill. A massive surge of vitality floods his system as the wound knits itself shut. Now, Kim Wu Jin is officially done playing around. The roles reverse as Kim launches a terrifying counterattack, using his own spilled blood to weave a thick, poisonous mist. The Lightning King sneers, ignoring the toxic cloud as he stands tall in his divine form. But is he truly as invincible as he believes? Ignoring the blood mist, the Lightning King launches a lethal counter. Kim Wu Jin staggers back, coughing up blood as internal damage ravages his organs. The Lightning King commends Wu Jin for a rare challenge, finally facing a worthy equal. Wu Jin smirks, admitting he's relishing a fight where he doesn't rely on his undead army. Having satisfied his thirst for personal combat, Wu Jin signals Lee Se-jun to appear, masking his true control over the approaching skeleton legion. The king's laughter dies instantly as hundreds of skeleton soldiers encircle the entire battlefield. Lee Se-jun maintains his Isaac facade, barking orders for the skeletons to swarm the king. Without hesitation, the Lightning King rains down divine punishment upon the relentless undead ranks. But Wu Jin intercepts, absorbing every bolt. Enraged, the king hurls his trident with lethal intent. Suddenly, Lee Se-jun leaps forward, blocking the devastating projectile with his heavy shield. As the king tires, the undying Lich appears, wielding Merlin's staff to summon an endless tide. Trapped within a sea of skeletons, the invincible king retreats into defense, desperately fending off blades targeting his failing lightning armor. Park Yong-won watches the chaos, realizing Kim Wu Jin was always the true mastermind, while Isaac and his crew were mere pawns. A chill grips him. He hadn't been taming a dog, but nurturing a monstrous tiger. Simultaneously, the grueling siege lasts through the night until the once mighty Lightning King finally collapses in defeat. Indra's descent reaches its limit, the divine power flickering out after hours of sustained combat. As the god's aura fades into nothingness, Wu Jin stands over the king, who laments never witnessing the true peak of power. Showing no mercy to the corrupt king, Wu Jin finishes him. Shakira trembles, fearing total annihilation. However, Isaac Lee Se-jun, in disguise, steps forward. He addresses the Thunderbird survivors, announcing his intent to appoint a new leader for their guild. Shakira is stunned. She fully expected a cold-blooded execution for everyone remaining. Seeing a chance for power, she plots to seize command and eventually avenge her fallen king. She speaks up, claiming the king left no heir to the Thunderbird throne. As his former second-in-command, she asserts her right to lead the guild forward. Suddenly, Wu Jin interjects, reminding Isaac of his secret deal with the king after the 6th floor raid. Shakira fumes at the lie, but Wu Jin's chilling gaze silences her instantly. She knows that defying Wu Jin means certain death. Isaac's skeletons would tear her apart. In this world, the victor claims the spoils. Yielding to the inevitable, Shakira steps aside as Wu Jin seizes total control. Then, Park Yong-won intervenes, citing his own prior agreement with the late king. Wu Jin, no longer intimidated by Yong-won's power, refuses to bow to his tyranny. He firmly puts Yong-won in his place, declaring the Thunderbird Guild essential for Isaac's raid. Therefore, Yong-won must drop his greed, or Isaac will ensure he never leaves this floor alive. Wisely, Park Yong-won hides his fangs, knowing he cannot win this confrontation. He yields, and the party advances upward toward the dungeon's final, treacherous floor. On floor 7, the Goblin King unleashes his entire army to crush the human invaders. But the goblins face an immortal nightmare, an undead legion fueled by their own corpses. Beyond the skeleton ranks, Kim Wu Jin has claimed Gungnir, the legendary spear of Odin, from the Lightning King's corpse. Now, wielding 2 mythical relics of the Norse gods, he triggers a hidden item set bonus, supercharging his lightning attributes while drastically slashing the mana cost of his divine strikes. Nearby, Park Yong-won seethes with rage as he watches Wu Jin dominate. His reputation is shattered, reduced to nothing before his own men. He silently vows that once they exit this hellhole, he will make Wu Jin suffer 1,000-fold. Soon, the dungeon is cleared. Shakira emerges first, facing the Thunderbird Guild's elite private army. As the other players trickle out, the military commanders realize the Lightning King is nowhere to be found. Just as they prepare to open fire, Shakira intervenes. She declares the Thunderbird Guild has a new master, their old loyalty is dead. She keeps the identity of this new ruler a secret, following Kim Wu Jin's strict orders to keep his succession hidden from the public eye. This was the command of Isaac Ivanov, who has his own grand design for the Phoenix and Thunderbird Guilds. Though Shakira is fuming, she remains paralyzed by the terrifying shadow of Isaac Ivanov. Park Yong-won finds himself in the same suffocating trap, his once sharp ambition dulled by pure terror. Days later, the world is turned upside down. Kim Wu Jin goes live, announcing the merger of both guilds into a single entity, the Savior Guild. He shocks everyone by declaring the guild will reject all government and corporate funding, vowing to clear any dungeon on Earth completely free of charge. The world is stunned. The Savior Guild has just declared war on the Messiah Guild's monopoly on heroism. Watching from the shadows, Oh Se-chan smiles, finally fulfilling his late friend's dream by creating a true champion for humanity. However, the moment is ruined by Lee Jin-ah's loud chewing. He's starving after nearly dying a dozen times during the raid. When Oh Se-chan tells him to go eat elsewhere, Lee Jin-ah explodes, demanding respect as a national hero who just conquered a 7-floor dungeon. Oh Se-chan bluntly reminds him that it was his mask, Spasiba, who gained that fame, not him. Silenced and frustrated, Lee Jin-ah can't even brag about being one of the world's strongest players. Meanwhile, Kim Wu Jin remains cold and focused. His only true goal is the head of Lee Se-jun. Despite his monumental growth and returning from the brink of death, he knows his current power isn't enough to crush the man hailed as the world's ultimate player. To stand even a ghost of a chance against Lee Se-jun, he needs one final, specific item. But before hunting for it, Wu Jin decides to tie up loose ends that might threaten his future. He confronts Park Yong-won, who is still trembling with betrayal after everything he invested in Wu Jin. Wu Jin reminds him he was only ever a disposable pawn. He should be grateful he didn't end up like the Lightning King. Before the man can even speak, Wu Jin lays out a brutal ultimatum. Either live as the hero who discovered Isaac Ivanov, or challenge him and die like a dog. Leaving a broken, lifeless man behind, Kim Wu Jin exits the office. While Korea and Russia celebrate, the mood in Europe is far darker. France is in crisis after a dragon dungeon breakout leaves Paris in ruins. The hero Francois slays the beast, but the victory feels hollow. The public demands he clear 7-floor dungeons to match the feats of the Messiah and Savior guilds. Francois is drowning in pressure. He knows he isn't strong enough for such a feat. He is a specialist in hunting dragons, not a general raider for high-tier dungeons. With public fury rising, he has no choice but to beg his old contact, Oh Se-chan, for a way out. And so, he arrives to meet the only people who can truly save him. While waiting at the prestigious restaurant reserved for his high-profile guests, Kim Wu Jin indulges in an unending feast, savoring the rare luxury of unlimited French cuisine to his heart's content. Francois watches in stunned silence, horrified to see such a gluttonous beast occupying a table meant for a critical diplomatic meeting. When he demands to know who this man is, Kim is moments away from revealing his true identity as the hero who conquered the 7th-floor dungeon alongside Isaac Ivanov, but Lee Ji-soo quickly silences him to keep his cover intact. She weaves a clever lie, claiming he is a mere assistant from Oh Se-chan's office, learning the ropes of the business. Relieved, Francois finally relaxes and chooses to ignore the monster, who has nearly emptied the restaurant's entire pantry. Turning his attention away from the ravenous Kim, he looks toward Lee Ji-soo, who presents the official documents regarding their compensation for clearing the 7th floor dungeon on behalf of France. Francois scans the pages and is floored to see the Savior Guild demanding the Death Knight skill page, a legendary, unique rank treasure. As he prepares to negotiate, Lee Se-jun reminds him that their price is a steal, a special discount from Oh Se-chan for his previous help. Though Francois feels like he's being played, the logic is sound, and he reluctantly agrees to the steep terms. But just as the pens are about to hit the paper, the atmosphere in the room shifts. Park Shin-hye strides into the restaurant, boldly warning Francois that hiring the Savior Guild would be a catastrophic mistake. She spits venomous insults, mocking the Savior Guild as a talentless copycat that lacks the overwhelming resources of the Messiah Guild. Francois remains composed, but Kim Wu Jin isn't about to let anyone trash-talk his own alter ego. Coldly, he reminds Park Shin-hye that the Messiah Guild has no right to look down on anyone, as both guilds have only cleared C+ rank dungeons so far, and this A- rank challenge is uncharted territory for everyone. Before Park Shin-hye can snap back, Kim stands tall, his gaze piercing as he echoes the very words she once used against him. Left utterly speechless and humiliated, she can only watch as Lee Se-jun and her mysterious partner walk out. The fallout of this tense encounter sparks a heated debate within the halls of the French government. Caught between two powerhouse organizations, the officials find themselves paralyzed by the political weight of the choice. To buy time, they delay the final verdict until evening, leaving the clearing rights for the dungeon hanging in the balance. Park Shin-hye flexes her influence, deploying 50 elite, level 100 players to the French branch to tip the scales. Not to be outdone, the Savior Guild sends Spasiba to assist the French players in suppressing other dungeon breakouts across the country. It becomes a desperate war of shadows, as both sides scramble to win the favor of the French authorities. As the sun dips below the horizon, a heavy, faded twilight settles over the city of Paris. The French government finally calls Park Shin-hye to the stage to officially sign the contract for the 7th floor dungeon. Yet, amidst the public ceremony, Francois slips away undercover to meet Kim Wu Jin and Lee Se-jun for a secret exchange. Clad in dark hoodies to mask their faces, the three meet in the shadows where no prying eyes can find them. Francois politely asks if their stay in Paris was pleasant, and Lee Se-jun offers a gracious smile in return. As they turn to leave, Francois stops them, handing over the coveted Death Knight skill page they originally demanded. Lee Se-jun is caught off guard, unable to comprehend why he would surrender such a priceless reward when they technically lost the bid for the dungeon. Francois explains that their presence alone forced the Messiah Guild to slash their prices just to secure the deal. Without the Savior Guild acting as a rival, the French government would have been bled dry by the Messiah Guild's exorbitant demands for a single dungeon. Kim Wu Jin internally grumbles, feeling slighted that his hard work only served to manipulate public sentiment for someone else's gain. Regardless, he accepts the gift and prepares to depart with Lee Se-jun. Francois stops them one last time, asking why they didn't fight harder for the rights if the dungeon was truly that important. He wonders aloud if even the great Isaac Ivanov fears the lethality of a 7-floor A-rank dungeon. Kim Wu Jin simply smirks, telling him to keep an eye out for Isaac Ivanov's upcoming press conference to find the answer. Out of respect for the Frenchman's unexpected generosity, Kim drops a bombshell. The Savior Guild is actually heading to the United Kingdom to conquer a massive A+ rank dungeon. Kim Wu Jin had stayed 10 steps ahead of the Messiah Guild the entire time, thanks to the secret intel from the Lightning King. After activating the Eyes of Anubis on the fallen Lightning King, he uncovers a hidden A+ ranked dungeon within the United Kingdom. Kim Wu Jin immediately flies to the United Kingdom to confirm. He then orders Oh Se-chan to announce his dungeon rights acquisition. The news goes viral, drawing every major global guild to join. China's Kunlun Guild arrives, deploying 80 of their finest players. America's Great One Guild sends Kerry Rawana and Genius Ellis Heighton. Frontier's Jay Jackson joins alongside the local guild, Victoria's Secrets. Wu Jin welcomes them, acknowledging the raw power of these participants. But Oh Se-chan reveals the Messiah Guild has also secured seats. Their elite vanguard, Cho Sung-woo, will lead their party's charge. Se-chan worries that the Messiah Guild's presence will cause friction. They already dominate an A- ranked dungeon throughout all of France. Surprisingly, Wu Jin approves, amused they'd split their strength for glory. The day arrives to conquer the world's first 7-floor A+ dungeon. Global powerhouses gather, each desperate to claim the ultimate prestige. While others bring armies, the Savior Guild brings only 2 Russians. Isaac Ivanov and Spasiba lead a few Phoenix and Thunderbird remnants. Elsewhere, Lee Se-jun has spent 10 days inside a dungeon. He started slowly for his team, but the pressure now mounts. A chilling urgency grips him. He must finish this immediately. When Park asks about the members, Se-jun's expression turns icy. He coldly orders them to survive alone as he takes charge. He aims to finish fast to finally face Isaac Ivanov later. Back in the United Kingdom's dungeon, disguised as Isaac, Wu Jin finds the first floor is survival. Cho Sung-woo of the Messiah Guild approaches with a greeting. The guilds gather, intensely debating their strategy for the survival quest. Wu Jin's eyes lock onto Ellis Heighton. He remembers taking her Merlin's staff, sparking a wicked new plan. He reveals the dungeon's true final boss is a massive dragon. In these realms, different monster races have guardians for each lair. During survival, these guardians unite to crush any invading human players. Wu Jin isn't worried, he's just bored of waiting 10 long days. To spice things up, he bets the Merlin staff on kills. However, such a legendary prize requires equal stakes from everyone. He expects the other guilds to wager items matching the staff's value. The guilds realize Isaac is baiting them with his overwhelming power. Yet most are unfazed, having anticipated such a move from him. The 5 major guilds formed an alliance to crush the savior, or so they believe. But Wu Jin's provocation enrages Carrie Rowana of the Great One. She reminds him that the Merlin staff was once their property. Offering it now is nothing but a blatant, stinging provocation. Wu Jin smiles innocently, claiming he's only trying to keep interest. Even Lee Gina has to respect Kim Wu Jin's legendary level of trolling. She watches with a smirk as their enemies practically cough up blood from pure, unadulterated frustration. Carrie suppresses her murderous aura and accepts the wager. However, she adds a lethal condition. He must forfeit the use of King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff for the duration of the bet. She proposes this restriction for one reason. She truly believes that Isaac Ivanov is the world's most formidable player, second only to the invincible Lee Se-jun. It is the highest praise she could possibly offer. Lee Gina warns Kim Wu Jin to decline. Without the King Arthur set bonus, his equipment won't have nearly enough power to close the gap. Yet, Kim Wu Jin doesn't even flinch. He accepts the handicap with a chilling, unshakable confidence. Even with Kim's agreement, the Kunlong Guild leader dares to remind Carrie of their original arrangement. In response, he receives a death glare so terrifying it makes his fat neck practically disappear into his shoulders. Carrie senses his hesitation and strikes again. She weaponizes the moment to pile on yet another impossible condition. She demands the Savior Guild compete against all 5 major guilds combined. Only then, she claims, would the challenge be fair. These outrageous terms send Lee Gina into a blazing fury. But Kim Wu Jin? He remains the eye of the storm, utterly cold and nonchalant. Carrie fully expects him to fold and run. To her absolute shock, Kim Wu Jin accepts the terms, but he has one final request. He simply asks that they don't get salty when he wins, and walks away with every single one of their legendary items. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Oh Se-chan enters the office. He finds Lee Ji-soo still buried in her work, eyes glued to the monitor. He leans forward and notices what's caught her attention, news of the Hansung group up to their usual corporate villainy. Not wanting her to drown in the shadows of the past, Oh Se-chan asks if she'd like to grab a meal with him. Lee Ji-soo is stunned. She can't believe a notorious cheapskate like him is actually offering to treat her. She accepts immediately, but chooses a budget-friendly spot. She knows he isn't hoarding money for himself, but for the sake of their entire mission. Seeing that Lee Ji-soo doesn't hold a grudge warms Oh Se-chan's heart. He finally works up the courage to ask if she learned anything significant during her last meeting in France. This triggers a deep flashback. She vividly remembers the days when her father served as the CEO of the Hansung Group before Park Sung-hoo took the throne. Her father, Lee Jin-so, was the one steering the Hansung Group through the chaos of that era. Suddenly, his secretary interrupts with urgent news. The chairman has summoned him for an immediate board meeting. He enters the room to find the chairman, Park Yong-ho, in a state of absolute, volcanic rage. He's screaming at an executive because top-secret details about Project Messiah leaked to the public. This happened 4 years before the present day. At that time, players were still a brand new phenomenon, constantly dominating global headlines. As Korea's financial titan, the Hansung Group lobbied the government to legalize players, hoping to exploit them for massive profit. However, their ambition had a dark, hidden cost. The project was a high-level secret because they were experimenting with human lives. A single dungeon break during their tests could have ended in a massacre. Now, with the leak, the Hansung Group is drowning under massive pressure from both the board and an outraged public. In a desperate protest, investors began dumping their shares en masse. The company's stock price plummeted at a terrifying rate, leaving Park Yong-ho sleepless and desperate for days. Finally, his patience snaps. He hurls a stack of papers at Executive Kim, barking orders to fix the mess and restore their reputation immediately. Lee Jin-so can no longer stand by and watch the executive be bullied like this. He steps in, dismissing the man before calmly telling Park Yong-ho that he shouldn't treat his loyal staff like garbage. This only fans the flames of Park Yong-ho's fury. He tells Lee Jin-so that while he respects their old friendship, the situation is far too dire for him to stay calm. Lee Jin-so remains unfazed. He suggests they turn this crisis into an opportunity by eliminating the biggest variable in Project Messiah. He points directly at Lee Se-jun, the rising star who has secured his position as the face of the entire movement. The scene then shifts to Lee Se-jun himself. He stands in a dark basement, clad in military fatigues with a blade in hand, surrounded by the mangled corpses of monsters. Lee Se-jun orders a teammate to deploy a clone into the dungeon to scout the horrors waiting inside. This was the standard, cold-blooded method guilds used to map out unknown territories throughout history. The player's clone ventures into the portal, identifying it as a B-rank dungeon with 4 distinct floors. But the scouting mission ends abruptly. A swarm of flying monsters ambushes the clone, tearing it to shreds in an instant. After uncovering the dungeon's secrets, Lee Se-jun makes a baffling choice. Instead of clearing the threat, he decides to stall the raid for his own hidden agenda. Back with Park Yong-ho, the chairman understands Lu Shin-soo's growing concerns regarding their star player. However, finding a replacement with talent comparable to Lee Se-jun seems like an impossible task. That is when Lu Shin-soo plays his ace, mentioning a French prodigy who soloed a dragon during a lethal survival quest. Their secret meeting is suddenly interrupted, as Lee Se-jun storms into the room without a second thought. Lu reminds him that he lacks the clearance to enter the executive suite without an official appointment. Se-jun completely ignores the warning, turning his cold gaze toward Park Yong-ho to discuss an urgent matter. Infuriated by the blatant disrespect, Yong-ho hurls a microphone stand at Se-jun's head. Se-jun dodges it with the effortless grace of a predator. Se-jun calmly advises the chairman to watch his temper, noting that such outbursts are dangerous at his advanced age. Ignoring the remark, Park Yong-ho erupts into a fit of rage, hurling insults at Se-jun and his entire lineage. Pushed to his limit, Se-jun decides to silence the old man's foul mouth once and for all. He leaves a shallow scar across Yong-ho's face, coldly declaring that the world no longer belongs to relics like him. Staring down the edge of Lee Se-jun's blade, the room falls into a terrifying silence. Terrified, Park Yong-ho mentally agrees to Lu's plan to replace Se-jun with the Frenchman. For now, they must endure Se-jun's arrogance. Once the tension finally simmers down, the conversation shifts back to the mission at hand. Se-jun informs them that his scouts spotted flying monsters in the basement dungeon, so he won't be entering anytime soon. Lu Shin-soo explodes, reminding Se-jun that delaying the raid further only increases the risk of a catastrophic dungeon break. Se-jun remains unmoved, stating he refuses to gamble his life on an unpredictable dungeon crawl in a basement. Before making his exit, Se-jun leaves them with one final, chilling warning. He tells them not to move against him, as the entire Hansung Group security team is now under his absolute control. Once Se-jun leaves, Park Yong-ho orders Liu to fly to France immediately to eliminate the Se-jun variable for good. While Liu heads for the airport, Park Se-ah sneaks into the Hansung basement to test her newly awakened powers. She is eager to prove her worth, but her timing couldn't be any worse. A sudden dungeon break occurs in the basement, a disaster that will change her life forever. Security guards scramble to escape as a massive orc appears, crushing men into a gruesome meat paste with ease. Paralyzed by terror, Se-ah collapses to her knees just as Lee Se-jun arrives on the scene. She is too frightened to speak, caught between the horror of the monsters and Se-jun's intimidating presence. Se-jun ignores her, his attention shifting to a fallen security guard, whose body is undergoing a strange transformation. Despite his fatal wounds, the guard begins to rise as his flesh knits itself back together. Blessed by the undying fighter, the guard consumes his remaining mana to heal from even the most devastating injuries. Se-jun orders him to retreat and preserve his health points for the real battle ahead. He turns toward the emerging orc tide, cursing the incompetence of the security team for failing to hold the line. Se-jun draws his steel to charge, but a sudden flash of light stops him in his tracks. Behind him, Se-ah rises and unleashes a massive fireball. The onlookers are stunned to see a rare and powerful mage in action. Se-jun cleaves through an orc and smiles. Seeing Se-ah's hidden potential, he realizes things are finally getting interesting. Meanwhile, Lu Shin-soo reaches the airport and sends a message to the French hunter, Francois. He confirms that he will be boarding the flight shortly to finalize their new arrangement. Before departing, he instructs his aide, Oh Chae-young, to return to the building and ensure Park Se-ah's safety. Just as he turns away, a frantic news report on the car radio announces the dungeon break at the Hansung headquarters. Panicked, Liu dives back into the car and orders Chae-young to race back to the building at full speed. Back at the headquarters, chaos reigns as the monsters continue their violent rampage through the halls. Park Yong-ho prepares to flee by helicopter until he receives a message from Se-jun containing photos of his daughter fighting. The chairman is stunned to learn that his own daughter has become an awakened player. Desperate, he drops his pride and begs Se-jun to bring his daughter out of the building safely. Se-jun scoffingly reminds him that a man in his position has no right to give him orders anymore. Besides, if he abandons the gate, Who knows what havoc those winged nightmares will wreak upon the world. With those final words, he severs the connection, leaving Park Yong-ho trembling with suppressed fury. Consumed by a blazing rage, Yong-ho leaps from the helicopter, snatching an emergency axe to storm the building alone. Ochan reaches the Hansen headquarters alongside Lee Jin-soo, who reveals a briefcase containing a single, ominous, red detonator. Deep down, Jin-soo prays he never has a reason to trigger this final, desperate measure. Just as he prepares to enter the fray, Ochan catches his arm, questioning if he truly understands the risk. Though Lee Jun is already inside, Jin-soo cannot find the words to explain that the man is utterly untrustworthy. He simply states he cannot abandon the city, driven by the desire to be a father his daughter admires. Understanding his resolve, Ochan relents, urging him to survive at all costs for the sake of his girl. Deep within the dark basement, Park Shin-hye questions if they'll clear the dungeon, but Lee Jun scoffs, refusing to risk his life in this trap. Shin-hye once viewed Lee Jun as a hero, but the mask has slipped, revealing a coward trembling before death. Lee Jun notices the sheer contempt burning in her gaze. He sneers that as chosen ones, players shouldn't waste their lives for worthless commoners who don't equal their value. He intends to poison Shin-hye's mind with this dark doctrine of absolute superiority. Bit by bit, Shin-hye begins to succumb to his warped and elitist ideals. Suddenly, Jin-soo arrives, barking a command for Lee Jun to lead his team into the gate immediately. Lee Jun counters, asking if he truly expects them to throw their lives away against a high-level dungeon. Ignoring the guilt trip, Jin-soo coldly reminds him that Project Messiah exists only to be humanity's ultimate shield. Lee Jun treats his words as mere noise, refusing to die for commoners who, in his eyes, are just replaceable breeding stock. Before Jin-soo can argue further, an avian monstrosity bursts through the walls, soaring toward the heights where Yong-ho desperately searches for his daughter. Back in the basement's depths, Jin-soo draws his trump card, threatening to detonate the entire floor and bury them all unless they enter. Lee Jun warns that the gate will remain active, regardless of the explosion. But Jin-soo is past reasoning. He'll risk everything just to force them into action for once. Shin-hye stares in disbelief at her father's ally. While Jin-soo offers a grim apology, he has no other choice. Lee Jun recognizes the lethal resolve burning in Jin-soo's eyes. Yielding, he commands his team to the gate. Soon, only Lee Jun and Shin-hye stand before the desperate Jin-soo, who gambles everything to erase the variable named Lee Jun. Thus ends the final memory witnessed by his comrades. They later leaked the truth to France, who eventually shared the grim details of her father's fate. Convinced Lee Jun and Shin-hye killed her father, she no longer blames Ochan for his protective silence. Returning to the UK dungeon, Iris's mana reserves hit critical levels after her relentless spellcasting. A cold dread sinks in. If this attrition continues, the Savior Guild will surely claim total victory. But in that instant, Guildmaster Carrie unleashes her sponsor's blessing, surging a tidal wave of mana and power into her allies. Empowered by the massive buff, Iris's confidence soars as she begins weaving devastating spells with renewed ferocity. While Iris glows, Lee Jun seethes. Kim Wu Jin has denied him every single kill since they entered. Every monster they encounter is served as fodder to strengthen the Skeleton Knight alone. This infuriates Lee Jun, who cannot fathom why a lowly skeleton is being granted every scrap of experience. Wu Jin offers no explanation, simply eyeing a secret skill page in his inventory. The Path of the Death Knight. This skill transforms an undead who has slain 44,444 foes into a Death Knight. He funnels every kill to his skeleton, racing toward that grim milestone, to awaken an unstoppable god of death. Kim Wu Jin presses the skill page onto the Skeleton Knight's skull, triggering the evolution prompt for a Death Knight. With a cold, calculated gaze, Kim Wu Jin selects yes. Instantly, a violent storm of necrotic energy erupts, swallowing the Skeleton Knight in a swirling vortex of darkness. Though smaller than the Lich's summon, the sheer pressure of this undead storm remains absolutely bone-chilling. Even Park Yong-won trembles, vividly recalling the terrifying descent of the Lord of Death he witnessed before. The energy condenses into the knight's frame as his spectral steed vanishes into thin air. A massive, armored Death Knight emerges from the gloom, radiating a suffocating aura of pure, unadulterated slaughter. Lee Jin-ah asks in awe if this monstrous summon is the ultimate trump card for their leaderboard takeover. Wu Jin only offers a cryptic smirk before sealing the Death Knight back into his dark Book of the Dead. Confused, Lee Jin-ah listens as Wu Jin points a finger at him, declaring that he is the true trump card. Suddenly, a blood-curdling echo screams through the floor, forcing every monster to charge madly toward its source. Ellie Shear watches her prey flee. She initially assumes the monsters are simply terrified of her overwhelming power. She quickly realizes something is wrong. The monsters are all sprinting toward a singular specific location. That destination is soon revealed to be the exact spot where Wu Jin and Lee Jin-ah are waiting. Lee Jin-ah is the epicenter of that terrifying echo, acting as a living magnet for the entire horde. To pull this off, they utilized a rare and dangerous item known as the Death's Echo Box. Usually useless, it drains a player's vitality to make them the primary target for every monster on the floor. Only the near-immortal Lee Se-jun can utilize this cursed gadget to its maximum, lethal potential. With nearly infinite vitality, he draws the entire monster population into one massive, concentrated killing zone. Wu Jin's skeleton army easily annihilates the entire wave at once, skipping the tedious task of hunting them down. The massive battle attracts the 5 rival guilds, who arrive only to witness the scene of absolute carnage. They stand shocked, watching a single guild slaughter the entire first-floor army of an A+ rank dungeon. Carrie recognizes the Echo Box, remembering it as a trash item from the black market's bargain bins. No sane hunter ever bought it, yet Wu Jin turned it into a weapon of absolute floor domination. Carrie can only watch helplessly as Wu Jin monopolizes every kill, securing the #1 rank effortlessly. With a score dwarfing the combined points of all 5 guilds, Wu Jin's dominance is now undeniable. Having won the impossible bet, Wu Jin claims every legendary item offered by the defeated rival guilds. Carrie seethes in silence, regretting that she was the one who forced this disastrous bet upon everyone. She finally understands the humiliation Elishir felt when she was crushed by Wu Jin's overwhelming schemes. While the rivals fume, Wu Jin's eyes lock onto a specific prize within the mountain of legendary loot. It is Galahad's shield, a relic of the Round Table. Though this particular piece carries a dark reputation, unlike the others, this shield is cursed, an offensive weapon that hungers for blood rather than protection. Wu Jin feels a stroke of luck, acquiring such a powerful artifact without even breaking a sweat. However, considering the heavy curses it inflicts on the user, even the legendary hunter has second thoughts. Suddenly, the Kun Guild leader objects, desperately shouting that the entire bet should be declared invalid. Wu Jin is merely amused and invites the man to explain his pathetic reasoning for such a claim. The leader accuses Wu Jin of cheating by hogging all the monsters and sabotaging their chance to win. Wu Jin laughs at the desperate man, stating that aggroing the entire dungeon is a legitimate display of skill. Beyond the technicalities, there was a much more brutal reality the other guilds were simply ignoring. No guild there, except for the Savior Guild, could have actually survived the wave they just witnessed. His logic leaves them speechless, but Wu Jin isn't finished delivering his final, crushing blow. He tells them to check their status screens, which reveal the first floor has already been cleared. The guilds are stunned. The survival quest ended 4 days early, a feat never seen in history. By slaughtering every guardian in one go, Wu Jin effectively broke the dungeon's internal mechanics. The first floor is officially empty, leaving the rival guilds with nothing left to hunt and no way out. Kim Wu Jin leaves them all speechless. He pushes through the door to the next floor, walking forward without a single glance back. Meanwhile, across the world in France, Francois stands amidst the ruins of a once magnificent winery. Before him looms a dungeon gate, a portal he is still far too weak to conquer. The sight fills him with a bitter sense of helplessness. He loathes having to rely on heroes like Lee Se-jun to protect his own homeland. His secretary stands steady at his side, reminding Francois that he is not a weak man. He swears to his master that he is the most devoted patriot he has ever served. Francois offers a weary smile of thanks, but the regret remains. Had he met Li Xingzhou 4 years ago, he would be the one standing where Lee Se-jun is today. His secretary consoles him, saying everything happens by design. He firmly believes that every sacrifice made today will elevate Francois in the future. Back within the depths of the United Kingdom's dungeon, with the first floor conquered, the following levels prove surprisingly trivial. The 6 guilds tear through the challenges up to the 5th floor. There, they halt to hold a tense strategy meeting before descending further. The Kunlun leader urges them to honor their pact. He wants Isaac Ivanov eliminated once and for all. But the memory of the first floor still haunts them. The sheer terror of Isaac's power has left the other guilds paralyzed with fear. Survival is now their only priority. Everyone except the Kunlun Guild just wants to make it out alive. The remaining guilds reach a consensus. They realize that even if they manage to take down Isaac Ivanov and the Savior Guild, the casualties would be catastrophic, leaving them too broken to face the nightmares of the 7th floor. Deciding it's best not to provoke the monster that is Isaac Ivanov, the 5 guilds dissolve their alliance for now, shifting their entire focus to clearing the dungeon and surviving. They soon arrive at the 6th floor. Their objective is clear: slay the floor boss to unlock the path ahead. The quest itself seems standard enough, but their confidence shatters when the boss appears, a massive, blood-red dragon. Panic ripples through the ranks at the sight of the beast. A red dragon on the penultimate floor was unthinkable. They had all expected this legendary monster to be the final hurdle on floor 7. While the others tremble, the Kunlun leader smirks. He hopes the dragon will exhaust Isaac Ivanov, creating the perfect opening to erase him from the game forever. Kim Wu Jin senses the predatory gaze. He ignores it completely. He knows the real nightmare is waiting for them on the 7th floor. While the rest of the guilds are frozen in terror, Kim Wu Jin remains unfazed. He has a new trump card to play, his recently summoned Death Knight. He calls the warrior forth from the Book of Death. The knight kneels before him, awaiting its master's absolute command. Lee Se-jun stands in stunned silence. An undead monster that can actually speak? Kim Wu Jin simply points toward the red dragon. He orders the Death Knight to test its full might against that big lizard. If the dragon understood human speech, it would be in a blind rage. The Death Knight accepts the hunt and prepares to charge. But he pauses as the undying Lich interjects. The mage asks Wu Jin for his own role in this slaughter. Wu Jin tells him to stay back for now. He is only to intervene if the Death Knight fails to handle the beast alone. The Death Knight bristles at the Lich's tone toward their master. He barks a reminder of their place as servants to the Great Lord. A fierce rivalry ignites between the two unique rank summons. Lee Se-jun facepalms at the ridiculous sight. Now he has to deal with two bickering undead on top of their eccentric master. On the other hand, Kim Wu Jin isn't surprised the Lich couldn't duplicate the Death Knight. One unique rank summon cannot replicate another. However, it still managed to call forth its base form, the familiar Skeleton Knight. While Wu Jin is lost in thought, the other guilds launch a desperate attack. The battle against the dragon begins in earnest. Lee Se-jun screams at Wu Jin to snap out of it. They can't just stand there while the others fight. But the other guilds' attacks are like pinpricks. The red dragon ignores them, unleashing devastating havoc on anyone who dares to draw near. Having scattered the crowds, the beast begins hunting solo players. Its eyes lock onto a vulnerable Alice Hayton. Alice stands paralyzed as her attacks fail. She doesn't even see the massive tail swinging to crush her into dust. Fortunately for her, a savior appears. Lee Se-jun leaps in to block the lethal blow, but the other players aren't so lucky. They fall one by one to the red dragon's wrath. Recovering from the impact, Carrie instantly activates her mass recovery skill. A wave of healing washes over their allies, buying the remaining players time to search for the dragon's fatal weakness. As Zhao Chengwu gasps for air, the red dragon incinerates the ground with its devastating breath. He barely evades the flames, only to spot the Kunlun leader attempting a cowardly retreat. Realizing he's been caught by Zhao Chengwu, the leader tries to gaslight him, claiming their forces are too scattered to continue this reckless assault. Zhao Chengwu's fury boils over as he threatens to slice the coward into sushi if he dares use the dragon to weaken Isaac Ivanov. Paralyzed by fear, the Kunlun leader immediately retreats and vows to focus entirely on exposing the dragon's weak spots. While they argue, an overwhelming presence emerges beside them. It's the terrifying Death Knight, summoned by Kim Wu Jin. Facing the Titan alone, the undead warrior manifests the Chain of Death and hurls it toward the dragon's throat. The chain cinches tight, leaving the legendary beast thrashing helplessly like a fish pulled from the depths. The crowd watches in disbelief as a single summon outperforms the world's most elite guilds combined. Yet, these top 5 guilds aren't legendary for nothing. Seizing the opening, they launch a total offensive, while the red dragon remains shackled by the undead's iron grip. Enraged by these persistent ants, the red dragon's fury finally reaches its limit. It unleashes a torrent of fire, forcing the players to scramble back from the searing heat. The Kunlun leader's armor catches fire, sending him rolling desperately on the ground to extinguish the flames. Disgusted by their incompetence, the Death Knight takes charge, leaping onto the dragon's neck and plunging its sword deep into the beast's eye. The dragon thrashes violently to shake him off, but the knight holds fast, redirecting its blade to shred the wing and ground the beast forever. With the dragon pinned, the undying Lich senses the end is near. He asks Kim Wu Jin for permission to join, as his undead legion is vibrating with bloodlust at the magnificent sight. Kim Wu Jin gives the command to advance, having witnessed the seamless synergy between his Death Knight, the Legion, and the surviving guild members. Under the relentless onslaught, the red dragon finally falls. As silence returns, Kim Wu Jin approaches the massive carcass, acknowledging that a true dragon was his most formidable challenge yet. Even with the world's elite, bringing down a single adult dragon required an unimaginable sacrifice of power. While Kim admires the prize, Zhao Chengwu approaches with a serious expression, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. He reveals that their guilds have sustained devastating losses during the battle. He shamelessly requests that Kim Wu Jin redistribute the Savior Guild's members among their depleted ranks. Sensing a trap to dilute his power, Kim decides to play along and accepts their suspicious proposal. However, he sets one condition. They must split into 2 specific parties. Kim will join the Messiah Guild. The second party will consist of the rest, including Park Yong-wan and Shakira. Zhao Chengwu is stunned by Kim's willingness to enter the tiger's den alone, but he accepts the terms immediately. Park Yong-wan is fuming at this decision, yet he knows he lacks the leverage to challenge Kim's authority. He turns to Shakira, asking if she's truly comfortable being separated like this. Having lost her fighting spirit, Shakira simply nods, ready to follow whatever orders Kim Wu Jin provides. Disgusted by her compliance, Park warns her that Kim is intentionally isolating them from his core circle. He believes they are being set up to be discarded, just as Kim once planned to do with him. As the guilds descend to the 7th floor, Kim lingers on the 6th with Lee Se-jun to begin a ritual. He recalls his first attempt to summon a dungeon boss as a mere rookie, targeting the needle boss. His level was too low then, causing the skill to fail spectacularly. Later, he spared a dragon hatchling, prioritizing its rare materials to clear a high-rank dungeon in Japan. Now, the time has finally come to summon his most powerful undead yet, the Bone Dragon. And this time, it is no mere hatchling, it is a fully matured adult dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Wu Jin activates his skeleton summoning skill. He forces the fallen red dragon to rise as a bone dragon, a monstrous servant he can now summon at will. The bone dragon pulses with malevolent undead energy. Gazing upon its magnificent, skeletal frame, Kim Wu Jin feels that every ounce of his past suffering has finally been rewarded. With his new titan in tow, Kim Wu Jin ascends to the 7th floor. However, they are met with nothing but an eerie, haunting desolation. This silence puts every player on high alert. In these depths, such desolation can only mean one thing. The final boss is a monster of absolute terror. Every heart beats in anticipation, waiting for a fearsome dragon to tear through the shadows and strike. But, instead of a beast, they find a humanoid figure. The system identifies this mysterious entity as the legendary Master of Excalibur. Bliss, the hot-headed mage, wastes no time and launches a devastating fireball. To everyone's shock, the creature tanks the spell head-on, not even bothering to dodge the flames. Without warning, the humanoid issues a formal challenge to Ellis. A heavy weight settles over her as a dual debuff instantly slashes her stats by 25%. Giving her no chance to accept or decline, the creature lunges forward. It charges at Ellis with cold, murderous intent. Fortunately for Ellis, her protector steps in. Kim Wu Jin moves like lightning, intercepting the lethal blow with his Aegis shield. Because Kim Wu Jin dared to interfere in the sacred duel, he takes the full brunt of the system's penalty, which immediately reduces his own stats by 25%. However, King Arthur's ring pulses with power, its authority overwhelming Excalibur and completely negating the stat reduction. Staring at the foe, Kim Wu Jin recalls Francois attempting this very dungeon in his previous life. After a cycle of countless, bloody failures, Francois finally managed to slay this humanoid creature, who was known back then as the Dragon Knight. In that timeline, Francois wielded the sword Balmog, but when he reached for Excalibur, he failed miserably to claim its power. That missing piece of the puzzle had always baffled the players of the past. But now, in his second life, Kim Wu Jin understands the truth. Only a player holding King Arthur's ring can strip the Dragon Knight's authority and claim Excalibur for themselves. This is the ultimate prize for Kim Wu Jin, as he has been desperately searching for a legendary blade to carry into battle. However, to seize that sword, he must first find a way to strike down the Dragon Knight, a foe that even the world's greatest dragon hunter barely defeated in the past. While Kim Wu Jin holds the defensive line, the other players finally move in for the kill. Among them is Cho Sung-woo, who attempts a desperate sneak attack from the Dragon Knight's blind spot. But the Knight's defense is absolute. Cho Sung-woo's blade shatters instantly, along with all his hopes and dreams, leaving him as broken as his last failed romance. Stunned and defenseless, he stands wide open for a finishing blow. But just in the nick of time, Kim Wu Jin intercedes, parrying the Dragon Knight's lethal edge once again. Kim Wu Jin barks an order for Cho Sung-woo to draw another blade and keep attacking, while he focuses entirely on nullifying the Knight's critical strikes. He then turns to Liina and the others, ordering them to focus on the other enemy. The players are baffled, seeing no other monster on the battlefield. But then, a colossal sphere of fire descends from the heavens, casting a terrifying shadow over the entire field. Carrie screams for the mages to act, ordering them to weave a massive magical barrier to protect the group. But even with the combined mana of every mage present, the barrier shatters like glass. A violent shockwave erupts, throwing the players across the desolate wasteland like ragdolls. As the survivors struggle to their feet, they behold the nightmare from the sky. A black dragon, the true sovereign and master of this dungeon. The black dragon announces its presence by exhaling a lethal, poisonous mist, which begins to slowly wither the players' health bars. Cho Sung-woo realizes how lucky he was to be standing behind Kim Wu Jin. Otherwise, the blast surely would have crushed his ribs. He finally understands why Kim Wu Jin remained on the defensive. He had anticipated the arrival of the dungeon's true master all along. While Cho Sung-woo pretends to plan a way to defeat the Dragon Knight, his eyes linger greedily on Kim Wu Jin's back, which is currently exposed for an easy betrayal. However, he knows that without Kim Wu Jin's strength, they will all perish here. He decides to bury his dark intentions, at least until the dungeon is cleared. Kim Wu Jin, ever vigilant, is already fully aware of the snake lurking behind him. He simply smiles, glad he doesn't have to eliminate Cho Sung-woo just yet. After a gruesome, blood-soaked struggle, the black dragon is finally brought down. but victory came at a terrible price. With 50% of their forces dead, the surviving guilds are now dangerously vulnerable. While Carrie directs the healers to stabilize the survivors, a few greedy players rush toward the dragon's corpse to claim their rewards. Yet, everyone knows who the true hero of this war is. Without Kim Wu Jin and his relentless, endless army of skeleton soldiers, their combined strength wouldn't have stood a ghost of a chance against the might of the Black Dragon. The dust of the cataclysmic hunt settles, yet the man who orchestrated this slaughter is nowhere to be found. Only the echoing silence of the dungeon remains. Kim Wu Jin finally emerges from the haze, standing like a reaper before the fallen dragon knight. The air stills as the victor claims his hard-won prize. As the dungeon master perishes, the knight's physical form begins to disintegrate into ash. Wu Jin offers a chilling word of praise, acknowledging the beast's formidable strength after their legendary clash. With the knight's disappearance, the legendary Excalibur descends into Kim Wu Jin's waiting grasp. The blade hums with a divine power that has been long forgotten. He has claimed the authority of kings, gaining the power to summon the true glory of Camelot. The legend of King Arthur now serves a new, more dangerous master. The legend bonus doubles the potency of every knight and item in his arsenal. Kim Wu Jin has evolved into an unstoppable force of nature that the world should fear. Gripping the sword of kings, he feels a divine strength surging through his very bones. This is the power he needs to finally execute the fake messiah, Lee Se-jun. Wu Jin bathes in this sensation of supreme authority while relishing his newfound strength. He is no longer just a player. He is a god in the making. Seeing a perfect opening, Cho Sung-woo moves to betray him for the sake of his master. Without hesitation, he drives his blade deep into Wu Jin's abdomen. The strike is a cruel echo of destiny, mirroring the exact moment Lee Se-jun murdered Wu Jin in his previous life. Standing over the fallen body, Cho Sung-woo mocks the supposed genius for his oversight. He scoffs at Wu Jin for being an idiot who couldn't see the blade behind him. But just as the arrogant words leave his lips, the cold sting of reality strikes back. Fate has a much darker sense of humor than he imagined. A twin blade pierces Cho Sung-woo's back in the exact same fashion, sending him crashing to the ground. He gasps in utter shock as his life force begins to fade. The shadow behind the strike is Johann Georg, emerging from the darkness while wearing the Hades helmet. He had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for this perfect moment. Johann mocks the traitor, asking if he truly thought killing Isaac Ivanov would be that simple. Cho Sung-woo crawls toward the corpse, desperate to understand how he failed. To his horror, the body he thought was his prize shatters into ancient bone. It was nothing more than a lowly skeleton soldier all along. Wu Jin had used a deception spell to swap places with a body double. Now, the real Kim Wu Jin stands over Cho Sung-woo like a vengeful shadow from the abyss. The realization hits the traitor like a physical blow as he realizes he was played from the start. He was never the predator. He was merely a puppet in Wu Jin's calculated game. Terror consumes him as he stares into the eyes of his true executioner. A player is always ready for death, but dying like a fool is a far worse fate. In a final act of desperation, he tries to drag Johann Georg into the grave with him. He refuses to go into the dark without taking a soul for company. Yet he forgot a terrifying truth. In a world without Isaac, Johann Georg was the undisputed king of the undead. Sensing the pathetic struggle, Johann calmly sidesteps the lunging traitor with ease. Cho Sung-woo stumbles, trying to put distance between himself and the monster he provoked. It is his final mistake as Johann summons the gates of hell. Iron chains lash out from the void, dragging the screaming traitor into the eternal darkness below. Kim Wu Jin watches with cold indifference, never intending to use his Anubis skill on such a worthless soul. Having already extracted every secret from his enemy, he simply steps back. He lets Johann Georg enjoy the bloody spectacle of the traitor's end. Instead, his mind is already miles away, calculating the next move in his grand design. The coming war against the Messiah Guild demands his full attention. News spreads fast as the Savior Guild's reputation begins to eclipse their rivals on the global stage. While the Savior Guild thrives, the Messiah Guild suffers a humiliating defeat in the United Kingdom. Their entire elite team has been completely wiped out. A bitter race begins to clear the 8th floor dungeons as both sides fight for dominance. They are locked in a struggle to outscore each other by a single point. Oh Se-chan watches the headlines from his office, his eyes brimming with deep emotion. The stakes of their journey have never been higher than this moment. He remembers the days when clearing a 4-floor dungeon was a struggle. Now, after 4 years of blood and toil, they stand at the gates of floor 8. Only the 9th floor remains, the final barrier to ending this nightmare game forever. Whoever conquers it will become the champion of the earth. His fists tremble as he remembers Lee Jin-soo and the sacrifices they made. He wishes his fallen friend could witness the world they are about to save. His gaze drifts toward Lee Jin-ah as she prepares to depart, her guitar bag slung over her shoulder. She remains a pillar of strength in their chaotic lives. With a soft smile, Oh Se-chan promises her a feast once this war finally ends. He wants to celebrate the peace they are so close to grasping. A week passes, and Kim Wu Jin enters a rank B-minus 8th floor dungeon. The final test of his strength and resolve has officially begun. To clear this floor, he must slaughter 222,212 monsters. It is a massacre fit for a legendary hunter. He divides the gargantuan task among his 5 skeleton knights with surgical precision. This bloodbath will provide the catalyst for his ultimate evolution. 5 new Death Knights rise and kneel before their master in dark submission. Even the fearless Lee Jin-ah shudders at the grim majesty radiating from them. But for Kim Wu Jin, this level of power is still insufficient for the battle ahead. He bestows legendary artifacts upon his new generals, including Mjolnir and the Spear of Odin. They have become an unstoppable phalanx of mythic power. These weapons turn his Death Knights into one-man armies capable of clearing dungeons alone. Kim Wu Jin's power has finally transcended the limits of humanity. Confidence burns in Wu Jin's eyes as he prepares to dismantle the Messiah Guild once and for all. The final step is clearing the game itself. While the storm of war gathers around Kim Wu Jin, his target remains in seclusion. Inside the silent round-table room, Lee Se-jun stands alone in the darkness. The hall, once filled with the world's elite, is now a graveyard of empty chairs. He recalls every shadow of the Round Table's past, from Suzuki Ichi, the brilliant strategist, to Yong, the most unwavering loyalist, the legendary swordmaster whose blade could sever even the gods, and Cho Sung-woo, the keeper of his darkest secrets. Now, they're all corpses, slaughtered by one man, Isaac Ivanov. Though Lee Jun dismisses them as worthless trash defeated by a late-awakened novice, they were still his vital pawns in a grand game for global domination. But peace is a luxury this world will never grant him. Even a failure like Lee Jun Sui caused him headaches, and now, amidst the wreckage, stands a figure so formidable that even Lee Jun feels a spark of genuine curiosity. Deep in thought, he's interrupted as Park Shin-hye enters to announce that everything is in place. She brings the Archer Master, accompanied by the Sword Master's final disciple, ready to lend their strength. Sakura greets Lee Se-jun, who offers only a cold nod before they descend into the 8th floor dungeon. The Messiah and Savior guilds have traded rivalry for a temporary truce, uniting their forces to conquer a terrifying A+ rank dungeon. This historic alliance even draws in the Dragon Slayer, Francois, desperate to shatter the fraud allegations haunting his reputation. The world watches in awe, hoping these legends can finally clear the game and end this era of unending misery. But these fools are blind to the lethal intent simmering beneath the surface of their masks. The titans of past and present lock eyes, shaking hands to seal their first official encounter, at least, in this timeline. Deep inside the abyss, the Messiah trio is starstruck, barely believing they're raiding alongside the legendary Lee Se-jun. Jordan is moved to tears, finally proving that even a baldy like him can reach the top. Nearby, Liena feels the suffocating pressure until Francois approaches, eager for the upcoming carnage. Lai tries to play it cool, feigning ignorance, but Francois exposes him instantly. Meanwhile, Park Yong-won watches Isaac Ivanov with narrowed eyes, waiting for the inevitable betrayal. His paranoia draws Sakura's ire, who reminds him that Isaac has been nothing but honorable since they joined the Savior Guild. Sakura's defense leaves Yong-won conflicted, wondering if Isaac truly views them as more than just tools. Lee Se-jun dictates the terms. The Messiah Guild takes the first floor, leaving the rest for the Saviors. Isaac nods and turns away, and that's when Lee Se-jun makes his move. He summons a spear and drives it through Isaac's abdomen with ruthless precision, a betrayal of monstrous proportions. System alerts scream. Isaac is struck by the Lance of Longinus, sealing his items and skills completely. Lee Se-jun's voice turns cold. There will be no more turns, and no more cooperation. Starting this very second, the Savior Guild is history. The sudden backstab leaves the players paralyzed, though the viewers knew this storm was coming. Lee Se-jun swings for the kill, but a skeleton soldier intercepts the blade, an expected defense from his eternal rival. That brief opening allows Liena to rush in, but he's hopelessly outmatched. A single slash from Lee Se-jun sends him flying. Isaac is now defenseless, left entirely at the mercy of the hero. But Lee Se-jun is far more cautious than Isaac's past foes. He has Park Shin-hye activate a holy barrier, specifically designed to cage unholy existences like Isaac. Within this Bifrost barrier, no one enters or leaves for 6 agonizing days. It's more than enough time for the Messiah Guild to erase every trace of the Saviors from the world. With Isaac trapped, Park Shin-hye orders her mages to unleash a devastating barrage on the Savior Guild. Suddenly, Francois intervenes, declaring that their treachery against Isaac Ivanov has gone far too far. Shin-hye isn't shocked. She knew the Dragon Slayer's pride would eventually force him to choose a side. So, she sneers, claiming his true mistake was defying the Messiah Guild. With a cold command, she unleashes an elite squad to eliminate Francois. But their efforts shatter against Francois, who retaliates with the devastating power of his dragon-slaying skills. As Francois holds the line against Park Shin-hee and her elites, chaos erupts elsewhere on the battlefield. Park Yong-won and Shakira find themselves trapped, surrounded by Messiah Guild members who circle them like starving wolves eyeing helpless prey. Shakira feels the icy grip of death, fearing the Messiah Guild intends to slaughter them all without mercy. Their lives hang by a thread as they take a brutal beating until Lee Se-jun arrives just in time to turn the tide. Lee Se-jun charges in, delivering a thunderous punch that shatters a guild member's defense instantly. The man eats dirt as Gina glares at the others, declaring that while Park and Shakira might be weak, ugly, and utterly pathetic, they are still his subordinates. He is the only one allowed to beat them. Like a true senior, he crushes anyone threatening his team. Soon, a mountain of defeated enemies lies at his feet while he remains unshakable. He revels in the endless carnage, but the sheer number of enemies begins to swell around him. A flicker of concern crosses his mind. Getting swarmed by this many could spell real trouble. Suddenly, a stray arrow pierces his chest, knocking the breath out of him as he hits the ground hard. By the time he manages to recover and find his footing, more arrows rain down, pinning his back as the Archer Master finally reveals his deadly presence. The Master triggers a secondary skill, detonating the arrows and turning Gina's body into a scorched, bloody mess. Yet, Gina defies death itself, regenerating from the charred remains and dodging the next lethal projectile with impossible speed. The Archer Master clicks his tongue, realizing that taking Gina down alone is a fool's errand. He commands his pawns to exhaust the tank's stamina, but Gina just grins, ready to fight all day long. Elsewhere, Lee Se-jun receives word that the battlefield is shifting exactly according to his calculated plan. Park Shin-hee is suppressing Francois, while the Archer Master keeps the pressure on the Savior Guild's front line. The reports from his subordinates are clear. The Savior Guild is on the brink of extinction, leaving only Isaac Ivanov, who is no threat without his undead army. Yet, Lee Se-jun feels no joy. There is no thrill in this victory, no spark of excitement in his eyes. He is deeply disappointed that Isaac Ivanov couldn't offer a more legendary challenge. He expected more from the man who supposedly rivaled Lee Jin-soo, the only human to ever make him sweat. While Lee Se-jun waits for the Bifrost to fall, Gina has been turned into a human pincushion, leaving no room for another arrow. Despite the horrific wounds, Gina stands tall, staring down his opponent as if he were completely untouched. Panic sets in for the Archer Master when he sees Gina reaching for his inventory. He prepares for a secret weapon, only to be stunned when Gina pulls out sausages? After a quick, desperate snack, his stamina surges back, granting him one final chance to strike the Archer Master down. Abandoning all defense, Gina tanks a direct hit, betting everything on one decisive counterblow. The gamble pays off. He survives the blast and throws a point-blank punch, only for a sudden barrier to block his fist. Sakura has thrown herself in the way, sacrificing her shoulder to protect her master from Gina's devastating strike. She doesn't hesitate for a second, using the opening to deliver a brutal blow that leaves Gina reeling in agony. But by protecting the archer, she left him wide open, allowing Yeonju to strike from the shadows and end the Archer Master's life. In his final moments, the Archer Master curses his own arrogance for forgetting the power of the Hades helmet. It's a fatal oversight. He collapses under Yeonju's blade, handing the Savior Guild their first major kill in this desperate war against the Messiah. Seeing her master fall, Sakura's fighting spirit completely evaporates. Even as an enemy, Gina feels a pang of pity, but Yeonju shows no mercy. Moving in to finish the defenseless girl, Gina roars in anger at the cold-blooded execution, but Yeonju simply reminds him, this is a war for the fate of humanity. At those words, Lee Se-jun snaps back to reality, locking in with total focus to secure the future of Earth and the Savior Guild. Back on the front lines, he stands drained of stamina, the echoes of his last conversation with Lee Se-jun haunting his mind. They told him he was the hero of France, and that he would remain one only if he refused to yield, even in the shadow of death. Those words resonate deep within Francois's soul as he unleashes a warrior's final cry, lunging toward the Messiah Guild. Even though this is the final, frantic strike of a dying beast, the Messiah Guild's elite squad scoffs, refusing to take his desperate struggle seriously. They sidestep the blow with ease, completely forgetting that Park Shin-hee stands right behind them, utterly exposed. With two blades buried in his chest, Francois smiles. He has fulfilled his duty. With Park Shin-hee struck down, the Bifrost barrier shatters instantly. The Messiah Guild players erupt in fury, ready to shred Francois to pieces. But hellish chains summoned by Johann Georg suddenly drag him to safety. As Johann Georg pulls Francois from the jaws of death, Michelle is paralyzed by doubt, unable to fathom why humanity is locked in a civil war instead of uniting against the monsters. Jordan remains silent, caught in a gut-wrenching struggle over where his true loyalties lie. On one hand, he recognizes Isaac Ivanov as a truly honorable man, yet he cannot bring himself to betray the guild he calls home. Amidst his inner turmoil, he spots Park Shin-hye collapsing in the distance, felled by Francois's final, calculated gambit. He turns his gaze toward Isaac, realizing the Bifrost barrier can no longer restrain the legendary hunter. With the seal broken, Lee Jin-ah rushes in to snatch Isaac Ivanov, or rather, Kim Wu Jin, and retreats from the chaotic battlefield. Kim Wu Jin offers a quiet apology to Lee Jin-ah for bearing the brunt of the chaos. It was the only way to make Lee Se-jun drop his guard. Before the dungeon raid began, Kim Wu Jin laid out his strategy to Johann Georg and Lee Jin-ah. Johann offered to use Hades' helmet for a stealthy, one-shot assassination. It seemed like a flawless plan, but Kim Wu Jin shot it down, explaining that deception is useless against Lee Se-jun's eyes of Isis, which see through all illusions. Instead, Kim Wu Jin chose to be the ultimate bait, exploiting Lee Se-jun's obsession with absolute perfection. He knew the hero wouldn't ignore a perfect chance to stab a rival in the back if he appeared vulnerable. Yet, with the Spear of Longinus impaling him, Kim Wu Jin would be paralyzed, while Park Shin-hye maintained the inescapable barrier. That's when Lee Jin-ah and the others would strike, breaking the seal to strip Lee Se-jun of his spear and his elite forces. Returning to the heat of the present, Kim Wu Jin wrenches the spear from his own flesh, though the resulting blood loss is staggering. To mend his broken body, he turns to Lee Jin-ah, feasting on his ally's vibrant life force with his lethal blood-sucking skill. Activating his vampire traits to amplify the effect, his wounds vanish instantly, restoring his stamina and stats to their absolute peak. He thanks Lee Jin-ah and Francois for their sacrifice. Now, it's time to show Lee Se-jun who the world's true messiah is. Lee Se-jun watches calmly, allowing his rival to recover, having been disappointed by how easily Kim Wu Jin fell earlier. Now, he intends to savor every second of this final clash against his only true nemesis. Kim Wu Jin's excitement flares as he prepares to unleash his full power, summoning a tide of undead from the Book of the Dead. A maelstrom of necrotic energy explodes as a colossal bone dragon ascends, casting a terrifying shadow over the battlefield. Perched atop the dragon, an undying lich begins weaving spells, raising an endless legion of skeleton soldiers to join the fray. Beyond the thousands of mindless skeletons, Kim Wu Jin calls forth his elite Death Knights, each one clad in legendary armor and wielding weapons of mythic power. Terror grips the Messiah Guild, but Lee Se-jun swings his blade, releasing a storm of sword energy that clears the suffocating darkness. This display of overwhelming strength reignites the spirits of the Messiah Guild, players who believe that with Lee Se-jun at their side, they are absolutely invincible against any foe. Lee Se-jun commands his followers to charge the undead horde, while he leaps toward Kim Wu Jin to reclaim his throne. Suddenly, a Death Knight blocks his path, warning the hero that to reach his master, he must first survive the servant. Lee Se-jun pauses, momentarily stunned to find himself facing an undead creature capable of human speech. Yet, this isn't enough to make him retreat. Ignoring the danger, he charges forward with reckless abandon. The Death Knight boldly intercepts Lee Jun's strike, but his blade nearly shatters under the sheer weight of the impact. Sensing the peril, the remaining Death Knights abandon their posts and dive into the fray to assist. Armed with Kim Wu Jin's Mjolnir and Odin's spear, they apply relentless pressure, forcing even Lee Se-jun to break a sweat. Still, Kim Wu Jin senses that the tide hasn't fully turned. Without direct support, the Death Knights will stall, and the skeleton army will be utterly annihilated by Lee Se-jun. Like a true king, he enters the battlefield himself, triggering the hidden conditions of the legend of King Arthur. This resonates with his allies' roundtable artifacts, massively boosting the strength of his undead summons and Death Knights. But rather than joining the hunt against Lee Jun directly, he commands his elite Death Knights to reinforce the struggling skeleton army instead. Lee Jun sneers, mocking the idea that Wu Jin could ever defeat him alone with just a few legendary relics. As these two titans clash, even the gods lean in, their divine eyes fixed on the unfolding carnage below. Blessed by the executioner of holy light, Lee Jun radiates the overwhelming spirit of a savior. Conversely, Kim Wu Jin serves the emissary of the underworld, wielding the abyssal powers of darkness as his divine blessing. These polar opposite forces collide in an inevitable explosion of violence and sheer power. Wu Jin strikes first, igniting Excalibur's aura, further empowered by the legendary myth of the great King Arthur. While active, this oppressive aura slashes the attributes of any hostile enemy by a staggering 50%. Lee Jun counters instantly with Savior's Touch, a unique skill granting him absolute immunity to all stat-reducing debuffs. But he isn't finished. Invoking the Savior's Blessing, Lee Jun grants himself a massive 1000% resistance to all incoming damage. Seeking a swift end, he activates Last Judgment, an offensive buff that pushes his lethality to the absolute limit. For the skill's duration, Lee Jun's destructive output is multiplied by a terrifying 10,000%. Forced onto the defensive, Wu Jin summons the Aegis Shield. Though it stops the blade, the impact is bone-shattering. The shield holds, but the raw kinetic force rattles Wu Jin's core, sending him reeling back in agonizing pain. A true veteran, Lee Se-jun grants no respite, lunging forward to deliver a finishing blow before his foe recovers. Wu Jin vanishes, activating his vampire skill to disperse his physical form into a swirling cloud of predatory bats. Seizing the opening, Wu Jin rematerializes for a sneak attack, sinking his fangs deep into Lee Se-jun's exposed neck. He injects a lethal dose of his terrifying blood poison. Lee Se-jun curses his dirty tricks, but Wu Jin coldly retorts that only victory matters, regardless of the method used. Lee Se-jun reactivates his savior's blessing, instantly maximizing his resistance to neutralize the creeping toxins in his veins. Unfazed, Wu Jin reveals that the poison was merely a distraction, never his primary killing move. Leaping into the air, he triggers Blood Mist, a crimson shroud that chokes the light and blinds his opponent. Under this cover, Wu Jin uses Solomon's Ring to summon dozens of monstrous ants, ambushing Lee Se-jun from the earth. Frustration finally boils over within Lee Se-jun. With a roar, he unleashes his executioner's sword, creating a massive shockwave that vaporizes every monster in his path. Stepping over the charred remains, Lee Se-jun approaches Wu Jin, demanding his final words before the end comes. Wu Jin smiles. He detonates the surrounding corpses, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that rocks the entire dungeon floor with blinding fire. Yet, Lee Se-jun emerges unscathed, bursting through the smoke like lightning to seize Wu Jin's throat in a death grip. Wu Jin barely breaks free, leaping back just as his ally makes a desperate move to intervene. Johann Georg strikes from the shadows, invoking the Gate of Hell to bind Lee Se-jun in infernal, unbreakable chains. Lee Se-jun scoffs, effortlessly shredding the chains and Georg alike before advancing on the fallen, vulnerable Wu Jin. He kicks Wu Jin over, only to realize his foe is now wearing a mysterious, ominous skeleton mask. Just then, a lone skeleton soldier lunges from the dark, thrusting a massive spear directly toward Lee Se-jun's heart. Lee Se-jun's reflexes barely save him, his blade clashing against the sudden strike. But he's exposed. Kim Wu Jin lunges from the shadows, aiming for his blind spot. Desperate, Lee Se-jun releases his grip to parry the backstab, leaving his front wide open. His stance crumbles, allowing the skeleton soldier to drive the Spear of Longinus deep into his abdomen. The legendary spear nullifies every skill and item effect, while Excalibur's aura surges, cutting his stats in half instantly. But the nightmare doesn't stop there. His savior's blessing is powerless against Kim Wu Jin's lethal blood poison, shredding his health and stats at a terrifying rate. Even as his power drains away, the monster remains defiant. Lee Se-jun sneers, convinced his armor is impenetrable by any earthly blade. He mocks Kim Wu Jin, daring him to show his true strength. As Lee Se-jun reaches to rip the spear from his gut, Kim Wu Jin draws the balming sword, decapitating the tyrant in one clean stroke. Finally, their two-lifetime blood feud comes to a violent, silent end. The balming sword, which started this tragedy, now finishes it. It ignores all defenses, no matter how divine. With Lee Se-jun dead, Kim Wu Jin commands the Messiah Guild to surrender immediately. He orders them to disarm and treat the wounded. Everyone must be ready for the dungeon's final boss. Silence falls over the battlefield. The Messiah Guild wavers until their leaders Jordan, Michelle, and Kyle drop their weapons, choosing humanity over a dead master. Guilt washes over the remaining players as they realize the depth of their own misguided loyalty. Once the dust settles, the real questions begin. Lee Se-jun questions if trusting these former zealots is wise. Kim Wu Jin simply replies that they won't become another Lee Se-jun, a man who purged anyone who didn't share his twisted vision. He isn't worried about the future. Betrayal means nothing, as long as his loyal shadows and true allies stand by his side. Healers from both sides unite, stitching together the broken remnants of the two guilds. Survivors like Park Shing and Yang Ju-hyuk are pulled back from death's door, living to see another dawn. With their strength restored, Kim Wu Jin leads the vanguard toward the penultimate challenge of this world. They battle through an 8-floor A+ rank dungeon for 2 grueling months, the longest expedition of Kim Wu Jin's second life. They emerge to a world waiting for their savior, but the light is nowhere to be found. Kim Wu Jin faces the cameras and weaves a masterfully crafted lie. Lee Se-jun died a hero's death. He claims the fallen hero entrusted him with a final, solemn vow, that he would conquer the 9th floor in Lee Se-jun's name and finally clear this cursed game. The world weeps for their hero, a fittingly ironic end for a villain who craved adoration above all else. Behind the scenes, Lee Se-jun corners the protagonist, demanding the truth about what really happened 4 years ago. Days later, Kim Wu Jin fulfills a promise, treating Lee Se-jun to a mountain of meat in exchange for the blood he consumed in the dungeon. As Lee Se-jun feasts happily, Oh Se-chan arrives to join the celebration. He asks the golden question: what happens to the players once the game is finally over? Kim Wu Jin is silent, but Oh Se-chan has already been planning for the aftermath. He intends to found Pandora, an organization to support the warriors who will soon be without a purpose. This is the true reason he's been hoarding wealth since the beginning. Yet, a shadow looms over his ambition, the terrifying influence of the sponsors, the so-called gods and halos. Their true motives for Earth remain a mystery, and the consequences of defiance are unknown. It's a riddle Kim Wu Jin couldn't solve even in his previous life. For now, he focuses on the final dungeon, still chasing the secret of his own regression. 6 celestial masterminds pull the strings of this game, with 4 being the most prominent. First is the listener of all creation, granting the power to contract with spirits and ancient beasts. Second is the caretaker of the fountain, the source of all magic and devastating spells. Third is the undying fighter, bestowing users with unyielding strength and peerless tenacity. Finally, the silent hunter, the patron of extreme agility and superhuman perception. Beyond the standard 4, 2 legendary classes stand apart: the invincible executioner of holy light and the soul-reaping emissary of the underworld. Sole reason Kim Wu Jin chose the underworld's path was for vengeance to hunt down Lee Se-jun, who wielded the holy light's power. Now that Lee Se-jun has fallen, Kim Wu Jin's only goal is to clear the game as the final dungeon raid draws near. Days before the assault, Park Shin-hye shocks the world by resigning as the head of the Hansen Group. She steps down because Lee Ji-soo offered one final chance for redemption, urging her to join the Pandora company their fathers created to protect players once the game concludes. Park Shin-hye won't waste this opportunity to reconcile with Lee Ji-soo and atone for her past sins. Finally, the day of the final raid arrives as the world's greatest hunters unite with Kim Wu Jin to save the Earth. Inside the transport, Yu Yeonju teases a nervous Lee Jin-ah, a scene that makes Kim Wu Jin reflect on his own state. Throughout this second life, he has never felt fear, even against Elias, thanks to his knowledge of the future. Yet this final dungeon remains a total mystery. Even in his past life, he was coldly murdered by Lee Se-jun and Park Shin-hye before ever crossing its threshold. Now, he faces the gate with a mix of dread and excitement. Upon entering, Lee Jin-ah notices the interior looks exactly like the description Kim Wu Jin gave them previously. Jin-ah had wondered how the final challenge would compare to the 8th floor dungeons. Back then, Wu Jin could only answer that the first floor was an endless, hollow cavern. Returning to reality, Wu Jin sighs in relief. The dungeon matches his memories perfectly, meaning nothing has changed. Noticing Wu Jin's nerves, Lee Jin-ah claps his shoulder, promising that everything will be fine. Suddenly, a red system notification appears. A critical error has occurred, and the first floor's clear conditions are being forcibly met. After this, the same error clears every floor up to the 8th, opening a door directly to the 9th and final floor. Even after living 2 lives, Kim Wu Jin is stunned by the system's collapse. He can only pray this chaos is simply how the final floor is meant to begin. He warns everyone to brace themselves as they prepare to enter the final threshold. Stealing his resolve, he opens the door to the 9th floor, revealing a grand imperial court that feels unsettlingly devoid of any life. The players find only fresh monster corpses, slaughtered as if they were nothing by a terrifying power. Terrified, they approach the throne where a lone man sits with a monster's carcass at his feet. Looking bored, the man remarks that they certainly took their sweet time getting here. The trembling players try to use the system to identify the mysterious stranger, but the system fails, showing only red question marks that send a wave of suffocating pressure through the room. The bravest hunters draw their weapons, preparing for a fight to the death. Irritated by their defiance, the white-haired man waves a hand, unleashing a flash that incinerates them instantly. Only Wu Jin and a few tanks survive. The man mocks them, disappointed that his strike didn't kill everyone. Drawing Excalibur, Kim Wu Jin advances toward the throne, demanding to know the entity's true identity. The man responds with a bolt of lightning, turning Wu Jin's entire undead army into ash. Kim Wu Jin barely survives using the Aegis shield, though the sheer force shatters every bone in his body. Crashing to the ground, Kim Wu Jin glares at the white-haired man, who rages at Wu Jin's arrogance for ruining the entertainment value of his game. Gritting his teeth in agony, Wu Jin hears the man speak his name and demands to know who he really is. The white-haired figure sneers, reminding Kim Wu Jin he has no right to ask questions before pointing a single, lethal finger at him. The gesture instantly crushes Kim Wu Jin into a bloody mess, yet he refuses to die after struggling so hard to come this far. But his vision fades to black as the system coldly announces that player Kim Wu Jin has been terminated. Death seemed final, but just then, a new system alert flashes. The game is commencing once more. Suddenly, Kim Wu Jin finds himself back at the start, standing alone before the same white-haired entity. With a sadistic grin, the man asks how it feels to taste life for a second time. He notes Wu Jin should be accustomed to this, having already experienced regressing through time once before. These words answer everything for Wu Jin. He finally understands that the entity before him is a halo, a powerful divine sponsor. Specifically, the executioner of Holy Light, Lee Se-jun's sponsor, who is absolutely furious that Wu Jun killed his favorite plaything and ruined his entertainment. Therefore, he intends to crush Wu Jun's every hope and dream, forcing the mortal to feel the true terror of a god's wrath. Wu Jun loses count of how many times he is butchered and resurrected within this hellish, infinite loop. Despite the agony, he refuses to break, hunting for a desperate 0.1% chance to turn the tables. The executioner declares that nothing can save him now, unless he begs for mercy and promises to grovel at his feet for all eternity. Saying this, he forces Kim Wu Jin to the dirt, demanding he bow his head in a display of total humiliation. But in that split second, Wu Jun notices the executioner's form flickering, deducing that this isn't his true physical body, meaning he still has a chance. A glimmer of hope ignites. He still has one final shot at winning this impossible fight. To buy precious seconds, Wu Jun deploys a tactic he hasn't used in ages. Pure, unfiltered rage bait directed at the deity. He scoffs, mocking the executioner for being pathetic and weak compared to the legendary gods of Korean mythology. The god falls for the bait, vowing to cast Kim Wu Jin into an eternal cycle of death, so he never dares to offend a deity again. Time loses all meaning within the void of the 9th floor dungeon as Wu Jun drifts through the endless darkness. System messages flood his vision, an unending stream of notifications marking his constant deaths and restarts within the game. Suddenly, after flashing countless times, the relentless prompts glitch out and shatter into a bright system error message. The prompt expands into a gateway, and the emissary of the underworld, the one Wu Jun has been waiting for, finally makes his entrance. The emissary is stunned by Wu Jun's foresight, while Wu Jun remarks that the sponsor couldn't possibly enjoy watching his player be bullied by a rival god. Satisfied with Wu Jun's indomitable mentality, the emissary of the underworld decides it is finally time to intervene. He bestows a special heart upon him, granting Wu Jun the strength to finally stand tall against the executioner of Holy Light, or at least, the fading remnant of the god currently trapped within the confines of this final dungeon. Back in reality, the executioner is still seething with rage over Wu Jun's earlier, insulting taunts. He prepares to reset time once again, only to realize that his divine authority over the cycle has been severed. He stares at the crater where Wu Jun lay, watching as a thick cloud of dust begins to rise from the impact site. Kim Wu Jin emerges completely intact, radiating a powerful aura that rivals the god's own terrifying pressure. It is clear Wu Jin has received divine intervention, especially since that newly awakened aura feels so sinister, dark, and overwhelmingly powerful. Even so, the arrogant executioner refuses to believe a mere mortal can ever truly oppose a deity like himself. Wu Jun proves him wrong instantly, slicing through the god's attack with ease, using the newfound power granted by the emissary. The god grows serious as his strength wanes, realizing he must end this battle before his own energy runs out. A cataclysmic clash erupts between mortal and god, their power leveling the battlefield in a fierce, toe-to-toe struggle. However, the executioner's form begins to fray, losing its grip on the very fabric of space and time as he weakens. Wu Jun jeers, reminding him that even gods pay a heavy price for shattering the equilibrium of time to mess with mortals. Without wasting a single second, Kim Wu Jin slashes his blade at the executioner, who is unable to withstand the strike as the sword light pierces straight through his flesh. Seeing the arrogant deity finally bleed, Wu Jun decides to finish this nightmare by unleashing his ultimate technique. He summons the Gate of Hell, as terrifying chains rise from the abyss to drag the executioner into eternal darkness. With the executioner of the Holy Light finally suppressed, Kim Wu Jin only needs to hold out until the being's divine energy completely evaporates. However, Kim Wu Jin is far too experienced to believe that a literal god would fall without a final, desperate struggle. Suddenly, the executioner erupts with cataclysmic strength, shattering the chains of death that were meant to seal his fate. Having forcibly broken his shackles, the executioner of the Holy Light burns the remnants of his divinity to heal, swearing to annihilate Kim Wu Jin's soul before he falls. Kim Wu Jin can sense the god's presence weakening, his aura flickering like a dying candle in the wind. Yet, he remains on high alert, knowing that a cornered beast is often at its most lethal. A cornered god is infinitely more dangerous. With a roar of fury, the executioner charges forward, spear leveled at Kim Wu Jin's heart. Kim Wu Jin braces for the impact, but the god's speed is blinding. The divine spear pierces his chest before he can even blink. In any other timeline, this would have been the absolute end for Kim Wu Jin. But luckily for him, the executioner of the Holy Light is despised by the rest of the celestial pantheon. The undying fighter descends from the heavens, bestowing his own supreme authority upon the fallen hunter. The undying fighter's authority grants Kim Wu Jin the limitless vitality of an immortal tank, instantly knitting his fatal wounds back together. Limitless strength surges through his veins, allowing Kim Wu Jin to effortlessly hurl the executioner back across the battlefield with a single strike. As the executioner seethes at the interference, the silent hunter also steps in, granting Kim Wu Jin a second divine authority. Empowered by the god of agility and hunt, Kim Wu Jin conjures a phantom blade and vanishes, reappearing beside the god to carve a massive, gushing wound across his chest. The other gods can no longer remain as mere spectators. They all step forward to grant Kim Wu Jin their authorities, eager to witness the downfall of the arrogant executioner they so loathe. The fourth to intervene is the listener of all creation, granting him the divine power to command and contract all living beings. Utilizing her supreme authority, Kim Wu Jin summons massive, spectral vines from the earth, shackling the executioner in a living prison to prevent any hope of escape. The executioner of the holy light struggles violently, eventually tearing himself free from the earthen restraints. But that momentary opening allows Kim Wu Jin to receive the fifth and final blessing from the caretaker of the Fountain of Knowledge. Channeling her ancient wisdom, Kim Wu Jin manifests a massive magic circle beneath the executioner's feet, detonating it the very second the god attempts to move. Broken and drained of all strength, the once mighty executioner collapses, pathetically begging Kim Wu Jin to spare his miserable life. Kim Wu Jin scoffs, remembering that only moments ago, this same god was demanding he crawl and beg for mercy. Despite slaying a god, Kim Wu Jin feels no pride, simply asking the other deities to descend and deal with their kin themselves. A portal tears open as the undying fighter emerges, offering a sincere apology to Kim Wu Jin for the tragedies of his past. Kim Wu Jin harbors no bitterness, for this second life has allowed him to resolve every regret that once weighed on his soul. The undying fighter smiles at Kim Wu Jin's resolve, urging the hunter to never lose his unwavering spirit. He then seizes the executioner by the neck like a common criminal, assuring Wu Jin that the traitor will face a hellish punishment. Once the warrior god departs, the caretaker of the Fountain of Knowledge reveals herself, appearing as a stunning, dark-clothed beauty to address Kim Wu Jin's lingering questions. She begins to explain everything that transpired since his betrayal by Lee Se-jun, revealing the dark truth of his previous death. After his fall, Lee Se-jun had seized absolute control of the world, ruling with the tyranny of a false god. This arrogance enraged the heavens, though the executioner of the holy light continued to support Lee Se-jun's reign. Consequently, the other gods conspired to reverse time and space, seeking to create a weapon capable of dethroning the usurper. They chose Kim Wu Jin as their champion because he was the most elite candidate with a soul forged in pure justice. Reversing time for an entire world was a monumental sacrifice, serving as the gods' way of atoning for their past failures. Only reason the executioner could manipulate time so easily was because his power was restricted to the boundaries of this floor. With the truth finally laid bare, she informs Kim Wu Jin that the executioner will be stripped of his power and sealed within the 9th dungeon for all eternity. To the guardian of the fountain, Earth's ultimate fate is irrelevant once the game concludes. Yet, she wonders, will Kim Wu Jin truly feel the void once his godlike powers vanish? Kim Wu Jin simply replies that he has already accomplished everything he set out to do. He wants nothing more to do with this cursed game or its system. With a lingering laugh, the caretaker of knowledge bids him a final farewell. But before she fades into nothingness, she decides to bestow one final gift upon Kim Wu Jin. With a wave of her hand, she resurrects every player executed by the Holy Light's judgment on this floor. As she vanishes, the fallen rise in a miraculous blur, instantly clutching their weapons as they frantically search for the white-haired executioner. Instead, they find only Kim Wu Jin standing calmly with a faint smile. Suddenly, a final notification rings out. The game has officially ended. In an instant, the system, their supernatural powers, and their legendary equipment begin to dissolve into nothingness. This also shatters the illusion Kim Wu Jin's true identity as the legendary Isaac Ivanov is finally laid bare. The revelation hits Park Young-won like a physical blow as he realizes he was merely a pawn in Wu Jin's game from the very beginning. Before the players depart the dungeon, Kim Wu Jin makes a final request: keep his identity and the truth of the Legion a secret from the world. He turns to Francois, instructing him to announce that Isaac Ivanov and his comrades sacrificed their lives to bring peace to humanity. He hopes this fabricated martyrdom will shield the now powerless players from the world's resentment. As they finally step out of the dungeon and back into the sunlight, Francois holds a global press conference, solemnly announcing the passing of the hero Isaac Ivanov and the brave souls who gave everything for humanity's future. He claims Ivanov's dying wish was for the world to show mercy to the players who lost their gifts and can no longer return to normal lives. He then introduces Oh Se-chan to the stage, the founder of the Pandora Company, established with the support of the late Lee Jin-soo and Park Young-ho. Se-chan vows to the world that he will do everything in his power to manage the chaos as the era of magic comes to an end. The world is left reeling as the player's supernatural light fades into memory. 6 months pass since the game's conclusion, and society is still struggling to mend the scars left by the dungeons and the terror they unleashed. The Pandora Company has become a lifeline, providing jobs and support for the thousands of players left adrift. However, not every ex-player is willing to trade their blades for honest work. That's where Lee Se-jun comes in, serving as the iron fist that handles any thugs bold enough to cause trouble at Pandora's headquarters. While Lee Se-jun handles the public threats, Kim Wu Jin and his elite team operate in the shadows, cleaning up the dangerous remnants the system left behind. But the struggle is far from over. Scavengers continue to hoard useless magical artifacts, desperately hoping these dead relics will one day regain their world-shaking power. Wu Jin's team works tirelessly, but their operations are burning through Pandora's treasury at an alarming rate. As a charity-focused organization, they are drowning in the costs of supporting ex-players who are unable to find their place in society. Fortunately, Kim Wu Jin has identified a perfect target to solve their mounting financial crisis. The very next day, Kim Wu Jin, Lee Se-jun, and their team arrive at the Phoenix Corporation, where Park Young-won has been amassing a fortune from donors grateful for his heroism. Wu Jin demands a donation, but Young-won scoffs, threatening Wu Jin and reminding him that the era of supernatural suppression is over. Smirking at Wu Jin's perceived weakness, he summons his elite security team, confident that Wu Jin is helpless without his magic. He forgot one thing: Kim Wu Jin is a monster who needs no powers to crush dozens of men. After a brutal lesson in physical combat, Park Young-won is left bruised and broken on the floor. Wu Jin loots his private vault, seizing every cent and bond before warning Young-won to donate the rest to Pandora or prepare for another visit. With the funding secured and the company stabilized, Kim Wu Jin finally treats Lee Se-jun to the lavish dinner he promised. For once, Gina enjoys a meal without Wu Jin vanishing and leaving him with the bill. Meanwhile, in the quiet of the evening, Lee Se-hee is working late when Park Shin-hee approaches her, looking for a moment to speak from the heart. Shin-hee confesses that she still struggles to accept Se-hee's kindness, believing her past sins are too heavy to ever be forgiven. Se-hee gently takes her hand, insisting that she has already done enough to earn her place in this new world. She tells her that if she truly feels indebted, then she should focus that energy on building a better future for everyone. Later, Oh Se-chun is reviewing the monthly budget when he nearly chokes Lee. Gina has filed 20 million won as a stipend for food. He roars for Gina to get into his office, demanding to know how a man without superpowers can possibly eat enough to bankrupt a company. Poorly Gina has no choice but to slash her budget. One more expensive meal, and Oh Se-chun might actually fire her for good. Shifting to the matter of strength, Oh Se-chun suspects Kim Wu Jin is hiding his true power. He reaches out to Francois, seeking a second opinion. Unlike other ex-players, Kim Wu Jin remains a total enigma, his victory over that entity shrouded in mystery. But that's not all. He's been diving into lethal missions against weapon smugglers without taking a single scratch. Not even a bruise stains his skin. Francois offers no clarity, viewing Kim Wu Jin as a walking anomaly. He is a puzzle that defies all logic and understanding. Still, he's relieved Wu Jin fights for justice. As long as he remains an ally of humanity, his secrets don't truly matter. The truth of Wu Jin's awakening remains a secret held only by Johann Georg. They arrive at a grim mansion buried deep within the forest. Intel suggests smugglers are torturing ex-players here to harvest their illicit gear. Wu Jin orders Johann Georg to provide cover fire. Armed with only a combat suit and a blade, he charges into the enemy stronghold alone. The guards outside fall in an instant. Wu Jin storms inside, discovering a horrific scene of ex-players trapped in cages. Men and women alike are being brutally tormented. Cold fury ignites within Wu Jin. He tells Johann Georg to stand down. These cowards don't deserve the mercy of a quick death. Watching Wu Jin flicker through the shadows like a reaper, Johann Georg feels a chill. He's just glad this monster is on his side. With the smugglers finally eliminated, Wu Jin's body begins to pulse with a terrifying, inhuman aura. It is a presence no normal mortal should ever possess. Oh Se-chun's suspicions are confirmed, yet the truth will remain hidden from him forever. And that brings our story to a close. That wraps up today's recap. If you loved this journey, smash that like button and subscribe for more amazing content.